And a very good morning to you all. Welcome back to the Cloud County Ground here at Chelmsford for day two. And today's commentary team, we have Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, Don Topley and Victoria Polly from BBC Essex. And we are delighted to give you the ball-by-ball action. Day two will see Essex recommence on 360 for 4. Matt Critchley is undefeated on 119, and with him was the night watchman, Ben Allison, on 4. It was a good effort to get 360, and not forgetting Alistair Cook's fine century, his first century of the season, having got 99 in the recent game, the last game at Trent Bridge. 99 he got, but he got 100 yesterday. And I think, good morning Anthony, I think you remarked that it was 74th century?
74, yep. And
wow.
He's pushed his average up against Somerset from 53.4 to 57 point something. So he's got it. He's had it in for Somerset over his career. So the next 4-day game, which is going to be used with a Kookaburra ball, I advertise. But so we turn up to him and say, "Good morning, Alistair. We're playing Somerset today, do we?" Yeah, I think so. He clearly enjoys himself against his fellow West Countrymen.
Well, we all learnt about his great uncle?
Great Uncle Albert, yep.
Came from the West, yeah. We learnt about that yesterday. In fact, we had an email or tweet about that as well.
We did, yeah. From a chap whose wife's father used to deliver feeding stuffs to Albert Cook's farm at Filly, which is near South Molton.
Right.
And I can't remember the chap's name who tweeted, but Bob Fisher, I think it was.
Yes.
His wife used to often see Alistair when he would come down and stay with his great uncle, because Alistair, right from his childhood, has always been really keen on farming, and the Cooks are, going back centuries in North Devon, very much a farming family.
Well, he certainly does that and tends to the animals in the winter. Anthony, what's going to happen? What's Somerset's what's the game plan today? What's their hopes and aspirations as they are marched out to the Wickets by Tom Abel?
The good news is that Craig Overton is marching out, and so is Josh Davey. So the injuries that they both appeared to be suffering from yesterday towards the end of play are obviously not that serious, and they've been treated overnight. So Somerset at full strength, but I think it's going to be another long, hot day in the field.
Well,
I'd love to say that Somerset are going to bowl Essex out, but if they do, probably, I'd be surprised if it happens before lunch on this pitch under these conditions.
I thought they bowled well, Somerset, yesterday, certainly in that first hour, and probably didn't have much reward for their endeavours. Well, today Somerset are going to have to fight hard to get back into the game to try and bowl Essex out. But I did an interview with Matt Critchley last night, and he was quite complimentary to the two opening bowlers. He watched on the stream in the dressing room, and he felt the pair of them bowled quite nicely.
They did, without any luck. And
Correct.
You do need a bit of luck in cricket.
I mean, there was a hard chance, the drop catch against Sir Alistair Cook. Was that in the morning or in the early afternoon? It was
in the afternoon.
Josh Davey at square leg, which would have been a wonderful catch. But sadly he dropped it. It's going to be Craig Overton to open up. We're going to do an 11 o'clock update for BBC Essex in due course. 2 slips are waiting. Overton from the Hayes Close end. He's on his way in, and this time Critchley drives into the leg side through the gap at square leg out to deep square leg, where there is just the one run. 361 for 4. That was the first ball of the morning session at the Cloud County Ground, Chelmsford. Well, Essex's hopes will be to try and just carry on batting. First innings runs, as I highlighted on my morning video, are going to be crucial. Overton is in, 2 slips waiting, and this time Allison comes forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. The night watchman, he was defending for Rose Cushy last night, possibly Buttleman, and possibly Harmer. Be interesting to see if Allison bats in front of Harmer in the traditional batting lineup. So Critchley on 120, but Allison on 4, facing Overton, coming down the slope here. He bowls out, and he bowls him! He bowls him. That's a good delivery. I probably, at my first guess, without seeing the replay, I'm not quite sure Allison has got on the front foot.
Yes, and we won't be able to see the replay because there's a dirty great big thing
graph
on the obscuring the stumps, and but it was good delivery from Craig Overton, just a little bit too good for the night watchman.
He's gone for 4, Allison. He'll be a little disappointed as a night's watchman. He's probably been dreaming of walking out to bat with a centurion and showing everyone that he is a proper batsman this morning, but he'll have to wait for a further occasion. So Somerset, Anthony, have got the first punch.
Yeah, perfect start. There's
in the morning.
Nothing more irritating than a night watchman who hangs around for an hour the following morning. It's very, very frustrating for the fielding side. So they've got rid of Allison, and now they can get on with the business of taking the other 5 wickets that they need.
Well,
and if they can pick up the 5 wickets, let's say before lunch, is asking a lot, then they'll feel they're still in with a chance of putting a big enough total on the board to have a go at Essex on the 4th day.
Well, it's a great story. We're going to have a quick update from the county ground. Yes, good morning from Chelmsford. It's another warm day. Somerset have packed a punch in this morning because they've taken a wicket with the 5th ball of the morning's proceeding. It's that of Craig Overton. He's bowled nicely the 5 balls he's bowled. Essex have only got the 1 run, but the wicket is that of the night watchman, Ben Allison, who was bowled by Overton for 4. So the score here at Chelmsford, 361 for 5. In comes Overton to Cushy, 2 slips awaiting. He's in at the crease, he bowls, he's clipped to the leg side and goes out to that man at deep square leg for just the single. And
wasn't
Cushy's
a million miles away from Josh Davey at short mid-wicket, that, and it was in the air. So it's a good field position there.
Very much so. You've only got the 2 slips, but you've got the man catching for Cushy at short mid-wicket. What you just mentioned about what could happen on day 4, and I can certainly remind the listeners about the great captain here, Keith Fletcher, when he took over as coach here in the 4-day cricket. He said, please always remember, you only have to bowl the opposition out cheaply once to win a game of 4-day cricket. Overton on his way in to Critchley. Critchley leaves outside off stump, a little bit wide and wider, and that is no run. So I think that's very true, Anthony. You only have to bowl the opposition out cheaply once, and Somerset could do that in Essex's second innings, or will Essex apply some pressure? I do think this wicket will change and potentially deteriorate on days 3 and 4. It is quite dry, and it is quite dry here at Chelmsford.
It didn't last year.
As Overton comes in outside off stump, good delivery, squares Critchley up to conclude the first over of the morning, and indeed Somerset have got a wicket, that of the night watchman Ben Allison, who was bowled, decent delivery for 4. Maybe Allison didn't come as far forward as he needed to. 362 for 5.
Can we do something about the television?
Yes, I will text across to see if we can lose, what do we call it, a graphic?
Yeah, right, slap bang in the middle of the screen. This is interesting because Matt Henry opened the bowling from the Hayes Close end yesterday morning, running down the hill, with Craig Overton running up the hill from the river end, and this morning it's the other way round. So see what Matt Henry can do from this end. Not such a good crowd as yesterday, but I dare say it'll fill up And there are plenty of spectators in the Tom Pearce stand immediately to our right, especially in the lower deck. This is down the leg side, and Cushy has a flick at it, but makes no contact. It flies through to James Rue. The lower deck of the Tom Pearce stand, which is quite often one of the least favoured spots to sit here at the Cloud County Ground, was very well filled yesterday because it was in the shade. And yesterday afternoon it was baking hot. It's not quite so hot this morning because there's high cloud as Henry's in and bowls, and beats the forward defensive shot of Feroz Cushy, going plunging rather forward to a ball outside his off stump, worried that it might just cut back, but it missed the outside edge. So just the 2 runs added to the overnight 360 for 4. It's now 362 for 5 as Henry bowls, and leading edge there, but doesn't carry to Henry. Bounces about 5 yards in front of him. I do like the way Matt Henry approaches the business of fast bowling. He walks back briskly and just gets on with it. It's not a particularly long run up, but he's economical in his movements. He's got a lovely side on action. He's there now and bowls, and down the leg side again, and James Rue makes a nice take, moving to his left. James Rue, who scored his maiden first-class century here last season in the massive Somerset innings of 605, I think it was. And Tom Banton getting the first century by a concussion substitute. He made 126. This is appeal for LBW. There was, you could hear, I'm sure, on the effects microphone the hard noise of ball hitting bat, but Somerset maybe thinking that it hit the pad before it hit the bat. David Milne's not impressed, just stands there with his arms folded.
A mean old bowler in his own time, you know,
Absolutely.
at Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, he spoke at our West of England Cricket Society during the winter.
I would have thought he'd be quite entertaining.
He is very good. He was very good. Excellent.
Forthright?
Yep. Henry is in and bowls, and defensive shot from Cushy. End of a maiden over from Matt Henry. It was like the curate's egg, good in parts. Couple down the leg side, but beating the outside edge on one occasion. 362 for 2. 362 for 5.
Did he bowl this end at all yesterday? No.
No, he didn't. I think he bowled from the Hayes Close end, yeah.
Yeah, he did. He did. Overton to continue. Now, with Critchley facing, Cushy at the non-striker's end. Decent player, Cushy. Seen him score a number of decent 50s, actually, responsible 50s. Overton is in. 2 slips are down. Inside edge into the leg side behind square, which the keeper runs. Rue runs to pick it up and hoys it in with his left hand. He's a left-handed keeper, is he? Thrower? Signed signatures, left hand?
Yes. I think I said there wasn't a left-hander in the side. Of course there is. It's James Rue yesterday.
And just saw the way he threw it. Most wicket keepers, and I'm not being rude, but don't have very good arms for the obvious reason. In he comes, Overton. This is driven in the air, but goes between backward point and cover. It's going to run away for 4. Is he going to stop it? What a fantastic chase. You're going to have to congratulate number 58, which would be?
Sean Dixon.
Oh, he never gave it up, and he's been run out at the non-striker's end. Oh my word, Critchley slams his bat into the turf in disappointment. I was looking at the fielder. The fielding was sensational at third man. He ran all the way. It's a huge, it's almost 80, 90 yards, as big as the MCG on that little bit of the Tom Pearce stand. He clawed it back in, he hoyed it back in. It was a great throw, but in the end, a little bit of calamity. Maybe it was careless, but I was congratulating the fielding on what a superb, well, he's the man who got that wicket, Sean Dixon.
Yeah, great piece of fielding by Dixon, who's got a very, very good arm. But good applause for Matt Critchley. It's been a fine innings from him. 121 to Sean Dixon.
Matt Critchley.
What am I talking about? Matt Critchley. What am I talking about?
Yes, you're dreaming again.
Well, no, I can't. The trouble is I can't see the main scoreboard.
Yeah.
And it doesn't give such useful information on the other scoreboard as how many balls he'd faced and how many fours and sixes.
Well,
but I think it's 19 fours and a six.
The scoreboard's got it wrong, and they've put it up as Cooshie who's out. It's not. It's Matt Critchley who's been run out. Cooshie is still at the crease, and he's now been joined by the white ball captain and a phenomenal cricketer, the South African cricketer that is Simon Harmer. Yes, the scoreboard had that wrong then, and Cooshie's to face, but I'd like to see that as a rerun. Now, Matt Critchley looked so disappointed and angry when he was given out, walking off.
I think he was angry with himself, not with the decision.
Correct, absolutely. Well, here we are, Anthony, 6 down, 363, 2 wickets in the space of 3 overs. And there is a gorgeous delivery that Craig Overton has bowled from the Hayes Close end, just gone away, played down the wrong line, and it's whistled into the keeper's gloves.
143 balls, 19 fours and a six. Matt Critchley's vital statistics. So he got his 100 pretty quickly.
My concern now is all the good work from yesterday. Are Somerset gradually fighting their way back? Will Essex look at being a little bit careless? We don't know. Overton is in. Bowls. This squares him up. It gets thick outside edge, but goes in front of square onto the offside, fielded at cover. And listen, Somerset are fighting here. They've taken 2 wickets in 3 overs.
Yeah, and judging by the way Ferrell's Cushy played that last delivery, the ball is doing a little bit for the seamers.
19 overs old, this second new ball. Overton turns. Had an injury yesterday, big heart. Craig Overton, this is into the leg side. There's an appeal, but I have to say both you and me, Anthony, weren't interested as, well, nor was Nigel Long. Leg by.
Going well down, I think. Yes, I spoke to Shoaib Bashir, close of play last night, who had his debut yesterday. Asked him about how exciting it was to bowl against Sir Alistair Cook, and he said it was absolutely thrilling, A, to make his debut for Somerset in first-class cricket, and B, to be bowling to Sir Alistair Cook and getting 2 to turn in his very first over to the great man.
Listen, he looked the part yesterday. He did. Good for him. Overton in, 2 slips waiting. He bowls. This squares Harmer up, but he doesn't really run because it's gone down to third man for the moral victory for the bowler. But Simon Harmer earns 4 runs. Essex moved to 370 for 6, so they've scored 10 runs for the loss of 2 wickets in the 3 overs we have seen.
And the other thing that Shoaib Bashir said, because I asked him what the pitch was doing, he said it is doing a bit. The occasional ball is turning, and there's a little bit in it for the seamers as well. So it's not the perfect pitch here, but it's still pretty good.
Well,
but
371 suggests okay, but I did think, as you noticed with Craig Overton, the ball that squared, who was it up? It was Cushy up. Yeah. I think the surface is dry, and I think there's a little bit in it as it stays dry for the seamer.
As this is played up the offside of the pitch, fielded by Tom Lammonby, sprinting in. No, it wasn't. It was Casey Aldridge.
Henry, as I said yesterday on commentary, he played schools cricket when he was for a year on a scholarship at St Joseph's College, Ipswich.
He's in and bowls to Cushy, who pushes this into the offside, and Aldridge again quickly onto it, swooping from extra cover.
And then had a summer holiday. When the term finished, he played for Halstead in the 2 counties, and it might have even been in the East Anglian Premier. They had 1 season in the East Anglian Premier. but unfortunately got relegated after that first season. But a very pretty, nice place to play, Halstead Cricket Club.
He's in and bowls, a bouncer. And Kushi just ducks underneath it and away from it. Yes, he's a very nice chap, is Matt Henry.
And I'm sure he would have been really looking forward to playing against his Kiwi colleague, Doug Bracewell.
Yeah, absolutely. He's played 21 tests and 72 one-day internationals for New Zealand. He's in now to Kushi, who again is squared up by that one. It goes off a leading edge out into the offside, not in the air, fielded by Shoaib Bashir at cover point, really.
Feroz Kushi, who has done well when he's played for Essex, he's quite wristy. My advice at the moment, certainly if I was Simon Harmer, is just go down the wicket, keep telling him to play straight. Don't try and manipulate the ball into the offside or leg side.
Defensive shot back up the pitch.
You can't afford to do that against the quality of somebody like the Kiwi or indeed Craig Overton. You've got to really play straight here and make sure defensive technique, because it is doing a little bit, and these two are pretty decent bowlers.
Henry, 2 slips go down, he's in and bowls to Kushi, who again gets turned round by that delivery. I've had a tweet from Andrew Frampton, farming down there in West Dorset, so he's not farming at the moment because he just had a hip replacement, and he's tweeted a photograph of himself with one of his crutches watching the live stream from here at Chelmsford, saying good time of year to have a hip replacement with the Ashes coming up and Championship cricket on television. Won't miss 2,000 little bales of hay, which is what he would otherwise be doing, making hay.
Who's doing it then?
Well, who knows?
Somebody's got to be
doing it. Small bale hay is a very valuable commodity.
These rich farmers can't afford to not bale the hay.
I'm not sure that Andrew Frampton would agree necessarily with that, as that's played into the onside. He's yours, Craig Overton.
He is indeed, and he's bowled a decent ball, but Harmer's got off with a decent off strike now, with a decent, well, just pushed it off the back foot into the leg side. Andrew, I wish you a very good morning and hope you're recovering. These days with hip replacements, my brother just had one in the winter. Gosh, he was up and out, and he had a sort of like a frame to walk with, and they actually got rid of him out of hospital really within the day.
Yeah.
One overnight stay, so good luck to you, Andrew. And Overton bowls outside off stump, left alone through to the keeper, dot ball. Yeah, years ago they used to cut you open big time, and it would, you'd be really concerned about infections. But today, I think he was driving within 3 weeks. Just little journeys. He recovered ever so quickly. As Overton bowls into the leg side, a little straight, manipulated by Kushi. Needs to be watchful with that. Don't want to get a leading edge, but they rotate. Harmer's on to strike. Kushi moves to 5. Harmer's on 5. Score 373 for 6.
And I think I said it was Bob Fisher, whose father-in-law used to see Alistair Cook at Albert Cook's farm. In fact, it was Simon Fisher, so my apologies, Simon. And very interesting tweet as well. A little bit more of just shedding a bit more light on the early days of Sir Alistair Cook.
Overton is in, played into the leg side, nice and straight. Harmer finds mid-wicket, there is no run.
And the graph has gone, so we can now watch replays on our television screen, which is great news.
If I may advertise this, Anthony, anyone who saw, if you were able to see the run-out dismissal of Critchley, I'll be grateful if you could just tell us what your thoughts of it were. This time squares up, and Harmer plays it nicely into the offside, off the front foot, and cover and backward point fight for the ball. And there is no run.
All I'd say about that is that Nigel Long was in the perfect position to make the call. He'd had plenty of time, because they were going for the third run. He'd had plenty of time to get himself into the perfect position.
And the reason I asked about advertising the dismissal, because whilst I was congratulating the fielding at third man, Overton is in, outside off stump, left alone. Good carry through to Rue, end of the over, 373 for 6. The reason I was looking at the fielding, because it was good, but I was just still and worried that Critchley was running the third. Was his partner running to the danger end and called, and was Critchley a bit slow? Or, I don't want to say this, was there a little bit of casualness about the running? Because Critchley did look furious with himself.
Well, it was Cushy's call, wasn't it? Because they completed the 2 runs, and Cushy was at the non-striker's end. We're just watching the replay now, and he's well short.
Well, it's a great piece of fielding.
And good work from Craig Overton as well at the stumps.
Yeah, I'm probably going to suggest that he ran the second one thinking there's only going to be 2. Cushy was running for a third, but Critchley looked as if he was only running for the second, and then had to get the gallop on to get in for the third.
Henry in and bowls, and again there's a hint of a leading edge from Feroz Cushy as he played that defensive shot. At Matt Henry walking as briskly back to his mark as I think I've ever seen any, certainly modern day quick bowlers. He doesn't hang around at all, delivers the ball, and if he's not involved in fielding it or has to be up by the stumps to take the return, he's quickly back to his mark. He's there now in bowls, and this again runs out into the covers. Casey Aldridge with the fielding, 373 for 6, so just 13 runs have been added this morning in 5 overs and 2 balls for the loss of 2 wickets. The wickets being those of the night watchman, Ben Anderson, bowled by Overton for 4, as this is played back to the bowler by Feroz Cushy, and Matt Critchley, who, as we've just been discussing, was run out by a superb throw from Sean Dixon, who did very well even to stop the boundary, and then got his throw away from a long way away, and came in first bounce to Craig Overton, who whipped the bails off, and Matt Critchley was gone. This is again defensive shot, good accurate stuff. This from Matt Henry. He's in his 20th over. He's gone for 75 runs, so he's been going at nearly 4 runs and over. Craig Overton 2 for 48 in 21, well actually 20.5 overs, because there was 1 over that he couldn't complete because he went over in mid-pitch and went off carrying his boot. This is one that doesn't bounce quite as much as 1 or 2 of the others, but Cushy plays it comfortably enough. Up to Josh Davey at mid-on. Casey Aldridge picked up 1 wicket, the wicket of Paul Walter, clean bowled. He's taken 1 for 78 in 15.1 overs as Cushy defends this. It runs out into the onside. He was the bowler who was called upon to complete that Craig Overton over. Josh Davey 2 for 76, well, picked up 2 wickets, but expensive at 4.5 runs and over. And Shoaib Bashir on debut, 29 overs, 0 for 89. Still hasn't got his first class wicket, but I'm sure it can't be far away. Bowled very nicely and spoke very well too when I interviewed him. The only problem with the interview was the Essex groundsman, who came roaring up twice in his on his mowing machine.
Well, we like to play silly fellas, don't we? Craig Overton commences a new over, outside off stump, carries well, and there is a dot ball. Right, we've had a bit of interaction from a gentleman called Michael Biswell. Good morning, Michael. Reference Alistair Cook. In the last game he got 99 and worried his way to 99. He seems a bit like a golfer who's got the twitch and cannot putt. It's interesting, he was on 94 for a considerable amount of time yesterday, and in my interview with Matt Critchley, he talked about he scored 40 odd runs when Cook hadn't scored many at all. Overton in, there's a shout for LB, but it looked to me a little bit high or going down, but Nigel Long hasn't given it, so it's a dot ball.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough, looked a little bit high.
And Sir Alistair Cook, also mentioned by Stephen Cook. Lovely to hear about Sir Alistair's West Country forebears. As his farm is a rather long drive away in Bedfordshire, does he and any other teammates in similar circumstances have a bolt hole nearer the ground? We'll mention this after Overton is in, driven up by Harmer to mid-on. There is no run. Going back years, Sir Alistair Cook's cricket club was at Malden, so whether he had friends who used to stay with down there, I couldn't tell you. That's not that far from Chelmsford. Bedford to Chelmsford can be quite a tricky journey to do it daily. But I do know over the years, Sir Alistair Cook has often stayed with his great mate, who's a batting consultant currently at Chelmsford, Mark Patini. Overton is in. This is Paul. This is a bottom edge, square of the wicket, and slightly mis-executed, but he gets a single, does Harmer, and the score moves to 374 for 6. So Mark Patini, batting consultant here at Chelmsford these days, will have his flat not half a mile from the ground, and I do know Sir Alistair does stay with him. Certainly, I think if he's going to bat in the morning. Hopefully you've answered that question. He won't be coming in daily from Bedford. Overton, 2 slips are down. Overton bowls. That's a nice delivery. I just think this hardish ball, which is now 22, 23 overs old, is doing it on this dry surface at Chelmsford. It's just gripping. It certainly will be a little bit easier against an older ball. Essex will try and bat as long as they can in this first innings. First innings runs are going to be vital.
Thanks to Malcolm Elliott, who's reminding us that it was actually going for the 4th run that Matt Critchley was run out.
As this is driven little straight into the leg side where the deep square leg does the fielding, and Cushy picks up a single and also keeps the strike. 375 for 6. Yeah, for the 4th run.
Yeah, so gosh. Cushy was just being a little bit greedy, maybe, looking to turn 3 into 4. It was his call.
Yeah.
It was Matt Critchley who suffered the loss of his wicket.
But it was a fantastic piece of fielding that got the wicket.
Thanks, Malcolm, for that. Here's Henry in a bowls and defensive shot, as was the case through most of the last over. He's been miserly this morning, as Matt Henry. His previous over was a maiden. The one before that was a maiden as well. He's in now to Cushy bowls, and this is pushed into the covers. He conceded previous 3 maidens on the trot before this over from, and well, he hasn't. I don't think he's conceded a run all morning. As Matt Henry, as I look through his. No, he hasn't conceded a single run this morning. He's in now to Cushy. Probably go. There you go. I just knew that was going to happen. Just turns it into the onside and picks up a single. And that's the first run that Matt Henry. Well, it's not really a curse. It's just that Matt Henry is. He's had his duck broken this morning. It's the first run he's conceded. He's been right. Apart from the first over, a couple went down the leg side. He's been right on the money all the way through.
Must have been a few stiff bodies this morning when they walked or drove to the ground. Are they in a coach or individual cars?
No, they come in a coach. Travel everywhere by coach. Henry in and bowls to Harmer for the first time, and Harmer plays him to Lammonby at mid-wicket. Matt Henry walks briskly back. If I can see tractor over there in the what do they call it? Do they call that the Taco Bell stand?
No, we don't.
What's it called? Does it have a name?
No, it doesn't actually. Oh. The stand to the left is the Felsted School stand, because it's the only covered area on that side of the ground.
Is Henry in the bowls to Harmer, who pushes that firmly into the offside.
There are public toilets behind in that corner.
So is it the public toilet stand then?
Actually, we would call it the corner would be the retirement flats corner. Yeah, there's no stand. Maybe might be called the Nasser Hussain stand or the Topley stand.
Oh, could be. It's Matt Henry in the bowls. Well, you've been featured as no run there. Featured prominently in the current edition of the Cricketer, interviewed by Hugh Turberville, the editor of the Cricketer.
That's right. This month, previewing the Ashes, it's quite a decent. A lot of cricket news in there, especially anticipation of the Ashes.
So how come Hugh Turberville wanted to interview you? I mean, with no disrespect. But,
hang on, where's this guy, Mr. Gibson?
What was the peg on which he hung this interview?
Play nicely. Play nicely, Anthony. Well, it's very much a Red Bull magazine, but it's one of the leading magazines in
Doesn't like the 100
UK.
very much.
Well, he obviously wanted my views on the 100 and the way cricket's going to be shaped. As Craig Overton bowls a ball quite full, driven up to mid-off, and it's driven further enough away from mid-off where they could take the single, 377 for 6. Yeah, I've had a life in the game, obviously sired an England cricketer. How can I sort of, I started off in minor counties with Norfolk. One of the things that people don't realise, I trialled with about 8 different counties. Derbyshire, Sussex, never Somerset, played against Somerset in second team cricket. But I had about 8 counties before Essex finally agreed to offer me a contract. Harmer tickles it off his thigh pad. He takes a 1, he's coming back quickly for the second. He's a big man, he doesn't take many strides, he's a strong man. You could imagine Harmer being a number 8 in rugby. He wouldn't knock on because he's got buckets as hands. So I trialled a lot, and eventually I spent a pre-season bowling here, the entire pre-season, and eventually Essex said, we're going to take a punt with you. I was on the ground staff with a number of... Oh, that's a cracking delivery. It looked to me as if it's gone like a fast leg break. Harmer walks down the wicket towards Overton. Overton puts his hand over his eyes. He can't believe that delivery didn't get a wicket.
Yeah. Bounce and movement, which will encourage the Essex quicks. Sam Cook and Jamie Porter in particular.
Yeah, Cook for me.
And Paul Walter, of course, who's very tall, like Craig Overton. It is the sort of pitch that the harder you bang it in, the more you're going to get out.
Overton again, this time straight. Harmer takes a single as he plays with a straight bat off his hip into the leg side. There is a man back on the boundary, the short boundary, and Harmer takes a single. 380 for 6, so Essex have moved on 20 runs from their overnight score for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yep, Somerset's morning so far.
My last over. Victoria's coming in. She'll be off her long run. Overton, 2 slips waiting. He's on his way in to the crease, past umpire Long. Played out on the front foot by Cushy into the covers, no run.
So we will have to wait for your views on the 100 until next time we are together, or perhaps we'll avoid them altogether.
Oh.
Not to. Well, I suspect that not many viewers and listeners to this broadcast will be greatly enamoured of the 100, unless of course they're women cricketers, because that's the saving grace of the 100.
Overton in, bowls, This is played with an open-faced bat, sensibly into the offside end of the over, the end of me, and the score is 380 for 6. I will just leave you with the thoughts that we need to entice, enthuse and encourage the youth. Playing numbers are dwindling factually over decades now, and we need to change that before cricket becomes a minority sport. That's the end of me for now.
I think you can change that, though, without disrupting the entirety of the English cricket season, which is what the 100 has done. But we will no doubt come back to that. It's going to be another over from Matt Henry, who I think has only conceded the 1 run so far this morning. He's coming in and bowls to Simon Harmer, who gets one, leaving him outside the off stump. Flies through to James Rew. Harmer didn't really need to play a shot at that, but he offered the bat at it. Unfortunately for him, didn't take the edge. Good morning, Victoria.
Good morning. I'm coming to break it up before it gets too heated here already this morning.
Here comes Matt Henry in and bowls to Simon Harmer, who's beaten again, not taken cleanly by James Rew, and they're going to run a bye. And well, James Rew will be disappointed at that. And just as well he didn't get an edge. Otherwise that would have been a drop catch. Just watching the replay. Slow motion replay, and it's just beat the bottom outside edge of Simon Harmer's bat as Henry is in and bowls. And this is fielded at mid-off by Ben Green, who's on as a substitute. Not sure who for. Who can't I see? Craig Overton's there, standing at second as Casey Aldridge. It's probably Tom Kohler-Cadmore. This is down the leg side, and Kushi lifts his bat well out of the way. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Victoria Polly.
I am the presenter of BBC Essex's Around the Wicket, the cricket show where we cover all things Essex and club cricket, which goes out on a Wednesday between 6 and 7. I'm part of the BBC Essex sport team for many years now, and enjoying getting to do a bit more cricket commentary over the past couple of years.
Excellent. Henry in bowls, and defensive shot from Kushi back up the pitch. Do you play cricket?
Not to any kind of level. I've dabbled in a bit of softball in more recent years.
Right,
you were just talking to Don about getting more youngsters into cricket, and actually I think that's been a good way of getting more women back into cricket if it's something that they haven't played since being younger, like myself.
Here's Matt Henry in and bowls, and that's a defensive shot. It's the end of the over. It's 381 for 6. Kushi on 8, Harmer on 9, and we were talking about women's cricket briefly in the context of the 100, and the England Women's Ashes Test Squad has been announced this morning, 9 minutes ago, by the ECB, and the squad will be captained by Heather Knight of Western Storm, and includes 2 other Western Storm players, Lauren Filer and my namesake Danielle Gibson, no relation, but good to see 3 Western Storm cricketers in the Ashes squad.
Yes, no one of note for the Sunrisers, but in the England A team, Grace Scrivens, the all-rounder, will be a part of that. So from the Hayes close end is Aldridge, and that's driven by Simon Harmer, and that's going to race away to the boundary in front of the executive suite for 4 runs to the Essex spinner.
Nice juicy half volley from Casey Aldridge, who was expensive yesterday.
385 for 6. And Simon Harmer moves to 13. And nice to see Feroz Kushi back as part of the Essex County Championship side. Always has had big ambitions when it has come to playing red ball cricket. He's at the non-strikers end as Aldridge moves into Harmer. It's hit uppishly back up towards Aldridge, who does some polishing on his way back to his mark.
Not so hot today, fortunately, at the moment because of the high cloud, but temperature must be still somewhere in the high 20s, I would think.
Yeah, deceptive with the cloud cover here at Chelmsford as Aldridge moves into Harmer. He takes a couple of steps forward and tries the flick, but it bounces through to Rue with the gloves.
Yeah, that one slipped out of Casey Aldridge's hand. High full toss down the leg side.
It's deceptive though, because there is a lot of cloud around at Chelmsford, but having sat down in the commentary position, I find myself squinting still as we look on towards our left-hand side where the square is, as Aldridge is into Harmer. Lovely drive once again into the offside. They will come back for the 2 runs. Sensible running this time from the Essex pair at the crease. Nicely timed by Simon Harmer, who moves to 15. Essex 387 for 6.
Tom Abel at first slip in the absence of Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Aldridge into Harmer again. This time he flicks that off the feet into the onside and he will take the single. Kushi will move on to strike for Essex.
Well, Somerset have picked up 2 wickets this morning, but I don't think that Somerset listeners should assume from that it's going to be easy to knock over the last 4 Essex wickets. The odd ball is just doing something for the seamers, but it is only the odd ball.
It'll be interesting to see how this pitch changes as this match goes on, as Aldridge is into Kushi, the right-hander, who just knocks that one up into the offside for no run, and that is the end of Casey Aldridge's over. Essex 388 for 6, Harmer on 16 and Kushi on 8, and it's something we've been talking about in the first part of the county championship. Was Essex playing that extra bowler? Did they need a bit more depth in the batting? I think that's probably what we may well be seeing in this game with the additions of the likes of Kushi and Walter.
Well, I mentioned the England Women's Ashes Test squad, so give it in full. Heather Knight, captain from Western Storm. Tammy Beaumont from the Blaze. Lauren Bell, Southern Vipers. Alice Capsey, South East Stars. Kate Cross, the Thunder. Alice Davidson Richards, South East Stars. Sophia Dunkley, South East Stars. Sophie Eccleston from Thunder. Lauren Filer from Western Storm. Daniel Gibson from Western Storm. Amy Jones from Central Sparks. Emma Lamb from Thunder and the vice captain. Nat Skyver-Brunt from the Blaze, Izzy Wong, Central Sparks, and Danielle Wyatt from Southern Brave. Best of luck to the England Women's Ashes squad as they take on a very strong Australian women's side. So, Shoaib Bashir is going to bowl his first over of the morning. He's bowling to his fellow off-spinner, Simon Harmer, tosses this one up, and Harmer plays it into the onside. And Tom Abel at mid-wicket does the fielding. Shoaib Bashir yesterday, 29 overs, 6 maidens, none for 89 on his debut in first-class cricket. He's in now and bowls, gives this one a little bit more air, and it's played again to Tom Abel at mid-wicket. With the spin, he's tall and slender. Shoaib Bashir, he must be a good 6'3" or even 6'4" tall. As he's in and bowls, and again just holds this one back a little bit. Played respectfully by Simon Harmer, from whom I've no doubt Shoaib Bashir can learn a lot. Simon Harmer, arguably the best spin bowler playing county cricket at the moment, in the absence of Jack Leach, as this is turned around the corner, very well fielded by Matt Henry at short fine leg.
There's been some good fielding this morning from Somerset, including that run out, which dismissed Matt Critchley for 121 runs.
Bashir is in and bowls shorter. Again played to Abel at mid-wicket. Somerset have put a long on in place. Tom Namanby down fielding just below us. Out of sight at the moment. But he's there lurking. Just in case Harmer decides to go down the ground. This is tossed right up and it's played nicely away through the offside, but fielded out there by Josh Davies. So it's just the single, so just the one run from Shoaib Bashir's first over of the morning. 389 for 6. And we've had 108 overs, so there's a little game within a game now to see whether Essex can score the 11 runs more that they need for a 4th batting bonus point. We've got 2 overs in which to get them. Cutting it fine, aren't they, Victoria?
Yes. Maybe you need to see a bit more aggression from Harmer and Cushy, as Aldridge will continue from the Hayes close end. Smattering of fans away to his right hand side in the members section as Aldridge is into Harmer. It's edged behind, and it's a dive in the field. No run taken by Harmer as he watched where that had gone and ended up towards Craig Overton, who looks to be moving okay this morning following that brief spell he had off the pitch yesterday. In comes Aldridge past the umpire to Harmer, and he has edged that to the wicket-keeper, and Harmer goes for 17 runs. He just came forward to play at that one. It took the edge, and Somerset have the wicket.
Well, I think Essex have only got themselves to blame for that. The reason he went for that shot, Simon Harmer, was because of the issue of the bonus point, needing 11 runs from 2 overs. And if Essex had got along rather more briskly, that 4th batting point should never have been in doubt, given their overnight position where they needed just 40 runs in 14 overs to pick up the 4th point. But Harmer having to play aggressively and paying the price, and a nice neat catch by James Rue behind the stumps. It wasn't really there for the shot, it was a good length delivery and just did a little bit off the pitch as well. So important wicket for Somerset, and 2 more they need. They need 2 more wickets in the next 11 balls, Somerset, to take a 3rd bowling point.
Will Buttleman is the new batter for Essex, the 23-year-old, keeping wicket for Essex as well, due to those injuries to Adam Rossington and Michael Pepper. And fairly limited experience in first-class cricket. Made his county championship debut against Yorkshire back in 2019, when again there were 2 injuries to the wicket keepers preferred to him, but made a maiden first-class half-century when Ireland came to Chelmsford just a couple of weeks ago, and has been part of the T20 side as well.
Was that rated as a first-class match?
It was, yes.
Well, despite the fact that several Irish players played for Essex.
Yes, it was. It had been decided in advance.
Ridiculous.
So, Buttleman on strike as Aldridge comes in. That's just dabbed into the offside, and he'll get off the mark with 2 runs as Lamanby fields for Somerset.
Well, good start. 9 more they need.
Anthony will keep track of the runs and wickets needed for those points for either side. Essex were scoring quickly to start with yesterday, but as those wickets have tumbled, Aldridge is in to Buttleman, who just ducks out of the way of that one as it swishes past him to the wicket-keeper for no run.
I've had a tweet from Chris the Choir saying, Anthony, you should mention the marvellous Annie Chave and County Cricket Matters, which she edits, hoping she might be joining you on comms again. Always fun, factual and full of passion for the red ball game. Happy to do that.
Aldridge into Buttleman, It's just knocked down into the offside for no run as he just practices the shot again, feeling his way into this match.
Yeah, and he's not very well at the moment. She's recovering, though, I'm glad to say.
Yes, heard you talking yesterday about hoping to have her back on commentary soon.
Yeah.
Essex 391 for 7. Holdridge in from the Hayes close end to Buttleman, up on his toes. Takes a single as it's fielded in the offside. We've had...
That's the end of the over. So 8 runs off the 110th over Essex need for a 4th batting point. And if they don't get it, they ought to be kicking themselves.
Rose Cushy on 8, having hung around for 38 balls so far. Will Buttleman with the 3 off of that over from his 4
Don
ball
Topley's
space.
been busy on Twitter, but he's saying that he feels it's a dry and getting drier surface with possibly a bit of uneven bounce by day 4. Great toss to win. Well, can't disagree with that. We will see. It's Shoaib Bashir then, which is a brave move of Tom Abel to keep him on. I think I might have been inclined to bring Matt Henry back and try and restrict Essex to fewer than the 8 runs that they need. Bashir is in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside, and Abel is there to field at mid-wicket. So 8 runs in 5 balls now. It's Buttleman on strike. Essex wicketkeeper in the absence of Adam Rossington. Bashir's in and bowls, and oh goodness me, that's gone down for 4 byes. And well, it turned that delivery from Shoaib Bashir, but not good wicketkeeping from James Rew. He was done by the low bounce and a little bit of turn. So just 4 more Essex need now from 4 deliveries. Bashir bowls, tosses this one up, and that I think turns again, judging by the fact it just skewed off the inside edge of Buttleman's bat. 4 from 3.
Rather gifted that, weren't they?
Bashir is into Buttleman, who's turning this into the onside, and they shouldn't take a single there because Tom Abel is one of the best fielders in the country, if not the best. Very few are quicker across the ground than Captain Tom. So 4 runs in 2 balls. Is he going to open his shoulders and go for the big one? We will see. Bashir is in, bowls short, and there will be just the single as Sean Dixon comes trotting in. So 3 runs from the last ball of the 110th over, and the field spreads. Yeah, got, what have we got? We've got a deep wide third man. We've got deep extra cover. We've got long off. We've got deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, only 2 saving a 1, and play and a miss, and Essex have missed a 4th batting point, and that frankly is very poor cricket indeed from Essex this morning. They only needed 40 runs from 14 overs to pick up their 4th batting point, and they have failed to do so, and they finish the bonus point zone on 397 for 7, so 3 bonus points to Essex for batting and 2 bonus points for Somerset for bowling. And on this pitch and this fast outfield, and given the fact that they've had 2 centurions in their ranks, it's not good cricket, as I say, from Essex.
So we wait to see what will happen now, where we go from here, as Will Buttleman just marking out his crease again. Aldridge tossing the ball in the air to start his over from the Hayes close end into Will Buttleman, who clips that one into the leg side, and they will take a single as it's fielded off the boundary. Matt Henry out there doing his work away to our left-hand side. Will Bottoman moves to 5, and Essex were just looking to get a bit more aggressive, and we saw the wicket of Harmer, who was caught behind. Aldridge is into Cushy, who just comes forward, pushes that one back to the bowler for no run.
Cushy has 8 runs from 40 deliveries. Not showing a great deal of urgency. And Essex do need to move this game on. They need to give themselves as much time as possible if they want to bowl Somerset out twice.
In comes Aldridge to Cushy, up on his toes, dabs that one into the offside. They look for the second run. Back comes Cushy quickly, and he gets there as the ball is caught on the bounce by Rue, who was over the stumps, ready to see if there was a run-out opportunity. But Essex come back for the 2, and the applause you hear is because Essex have now reached the 400 runs.
Yeah. 3 balls too late.
So Essex at that 400 mark as Aldridge moves into Cushy, tries to flick that one off the pads, but it's missed through to the wicket-keeper for no run.
I do think Casey Aldridge is just trying to bowl a little bit quicker than he has been earlier on in the season, and as a result of that he's being a little bit erratic, bowling both sides of the wicket.
In comes Aldridge over the wicket to Cushy, who just pushes that one forward, and in comes mid-off to field for no run. Yeah, Feroz Cushy got his opportunity in first-class cricket back in the Bob Willis Trophy during that truncated season back in 2020. Made his 164 highest first-class score last season, but opportunities have been few and far between. As Aldridge is into Cushy, he flicks that one with the front hand for a single into the leg side. 401 for 7.
And what have we had? 111 overs, so 15 overs so far. What's the scoreboard say in terms of? Yeah, we'll get 16 overs in the first hour, because Shoaib Bashir will bowl the 16th of the morning, and still looking for his first class wicket. Cushy 11 from 44 deliveries, Buttleman 5 from 10. Essex in a strong position, but if I was Tom Westley, I'd be asking the batsman to move things along. Bashir's in and bowls. This is driven and will be fielded by Tom Lammonby. Another run to Cushy, moves on to 12.
bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you want to email us. Michael's been in touch. He says Cushy seems to have been affected by the Critchley run out.
Well, it was his fault. This is swept nicely, but Sean Dixon is waiting for it. So it's just a single. 403 for 7. But I think Critchley was complicit in it. He didn't turn down the 4th run, and it was Cushy's call. This is a forward defensive shot from Feroz Cushy out into the offside. Casey Aldridge. Josh Davey down at deep backward point, just doing a few loosening exercises. He hasn't had a bowl so far this morning. Bashir's, this is shorter and slightly quicker, but again it's just pushed into the offside, and Aldridge very quickly around to his left to deter the single. Lots of encouragement from Craig Overton and Captain Tom Abel. As Bashir bowls, this is slower and turned into the onside too. Tom Abel is varying his flight and his pace nicely. Bashir's a little bit of turn out there for him. Just the odd ball. but not much bounce. We haven't seen one really bounce and turn so far. The ones that have turned have kept rather low, as per the one that James Rue let through for 4 buys, which could have been costly, but weren't. As Bashir bowls, quicker one, and play and a miss, and that was so nearly Shoaib Bashir's first class wicket, but it eludes the outside edge of Feroz Kushi's bat, and that means at the end of that over, the 112th of the innings is 403 for 7, Kushi on 12, Buttleman on 6, and after some words from Victoria Polly, it will be Don Topley to take up the commentary.
Yes, so the 2 Essex youngsters out at the crease for Essex, Will Buttleman and Feroz Kushi, both come through the ranks at Essex to get their opportunity as part of the red ball side. Josh Davey was doing those loosening up stretches in the field moments ago, and that's because he will come on from the Hayes close end for Somerset. So Essex 403 for 7, Buttleman on 6, Kushi on 12. We've had an hour of the second day gone, and 3 wickets to have fallen for Essex. As in comes Davey to Buttleman, who just drags that one up to mid-on for no run. Critchley run out for 121. Ben Allison was bowled before that by Craig Overton, and Simon Harmer was caught behind. That was the last wicket to have fallen. He went for 17, and that was off the bowling of Casey Aldridge, as Don Topley is back with us.
Morning, Victoria.
Good morning. In comes Davey to Buttleman, drives, lovely shot into the offside, which is going to go all the way to the boundary in front of the pavilion, where the members on the benches will applaud.
Good shot that into the offside. Little bit of width, quite full, and he invested in it. 2 young batsmen at the crease, really, Buttleman and Kushi.
400 and what's that, 11, I think we're behind now, aren't we?
I didn't write down on my man-made scorecard. Harmery was
caught behind.
Caught off the Rue, bowling of Overton.
Aldridge for 17.
Don't know why.
Why have you got a makeshift scoreboard?
Because periodically I use a book. I don't use the old-fashioned scorecard. I make it up as I go along with relevant facts as well.
Davey into Buttleman, who looks to drive and then moves out the way at the last minute. Ball goes through to Rue for no run.
We had a good day yesterday because Essex didn't lose many wickets, so there wasn't too much on my information apart from I write the odd message and I write the odd, the run rate or indeed the partnership or something like that. So I try and remind myself, especially when we do, and sometimes you don't always get it right, when you do an update, and I try and bring something different into the update.
Davey into Buttleman, who drives again into the offside nicely. It won't go all the way to the boundary as the one before did. As the man comes in off the boundary to field for the single.
So 408 for 7. If we were doing an update now, I would probably major on the fact that Somerset have fought their way back into the game. Anthony should be pleased.
He should be. Wasn't he?
Well, you never know with Anthony.
He was very pleased to see that Somerset had managed to limit Essex in terms of getting that batting bonus point, as Davey is into Kushi, just comes on the front foot to push this one forward for no run. What do you make of that, Essex not getting there at 400 runs in the time needed?
I think it's bordering on between disappointment and carelessness, to be honest. That was quite important, that additional bonus point. Really was. You just hope when you look back at the end of the season that you don't miss out on a place, or second or first or third and fourth on 1 point.
Davey into Cushy, who drives that one back up towards the bowler, who stops it with his hand, and that is the end of the over. So we had a 4 and a single off of it. Essex 408 for 7.
The night watchman, Ben Allison, got cleaned out first up this morning. Okay, fine. Probably didn't get as far forward as he needed to be. Might have done a little bit, the ball. It might have. But then Critchley, the Centurion, who played so well, was so impressive yesterday afternoon, he gets run out for 100 and plenty, through just a magnificent bit of fielding down at the longest boundary here at Chelmsford, where Sean Dixon did a stunning bit of fielding, not only just clawing the ball back, but the throw, he got the wicket. And really, from that moment, Essex, had to put the brakes on, or Somerset put the brakes on Essex. It was a brilliant bit of fielding. Bashir to bowl from the river end, away from us, and this is lapped, indeed, by Buttleman. He's timed that. That's a bit like a T20 shot. He swept it, got down early, played the cross-bat shot, played it from a low position, and it's quickly run across the quick outfield here on the longest boundary to almost the picket gate, where we enter the arena from square of the wicket. Great shot there by Buttleman's. Essex have gone to 4-12. Cushy on 12, Buttleman on 15.
Yeah, nice from that, and again, good to see Will Buttleman taking sensible decisions. I think we were both impressed with what we saw from him when he featured for Essex in the tour match.
He did, and he's played in the last, is it 1 or 2 games in T20 because of the injury to Adam Rossington. We wish I think it's a finger injury.
Another finger injury, yes. Same with Michael Pepper.
And of course, those are both wicket keepers. Buttleman is the only fit wicket-keeper now on the staff, here at Chelmsford. And it's similar, going back a few years, where Bashir bowls, gives it a bit of air, just on off-stump, played into the offside, no run. When we had James Foster, who was an absolute legend as a wicket-keeper, one of the best ever. And then you had the likes of Ben Folkes and Adam Wheater. So Essex had 3 on the staff, and Essex have 3 on the staff just right now. Bashir bowls quicker. This is going into the offside, plays with an open face bat. It's going to run out all the way to deep backward point on the boundary. I'm not being naughty here, but I'm just thinking of the captaincy. I personally believe against the spin, the off spinner, Bashir has got a deep backward point on the boundary. I believe he should be up. I think that's a wasted position. You're allowing the right-handed batsman to get a single on the offside very easily. He should be up on the 1. It's a bad ball if he comes into play, and he's coming into play when it's gone for 4 as it's gone down to short third man. That's a bad ball because it had a bit of width, little bit short, and it was just delicately played behind square. So costly for Bashir there. 4 runs, it moves Essex onto 417. So I don't like that position, Victoria, because I think he's in a position there for a bad ball. He should be up on the 1, not deep backward point on the boundary. This time he bowls, it's driven with the spin out to mid-on, but mid-on is quite deep, so they take the single. He's in a position where he can't stop that single if both Essex men say yes.
They're moving Lammonby around, haven't they, between long on and mid-on, and deciding with each ball.
Quicker delivery as he looks to come down the wicket. See, that wouldn't have been a run, because backward point would have stopped that. They would have said wait. Instead, because deep backward point is on the boundary, they could take him on because cover can't stop that single square on the offside. So it's a bit cat and mouse, but I'm not a lover of putting fieldsmen into places that, are for bad balls. I know he's a young spinner, but yesterday he bowled nicely. He looks the part, and wish him well.
bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. David has been in touch on the email, says, enjoying the coverage as always. Do you think that Essex should declare now? It will give them plenty of time to bowl Somerset out twice. As David comes in to Buttleman, just dabs that one into the offside for no run.
David? Well, tell me, what's his... David Smith?
David Smith.
I've got to be honest, I'm not so sure. I don't agree with your optimism there. It's going to be damn hard work to bowl them out twice. Look, unless Essex do kick on, and that's important, 450, maybe 480, but if we don't get that score, we're just eating into time of this game. But I don't agree with declaring.
Davies' second ball, and that's been skied by Buttleman. There are two fielders going for it, and it will be caught.
Good catch.
It spent a long time hanging in the air. It wasn't caught properly
Lammonby,
by
the catcher.
Will Buttleman, and Tom Lammonby has caught Will Buttleman off the bowling of Josh Davey, and Essex are 419 for 8.
Good catch. He claimed it. He took responsibility, did Lammonby. He also had a very good Craig Overton around him, because Craig Overton saw it going up in the air, and he would have taken the harder catch, but he is a fantastic athletic fielder. I'm sure he would have, but Lammonby took responsibility, and that, well, finishes Buttleman's innings for Essex, 419 for 8. And going back to David Smith's question, should they declare no? Because for me, first innings runs, I'm sorry to be boring, first innings runs is most important. When Essex bat in their second innings, the third innings of the match, unless they bowl Somerset out very cheaply, listen, Somerset's still in this if they can bowl Essex out cheaply. And you never know in this great game of cricket. They fought hard this morning. They've claimed 4 wickets for the priceless sum of 59. And they're back into this game a little bit, back into the game on day 2. But Essex, I think, will bowl nicely, and Somerset will have to bat last on day 4, which I'm expecting this wicket to be a little more tricky on day 4. Somerset, you might find that they have to go and get 300 to win for a day or something like that, and it might be tricky. You never know. Somerset, if they bat well, I don't think they will on this surface, but they could go and get 500.
Sam Cooke is the new batter. Oh, that's edged, and Slip was diving. But it's gone to ground, and that was the first ball that Sam Cooke has faced.
Don't think it was a catch. I think it bounced just short of them. Parried. In fact, Essex missed out on a single because the non-striker, Coochie, was blinded by the 2 slips and the keeper to see where the ball had been parried to. But it was deep enough to get the single, but he couldn't see. He was blinded by the 2 slips.
Got a email to read from Mick as well in a moment, as Davey is in to Cook. He turns that one into the onside for no run. This was just before the wicket of Buttleman. Mick says, think it's a bit unfair to say that Wesley would want 2 young players to get a move on, especially as Sir Alistair Cook took 15 overs to get half a dozen runs.
Needed that bonus point, Victoria.
Essex 419 for 8. In comes Davey to Cook, third ball that
good shot.
The Essex bowler has faced. Turns that one into the onside for a single as a diving stop. Turns a round of applause, and Essex moved to 420 for 8.
I was being naughty then as you were reading that message out.
You weren't really listening to me.
I was actually just saying to Anthony, I'm just watching Josh Davey, and I mentioned this yesterday. I've seen some footage from other people putting it on social media, and he would normally follow through and come off the cut strip well down the wicket, over half of the length. Or have a look again where he breaks away.
Into Coochie.
I think he's coming off.
That's gone for a single.
The cut strip rather earlier than what he would normally, and that's what I would be looking if I was a coach talking to him. Does he follow through down the wicket, or is he breaking away quite quickly? That's my honest opinion. Could you just remind us on that? email.
I'll read the email to you again. It came in just before the wicket of Buttleman. It was from Mick. He said, I think it's a bit unfair to say that Wesley would want 2 young players to get a move on, especially as Sir Alistair Cook took 15 overs to get half a dozen runs.
Understand that, but that's how Sir Alistair plays, and you would back him. I think the gentleman who wrote in would probably agree that he would be happy for Sir Alistair to bat for his life. As Bashir bowls, this is driven down the ground. He's gone the aerial route straight back to the side screen at the river end. Good shot from Cushy. He's not going to allow the oppo to just bowl. He's going to take him on. So great shot from Cushy. 6 runs takes Essex to 4-2-7 for 8. Yeah, I can understand the concern, but young players are not daunted about being positive. That would be part of my defence to that email.
Talking of young players, Jim's been in touch on the email, says, I'm enjoying the coverage, it's keeping me sane whilst working, keep up the good work. I'm hoping that young Bashir will find a wicket in this innings. He's bowled a lot better than his figures suggest.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, that's a good shot that went for 6, and he's looked every part a proper off spinner. He doesn't look as if he's just a part-time offer. I like him, but I just hope and pray he gets opportunity in the further years at Somerset. This time it's played slightly bowled slower, played off the back foot, and Cushy will take a single into the deep mid-wicket area. Easy single for Cushy. What he's been so good at is he's varied his pace, he's varied his length. He's a thinking off spinner. And as I say, this is the first time I've seen him, and he looks every part an off-spinner. This is almost like an arm ball for me, but played by Cook with straight legs. He didn't really bend him into the shot. He played very upright as he drove into the offside, and there is no run. Cook, who's a decent number 10, this he plays and whips into the leg side with the spin, goes out to deep mid-wicket where there is just the 1 run. Sam Cook, he's got a couple of 50s. He is a dependable number 10, probably one of the better number 10s around on the circuit. Only Jamie Porter to follow as Cushy plays into the offside, and slight misfield but an easy single. Once again, the backward point, if he was up on the 1, which is against the spin of the off-spinner, if he was up on the 1, that wouldn't have been a 1. Do you get my drift?
Well,
I think that man on the boundary is wasted.
Sam Cook hadn't even looked for the fumble. He was just intent on making sure he'd made his ground and dived in.
His whites now look browns. This is driven in the air. This could be out, and it's caught by Lammonby as sadly that's the 9th wicket to fall for Essex, 430, but most importantly there's a heartily congratulations for the debutant, which is Shoaib Bashir, who collects his first wicket. It's not that of Sir Alistair Cook, it is Little Chef, as in Sam Cook. Probably subtle difference there, but nonetheless, he'll always be able to say, I got Essex's Cook out as my first ever. First class wicket. Well done to him, well bowled. He fully deserved that. Essex 430 for 9.
So Sam Cook goes for 2. Jamie Porter, the final man in for Essex. Henry's been in touch as well on the email, says, I just want to say thank you for providing the soundtrack for my dissertation, which was completed last week. I'm at the ground today enjoying the sun and the commentary. Well, Henry, good luck with the marks for the dissertation. Hopefully, if it's a good mark, we can take a bit of credit for that, can't we?
Do you remember your dissertation?
I do. My dissertation was, I had to make a documentary. It was all about practical, so thankfully I did not have to write as many words.
Am I right in saying it's something like 20,000 words?
It's a lot of words, yes.
Well, what was his name?
Henry.
Good luck, Henry. I'm glad you're enjoying the coverage and indeed the cricket. I'm interested, what was your dissertation about? And secondly, how many words did you have to write? Hope to hear from you. Enjoy the cricket. We're not too hot in here. I'm pleased to say. It was boiling yesterday, and my legs took a bit of a pounding with the direct sunlight on my legs in the afternoon, but we've got a hazy sunshine.
Well, yeah, I'm just hearing that there are thunderstorms around Malden Way, so we might have to look out for a bit of a change in the weather. It's still a lot of cloud cover around, but no sign of anything yet. But if you are listening somewhere in Essex and you've got some different weather to tell us about, then do let us know on the email.
The only silver lining is I won't have to water tonight.
Davey into Cushy, and he's swept that one away for 4 runs back past the bowler. Another lovely shot from Feroz Cushy, who is the man on 20, so on to 30 now for Essex.
Well, it's definitely a bit of a cameo from Feroz Cushy, looking good, playing a few shots. We're right at the death of Essex's innings. It's petered out a little bit from 360 for 4 to 434 for 9.
In comes Davey, and it's driven by Cushy. Man comes in from long off the field, just a single to the Essex batters, and Jamie Porter moves on to strike.
So we're going to potentially lose 3 overs or 10 minutes, I think, between innings after the next wicket that does fall. From Essex point of view, Victor, what's interesting actually is if Essex are bowling at 1:30 or 22, they're going to get 2 goes with the new ball either side of lunch in trying to achieve a couple of Somerset wickets.
Davey past the umpire to Jamie Porter, who drives his first ball up to mid-off for no run.
So another way of putting it, if you were Somerset, you're going to have to go and bat before lunch. You're not really going to settle in. It's their jobs, we know. But if Essex bowl, traditionally they bowl very straight. Porter and Cook, they're very straight, the bowl at the timbers. And if they can try and get a couple of edges or an LBW or one that bounces with a new ball, and then after lunch, Somerset have to negotiate the new ball again.
Davey into Porter, this time he drives to mid-on for no run.
But ultimately, Essex will be disappointed they didn't get through to get the additional batting bonus point, and probably would have liked 480 before they were all out.
The chatter of some school children who are enjoying a day out in the Felsted school stand. You can see their red school uniform just across the ground from us, watching a bit of county championship cricket as Davey is in to Porter, who just blocks that one away.
Davey at his pace, I think that ball just kept a little bit low to me. That was my initial reaction from that delivery. Porter's not bothered, because if he sees it keep low, Victoria's going to go, he'll rub his hands and say, may it keep low this afternoon. 2 slips are in. Davey, who's got 3 for 88 and he's in his 20th over, bowled well in patches.
And this is the final ball of his over, moves past the umpire to Porter, it's taken an edge into the offside. He's not going to take the run, just holds his hand up to Feroz Cushy at the non-striker's end. So Essex finished that over 435 for 9.
Will Bashir stay on? It's clear from the Essex's 2 men at the crease that Cushy's going to take the strike, and if Bashir bowls, he's probably going to attack him. He is going to bowl. He's given his cap to the umpire and he's gone as spinners do with his right hand, because he's right-handed, and he's gone to the crease to get a bit of dust so he can get some purchase on the ball. Tall man. I saw Anthony Gibson grilling him last night on his debut. The boy did well, and he was equal in height, if not a little taller, to Anthony. So he's a tall boy, tall young man, tall teenager. Lamberby just took the catch to give him his first wicket. He's right beneath us, just 5 metres in from the boundary at the river end. Bashir bowls. Little quicker, Cushy gives himself a bit of room, and he's played it, forced it onto the offside up to mid-off. All the Somerset lads are out on the boundary to give Cushy the one. He takes it, and Porter is now on strike.
got some more dissertation emails to get through in a second.
Ooh. Has he replied?
No, but Richard's got involved in the dissertation chat on the emails.
Right, after this ball then, Bashir waiting. And Porter having a look round. He's taken guard, back down. The number 11 is ready, Bashir. Into the leg side, taking a quick single as it's gone through the legs of the man under the lid. He comes out, he throws the lid, having been right next to the batsman as Kushi's facing. He goes out to man at 45, saving one. Lots of boundary men now out and about. Kushi facing Bashir, and he's gone down. It's gone high, wide, and handsome for 6. In fact, it's gone adjacent to us. It's gone over towards the scorer's hut, and that is a hefty blow. And unfortunately, that's gone for 6 against Bashir, who's now got 1 for 121, but he has bowled better than his figures suggest. The email.
The email from Richard, who says, "Hi Victoria, Don and Anthony. If you'll allow my intrusion, my dissertation a few years ago for my master's degree was on corruption in sport. Sadly, it featured quite a lot of examples from the cricketing world, eye-opening and rather clouded my love of the sporting world. Thanks for the commentaries. Excellent as ever. Come on, Essex," says Richard.
This time it's a little bit quicker. He's played it off the back foot. They're looking for 2. They do get 2 as he's placed it wide at extra cover, and only deep mid-off has to retrieve the ball, and they take 2 runs. You're chuckling.
Nigel's been in touch, says looks like there might be some rain coming in the lunch hour, and Henry has been back on the email, so after this ball I'll tell you what his dissertation was on.
As Bashir bowls, just driven straight at mid-wicket where Tom Abel stops the single. Bashir is bowling a dot ball, first dot ball of this over. Go on.
Well, I'm quite tempted to leave it for you and Anthony to debate when you're back on air together, because I think you'll both have some interesting views on it.
Obviously, we may differ. We may differ. Is that right? We may differ. Yes. Anthony did agree with me yesterday on one particular fact. I was quite chuffed. This is played into the leg side. Square leg has to field it all the way towards the boundary. He takes a single, and Kushi moves to 41. Score 446 for 9.
Yes, so I've got one more over with you, and then we'll bring Anthony back in, depending on how things go with Essex. 446 for 9. I'll tell you what the dissertation was on.
You are going to leave us. You're going to light the blue torch paper.
I'm going to be referee.
And run.
I think Henry's done well to produce this nicely, because it kind of sets up where you and Anthony left off when I moved on to commentary. But Henry says, in response to your question, my dissertation was about the viability of the 100 as a business concept, which I'm sure you will have some strong views on. Secondly, it was 10,000 words excluding references. So that's 10,000 words for Henry as Casey Aldridge returns to bowl from the Hayes close end. Feroz Kushi on strike for Essex, and he has slapped that one away, and it's another 6 for Feroz Kushi, who got hold of that one, and what we referred to as the Taco Bell stand earlier will retrieve that ball in the crowd as Essex reach 450 runs.
Other reputable restaurants are available.
That is right, but none of them are sponsoring that stand opposite us here at the county ground.
That's where, that way is where I might have my curry and return with my curry.
Yes, I agree with you on that one. So 6 off of the first ball of Aldridge's over. And Kushi hasn't got hold of that one, and it just trickles through to Rue, and Kushi wasn't sure where that one had ended up behind him. 452 for 9. Kushi is on at 47.
So Anthony will reply first.
You give him right of reply first.
He will. Very articulate, intelligent man.
But we're not going to give you 10,000 words each to come up with with your responses.
How disappointing.
In comes Aldridge to Kushi. He just reaches out for that one, and they will take a single. No, they've gone back for the second, as there was a fumble in the field. Yeah. Good running from the Essex pair, and Kushi moves to 49 and keeps the strike.
The umpire's just having a quick word with young Feroz Kushi, because I think he did run down the wicket and he told him to get off as he returned quickly for that second run when Tom Abel misfielded it.
In comes Aldridge to Kushi, who pulls that one away, and that will be his 50 as the ball is fielded in the deep. Feroz Kushi has reached 50 of 68 balls in his first county championship match of the season, and he takes the applause from around the county ground. Well
played. Another decent knock by the young man here. I've seen a lot of his cricket, a lot of his impressive cricket, and I think, you know, my opinion of him is becoming quite a difficult lad to bowl at, and you know, that's a real credit to say that, because bowlers are finding him a little challenging to bowl at. He's becoming a goodish player.
Phil moving in with Jamie Porter on strike. Essex 455 for 9. In comes Aldridge to Porter, takes a step back, drives that one straight, and it's going to be a quick one. There is a direct hit at the stumps, but Porter had made his ground. A risky single from Essex off the 5th ball of the over.
Yeah, a good bit of fielding, and but to be fair to Porter, we all went, oh, is it going to get in? He didn't have to dive because he's hit it quite straight, and he's hit it to the left-hand side of the right-handed fielder at mid-on. So I'm going to give, whilst I was worried, I'm going to give full credit for the great cricket awareness that Jamie Porter had in choosing to run that single.
So final ball of Casey Aldridge's over. Feroz Kushi back on strike. Essex 456 for 9. In comes Aldridge to Kushi, who's clipped that one into the onside. On the boundary, will there be a catch? Oh, the fielder has spilled it. Has he spilled it over the boundary?
No, it's inside. We don't know if it went for 6.
It went for 6.
He caught it and then realised he was falling out of the boundary, so he threw it back in. Obviously it wasn't caught. We think it's gone for 6.
It did.
But the 2 Essex batsmen have run off because they have declared on 462 for 9, and they've declared because, like I said earlier, they're going to have 2 goes at Somerset's opening batsman with a new ball. In 10 minutes they're going to be out here to have a little bowl, and then Somerset, they're going to have to play, not for lunch, they're just going to have to play, but the batsmen can't really settle because they can't carry on batting because there will be a lunch break, and then 40 minutes later Essex will be out there bowling with the new ball. So it is my guess that Essex will probably get 5 or 6 overs in before lunch, and then they'll have the same new ball after lunch. So I don't mind that as a good tactic. The only one thing I would say is they probably regret not getting that batting bonus point and probably getting themselves to 480.
So the figures then, if I go through the Essex batting, and then maybe Dom can pick up with the Somerset bowling. So Nick Brown, 33, caught Cola Cadmore bowled Davey. Cook was LBW off the bowling of Davey for 128. Tom Wesley, the captain, was caught by Rue, bowled by Craig Overton for 37. Paul Walter, 27, bowled by Casey Aldridge. This morning, Matt Critchley, the first man to go was the night watchman Ben Allison, who was bowled by Craig Overton for 4. Critchley was run out. Sean Dixon with the fielding for 121. Harmer caught behind by Rue with Aldridge bowling for 17. Sam Cook caught Lammonby the bowling of Bashir, his first class wicket. It's Cook going for 2, and then the not out batters, Jamie Porter not out 2, and Feroz Kushi not out 56. Essex declare on 462.
Thanks, Victoria. Matt Henry, 22 overs, 8 maidens, 0 for 76. Did a fantastic job opening the bowling and supporting his teammates with his bowling figures. Craig Overton, 22.5, 6 maidens, 2 for a miserly 54. So he's just gone just over 2s. He's bowled very well with Matt Henry in this campaign. Aldridge, 19.1 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 108. To be honest, a little expensive, but it was quite flat yesterday. Josh Davey, 20 overs, 3 for 88, so he's got 3 in the right column. Bowled well in patches. And Shoaib Bashir, 35 overs. He's going to have sore fingers, I'm sure, tomorrow. 6 maidens. He got his first-class wicket, that of not Alistair Cook, but Sam Cook, and he went for 124. I think he's bowled well to go at 3.5. There's a little bit of turn, a little bit of bounce for this fella, and I think he looked every bit the part of a county spinner. Good luck to him. So Henry and Overton were truly impressive yesterday and today. Well done to them. But Essex will be just slightly disappointed because they've got themselves, 102 runs for the loss of 5 wickets this morning. What do I expect? Well, I think Cook and indeed Porter will bowl quite nicely. They will bowl straight, especially as there's only 5 or 6 overs till lunch. And then it'll be down to Simon Harmer. And the lad, Shoaib Bashir, would be best advised to go and sit behind the arm somewhere and watch Simon Harmer this afternoon, because Harmer will bowl a lot of overs, and especially with a harder ball. That's my guess what will happen. Right, you're going to depart, aren't you? I am. Can I ask you just to read the last bit of that email out, which both Anthony and myself will discuss?
On Henry's dissertation?
No, what was it you wanted us to...
the viability of the 100 as a business concept.
Yeah, okay.
I will leave you with that thought.
Lovely. Victoria, thank you very much for your endeavours, and we'll welcome back Anthony Gibson, and I will certainly ask Anthony a very significant question, in fact, actually, before we start the commentary. Yeah, we will. We'll invite Anthony. Here you go, Victoria. Can I give you those? Because he's got his own cans, has Anthony. They're very smart. He's going to join us, and he should be quite pleased. He was quite damning of Essex with the batting bonus point, and I get that, and I was disappointed. But I think his beloved Somerset will be actually quite pleased, because they have fought nicely this morning, and you always expect these professional teams to fight. And I know sometimes on the Somerset Facebook page there's a lot of criticism, but I think, they lost an important toss yesterday. Essex batted quite nicely on a good surface, and to be fair, Somerset fought back. Anthony, your team have fought back this morning.
Yeah, they have, with a lot of help from Essex, it has to be said, who I think have shown, apart from Feroz Kushi, who turned from Mr. Hyde into Dr. Jekyll towards the end of that innings.
That's a good way of putting it.
I mean, because he was the one really who should have seen them home to a fourth batting point. But he, and then he went on the attack because they were setting up the declaration. But could have done it a little bit earlier. But Somerset have fought back well, and if they score the same number of runs in the second innings here as they did in the second innings here a year ago, last July, when they got over 600.
It can happen.
But that 600 took them the best part of 2 days, and they were
think
still batting on the
wicket.
Afternoon of the fourth day.
I think this is a slightly different wicket. I can see Somerset have opted for the light roller, rightly so. You don't want the heavy roller pounding down for 7 minutes, because that takes even more moisture out and potentially opens up a couple of cracks. You don't want that to happen.
But wickets, as we were saying yesterday, they just seem to last forever these days. Not just here and not just at Taunton, but almost everywhere. The days of a crumbling, dusty wicket on the fourth day have gone.
Never do here. They never do here.
Well, they used to. Back in 2007, when Danish Canaria was bowling leg breaks for Essex, and the pitches were absolute minefields, and the ball would turn square here. But and the occasional...
Our outgrounds, definitely, because the outgrounds do. But I haven't seen a crumbling wicket here at Chelmsford. I think I've seen one in about 30 odd years.
I don't think I've seen one anywhere in the last 5 or 6 years.
I think Outgrounds used to break up a bit.
Yeah, even
Essex
there. I mean, I've seen some tedious draws at Uxbridge.
Yeah, flat wicket.
Flat wickets there.
I'm looking at
Southport last season.
And Hampshire have played 3 spinners today.
Keaton Jennings got 300.
Yeah.
Never looked like getting out.
Yeah.
And that went into.
But going back with Essex history, we used to have Colchester, Southend.
Leighton was the headquarters.
Well, you're
of
going
Essex
back a
cricket.
long way, but if I go back to prior my time in the 80s, we used to play first outground was Ilford in June. July we used to go to Southend, and Colchester was in August, and they were attended by many people. The Colchester Cricket Week, 2-3 days or a 4-day and a Sunday league game would be played in front of decent crowds who used to become members of Essex for the 1 week at Colchester, and they used to they used to come down from Norfolk and Suffolk and Cambridgeshire to come and attend the County Cricket Festival. They were great days, vastly different era, I have to say. But we're going to see Porter. Interestingly for me, Porter is going to be bowling from the river end, our end. He's sporting, what do they call them, Alice bands? As he runs away from us. Up the slope, he's bowling to Lammonby, who comes forward. It was a ball of medium fast, nothing better. And indeed, it was a no ball, so he's going to have to bowl it again.
Tom Lammonby needs some runs. He's played every match for Somerset so far. 10 innings for 266 runs at just under 30 runs per innings. But and a best of 78 so far this season.
Porter away from us. Legitimate ball, outside off stump, shoulders, arms as Lammonby through to the keeper, no run. So we've got Lammonby and Sean Dixon.
Left hand, right hand combination.
I used to get wound up by that as a bowler, because you have to change your line each time they rotate the strike. You can lose your rhythm, and then they chip you through a leg side, which would have been a good ball to the other fella, but you have to get your disciplines right. Porter's in, bowls, and this time he shouts for an LBW, but I have to agree, no chance of an LB for me.
Yeah, interesting that Essex have posted Paul Walter at a short extra cover catching position for the off drive that Lammonby doesn't keep down, and it's a good fielding position.
Big span, isn't he?
Yeah.
Hey? It's like an albatross. He covers an enormous amount of distance with his span. Porter running away, passes the umpire. Milnes, this is in the air. This could be out. It'd be a good catch, and he is out as he gets to try and force the ball. A leading edge. It's probably best described as a soft dismissal from the opener. Ben Allison at cover takes the ball as it drops and droops over the Essex tall bowler. He takes it, snaffles it, and Somerset are 2 for 1.
Yeah, not a good start. Not a good start, and I think Somerset are going to have to review Tom Lammonby's position at the top of the order. He's looking to pull that ball through the onside, got a top edge, and a well-judged catch from Ben Allison.
You just a quick word then on the alternatives. Am I right in saying Bantam would be one?
Yeah, I'd like to see Tom Bantam given the opportunity at the top of the order, or you could turn Lewis Goldsworthy into an opening bat. I think he's got the technique for it. It would mean not having a left-hander opening the innings, but Lammonby he hasn't been in great form in the blast either. He's been struggling for runs. And he just isn't quite the player he was last season.
Well, wasn't
and even more so back in 2020 in Bob Willis, when he got 3 centuries.
I was going to say that. That's what I was going to say. I remember watching him get 100 in the final at Lord's, didn't he?
No, that was Eddie Byram.
Eddie Byram.
Yeah.
But I have seen Lammonby get runs. Well, it brings to the crease the skipper, Tom Abel. right-handed. So Essex have now got 2 right-handers at the crease. Porter is in. He bowls, and this is a fine forward defensive on the front foot, played by Abel, and there is no run.
And of course, Tom Abel started life as an opening batsman, and he's been having to come in the first half dozen overs anyway, so he might as well be opening the innings. But I think he's more comfortable at number 3. But this opening partnership has been a real problem for Somerset all through this season.
Well, these two are going to have to be prepared to play a lot of deliveries. These 2 Essex openers, bowl straight. This is played along the floor with an open face bat, but safely to third slip, and there is no run.
I don't think he intended to play that at all.
Was he trying to get
he was trying to get his bat out of the way, and it took the bottom edge.
Yes, he was sort of late.
So who we got in the slips then?
Right, Sir Alistair, Harmer, Buckets Harmer, don't drop many, at second, and at third I think that's Critchley.
Critchley under the sun hat.
Porter away, he bowls, and this is a nick, and he's been caught, I believe, by Buckets Harmer, who has taken that in front of his feet, off his bootlaces. He got his big hands just underneath it. Listen, if he played rugby, he would never knock on.
Well, he caught it at the second attempt. He got his hands underneath it and pushed it up, and then took it as he was rolling over. But dreadful start for Somerset.
2 down for 2 runs, and I think I just heard a Somerset fan in front of us who suggested here we go again. We'll have to wait and see. There's a lot of cricket to be played here, and I always say this, Anthony, and I'm boring. So people will say, oh, I'm boring for saying this. Remember Keith Fletcher's words. You don't, to win a championship game, you don't have to bowl a side out for 100 and 150. You only need to bowl the opposition out cheaply once in a 4-day game to win it. So we'll see. You never know. Somerset will come back fighting in the third innings of the game, but Essex have to get a further 8 wickets. Somerset are in a spot of trouble at 2 for 2, and we've still got quarter of an hour till lunch, and then they will break for lunch, and then have to face the new ball again. So this was a tactical declaration for Essex.
Yeah, that was a big wicket. Tom Abel has not been carrying the batting this season. That's more been James Rue, but he's a very, very important part of the Somerset batting lineup. And the whole team will have been deflated by that dismissal from just 3 deliveries. Here comes Cook in and bowls, and Dixon plays that warily back up the pitch. Essex as animated in the field as you would expect, having put 400 on the board themselves and picking up 2 wickets in the first over. Couldn't have gone much better for them.
Well, that bonus point, batting bonus point, might have been a good start.
Still, yeah, which could still come back to haunt Essex. Cook in and bowls, and this is played away through the onside by Sean Dixon for the first runs off the bat of this Somerset innings. That was pitched up on leg stump and nicely turned away past mid-wicket, where Paul Walter couldn't quite get down to do the fielding. He's got a long way to get down. And 4 runs, 6 for 2, Somerset.
Your mate, Mr. Kingdom.
Oh, he did. Oh, he did. Yes, he did. You're quite right. He did score.
I thought Lamby got 100 in the Bob Willis Trophy final back in COVID times.
That's right. Here's Cook in and bowls to Dixon. Takes him on the pad. I think there was a bit of bat involved as well.
Yes.
Might have been a bit high too. But good ball from Cook. Got up quite sharply.
Dan Kingdom has said Lammonby did score a century in the Bob Willis Trophy final in the second innings. Byram's was in the first, yes. I remember commentating with you, Anthony, for 2 days, day 1 and day 2. So I remember watching that game at home. Richard Dawson, do you know this gentleman?
Don't think so. Here comes Cook in and bowls. And Dixon defends.
He said Mr. Gibson is fired up this morning, sparring with toppers. Always makes interesting reading. We've got that question from Victoria to chat about.
Well, you know the answer to it, don't you?
Well,
the 100 has lost the ECB £9 million so far, so it's not a great business model yet.
No. Well, okay. No, I'm happy. I can reply to that if you'd let me.
Here comes Cook. In and bowls, and Dixon's taken on the pad, and I think he may have got outside off stump. It was a good shout.
That went along the floor, Anthony.
It did.
Oof.
I think he may have just got himself outside off stump. We haven't seen the replay.
Maybe if he's gone
yet
across, yes, definitely. But if it had given it out, we up here could have seen why.
No, I think it was just going down. Just going down. I think that's
close.
Explained. It was close. Nigel Long giving the batsman the benefit of the doubt. 6 for 2, Somerset. The 2 being Lammonby, who aimed a pull shot at a good length ball from Porter, got a leading edge, or top edge, was caught as Dixon comes forward with his bat and pad very, very close together, and Sam Cook reckons he almost got that past the inside edge of Dixon's bat, but Dixon survives. He's on 4, 6 for 2.
I'm going to say something controversial, first time I have done in 2 days. You've talked about how the hundreds cost us £9 million. Remember what the role of the 100 is, to try and enthuse, encourage.
Yeah, at the cost, as I said earlier, of disrupting the entire season.
That I do agree with and appreciate. But in terms of county cricket, how much does county cricket currently cost the ECB? It costs us the best part of 80 million, because every county, good or bad, get 4.5 million.
Yeah.
No other company or business gets that.
But this is the heart of English cricket.
Yep. Porter bowls, and this is played on the front foot sensibly by Bartlett. There is no run.
Despite having been confined to the extremities of the season, because they can't play county cricket in August, because August is given over to the 100, and it's ruined the 50 over cup as well, and it's forced the Ashes to be fought out within the space of just 42 days.
That's a controversial bit, the last one, because we know that there was agreement between Australia and South Africa for their one-day series well in advance of the Ashes. This is an LBW shout, but I can't give that. Probably outside the line.
He didn't play a shot, though.
No, he didn't, but very much far down the wicket, I would suggest.
He does wander down the pitch, does
I'm comfortable
George
with
Bartlett.
That as a not out. Very comfortable.
He's a nervous starter. He's another one who needs some runs.
And
he got 100 up at Lord's, 121 against Middlesex, but he's only averaging 33. And again, you've got Lewis Goldsworthy and Tom Banton waiting in the wings.
As Porter bowls, this is just slightly shorter, not quite as full, played sensibly by Bartlett into the leg side, no run. And the other side of the comment I made just a moment ago is we're seeing Middlesex nearly £1 million in debt this year. Gloucestershire were £500,000 in debt. Look, we just said each county gets 4.5. What do we do? 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, 8 million? Where does it stop?
Well, yes, I mean, the cost.
Where does it stop?
The cost will get greater as that's played away down to third man, because if you confine county cricket to the extremities of the season, attendances are going to suffer, particularly in the April matches when it's cold and damp and the wickets are pretty dead. The ECB just seems to, it's made a mess of the cricket season in the name of promoting its baby.
For me, we play too much.
Well, I don't know how you can say that.
Well, I think we play too many 4-day county championship matches, as this is played nicely off the legs, a little too straight from Porter, goes out to deep square leg where
we play too few. It should be that in a 9-county Division 1, every side should play the other side twice. Otherwise, you will get anomalies.
Which we used to have for years, for decades, for centuries.
So that 16 county championship matches would be the ideal, and then you need one
You're not going to
20 over white ball headlining white ball competition.
White
we don't
ball
need
event.
2.
Well, you're not going to believe this. It's actually raining at Chelmsford. Unbelievable. Whoever tweeted us or emailed us in was absolutely right about mould and raining, and now we've got a bit of rain here. The players have gone off. Somerset are 10 for 2. And we're in the third over. The 2 umpires have instructed the covers on. The head groundsman, Stuart Kerrison, is out there. The 2 umpires, David Milnes, Nigel Long, are walking towards us. They're changing beneath us. And it is literally about 4 minutes, 3 minutes to 1. And the players have gone off for what will be perceived as an early lunch. So a quick recap here on the scores as I quickly get it up. It's going to be, well, Essex carried on the batting this morning, 360 for 4 overnight, ended up declaring at 462. So they put on 102 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. Somerset really did fight back, both with the ball and in the field. But then in the sort of quarter of an hour, 20 minutes, Somerset have, well, they're 10 for 2. They're in a bit of trouble, but we will see what happens after lunch. It will be new ball bowling again from Porter and Cook, who will bowl very straight at Dixon, who is 4 not out. Bartlett on also 4 not out, 10 for 2 Somerset, and we will look forward to welcoming you all back in 40 minutes time. Was that only the third over from Essex's? Yeah, it was. Gosh.
That's played backwards square on the offside for 4, and it was short with a length, and as Henry has decided to go round the wicket to Cook now, and Cook immediately picks up another 4.
He comes from Surrey originally, as Aldridge is in a bowls, and this is tucked off his hip by Alistair Cook down to fine leg for 4 runs.
In he comes at the crease. Bowles driven into the offside. That's going to run away through the netting wickets all the way to cover for 4 more runs. Josh Davies around the wicket to Brown. Brown clips into the leg side. This is going to go to the long boundary at the executive boxes here at Chelmsford for 4, and that's a long retrieve for the Somerset fielders. Shall I read out?
As Bracey moves in and bowls, slightly overpitched and
giving it away.
Giving it away totally. I thought at first he'd hit it hard into the ground and then it had gone to the fielder. Davey to Wesley, and Wesley has picked up 4 runs to his favoured leg side now. Just sort of whipped it off his hip.
Henry, 2 slips waiting again, driven into the offside. This goes a little quick, more powerful, quicker to the cover boundary, and that is 4 runs to Cook. Cook, who moves on to 53, and that is 53, 97 balls.
At least. I'll just show Bashir in a ball shorter and pulled away, and that will go for 4 runs.
Craig Overton, Big Craig coming in, and he gets a nick with his first ball. It's a ball that Wesley's played at, and he got a feather edge through.
River Can behind us. Short of a length, chopped away square on the offside, and it's a long boundary there, but it still crossed it now. Well, they were the latter, but that's just cracked away square on the offside, and as he moves in now, right arm round the wicket, bowls, and that has been dispatched so quickly I couldn't follow the ball over mid-wicket. For every bowler gets clobbered. Like another one there, as 4 runs this time.
Here's Aldrich in there, bowls, and it's bowled. Well bowled Casey Aldridge, and that's the end of Paul Walter. Aldridge, he's in, bowls to Cook, who swings this down to fine leg for 4 runs. Moves on to 89, poor delivery from Casey Aldridge.
Davey moves in and bowls. And then he crafted, and I use the word deliberately, because he built a superb 60-odd runs.
Fielded at third man. No, it wasn't. He bowls. This is forced into the offside. That's going to be 1, 2. Will it go for 4, or did backward point get a hand on it? And it has just gone for 4. And as you can hear at the county ground Chelmsford, there is applause for Matt Critchley, who has scored his 50.
Still on 95 as Josh Davies bowls to him, and that's going to be, no, in fact that is gone for 4 runs, and that.
So Alistair Cook has nudged out down the leg side to the leg side boundary at fine leg, and 4 is signalled, and Sir Alistair Cook scores his 74th first-class century. The crowd rise. It's come off 210 deliveries.
Henry's in and bowls. This is turned away down to fine leg for 4 runs.
Just falling to the offside.
He's there now and bowls. He's driven away through the offside handsomely by Matt Critchley for 4 runs to take Critchley on to 99, which means that I will hand over to Don Topley.
Davies in. This is driven back past the bowler. He runs for a quick single. He dives, gets in. It's a good piece of fielding, but it was a good shot and a calculated single. He dives in, gets up, takes bat and helmet aloft to celebrate a century. Well played, Matt Critchley.
The sun has gone behind a cloud. Oh, Peel for LBW and out. And that is the end of Sir Alistair Cook. A ball that didn't bounce perhaps as much as he was expecting. He played forward at it and it did just enough.
So Jamie Porter has one ball left of his over to bowl because of that premature finish to go off because of the rain shower that arrived. We've had a warning about thunderstorms, but it was just a short, sharp shower. The covers came on. The players took an early lunch, but we are back ready to get underway. Shall I start off with the final ball?
You finish off Jamie Porter.
Jamie Porter's over. In he comes, and that's clipped away. No! It's a wicket with the last ball of Jamie Porter's over, but the first ball after lunch. Bartlett has been given out LBW by the umpire. It was bowled full into his legs, and he has gone, and Somerset are 10 for 3.
Oh dear. What can I say? I mean, George Bartlett looking to swing a straight ball through mid-wicket. Didn't surprise me at all, I have to say, when David Mills's finger went up. And, well, going from bad to worse, 10 for 3, the worst possible start to the afternoon. It's the third wicket for Jamie Porter in, what, 2 overs? 2 overs he's bowled, 3 overs have gone in total, and Somerset have lost 3 wickets, 2 in the first and now 1 in the third.
Essex declared on 462 for 9, and they've taken early wickets in the Somerset innings.
Oh, George Bartlett. But we could have some excitement now. Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He's not going to back down. I know what he's going to do. He's going to counter-attack. He's going to channel the spirit of Bazball. And he's going to go out there and enjoy himself, open his shoulders. Play every ball on its merits, but play every ball aggressively, looking for scoring opportunities with every ball that he receives. But in the meantime, it is Sean Dixon who's going to be on the receiving end of another over from Sam Cook. Dixon is not having a great season for Somerset. His first season, he is second to bottom in the batting averages with 141 runs from 7 innings. He's playing this nicely though, up to Feroz Kushi at mid-off, and there's no run. Sean Dixon, yeah, he has had 7 innings, 141 runs, highest score of 19, averaging 7.85. Not the sort of figures that you're looking for from an opening batsman who was recruited during the winter from Durham to add some solidity to the Somerset top order, which I'm afraid it rather badly needs. Here's Cook. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and leg stump just turned into the onside, and there won't be a run. It's Nick Brown there at mid-wicket, Feroz Kushi at mid-off, Tom Wesley, the skipper, at mid-on, 3 slips, Alistair Cook, Simon Harmer and Matt Critchley. Paul Walter at a straight square leg. Cook is in and bowls, and this is played to Paul Walter by Sean Dixon, but along the ground. Essex have obviously done their homework on these Somerset batsmen and assessed their strengths and weaknesses.
Really, that sun making its way around the county ground now. Can
It's
feel
hot, isn't it?
very hot. Might have to borrow Don Topley's hat for the equipment.
Oh, no, you're not. Here comes Sam Cook in and bowls, and this is driven and away through the offside. Not sure it'll go all the way to the boundary. Kushi is in hot pursuit, hot being the operative word. Puts in the slide, and I'm not sure whether he kept that in or not. He himself slides over the boundary rope, and they should have come back for 3, and I think they have. They have indeed. So 3 runs, 13 for 3. Good piece of work by Feroz Kushi.
Yeah, nice bit of fielding, like you say, right on the boundary. He ended up over it with the advertising hoardings, but he had support from Ben Allison back inside to get that ball in for Essex.
Ben Allison, the fielder I hadn't mentioned, he is at cover point and mid-off, the only, obviously the 3 slips are the offside fielders. It's Cook to Kohler Cadmore, down the pitch driving, and it's well cut off by Wesley from mid-on, sends in a rather wild return, which is well collected by Will Battleman. Had a nice chat at lunchtime, bumped into a chap called Michael Barnes, who's down here, Somerset supporter, lives in Cambridge and does the match day announcing at Cambridge United.
Ah, I see. And are the Somerset fans congregated together somewhere?
I'm not sure where they are today. We'll hear them later. Cook is in and bowls, and Kohler Cadmore plays a checked drive to the offside, where it's fielded by Ben Allison. End of the 4th over of the innings, and no wicket fell in that over, which makes a welcome change. 13 for 3.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us on the emails. We've had some good discussion already on day 2 of this county championship match. Feels like calm has been restored, having had the T20 fixtures hurtling towards us, and feel like we can pause for breath.
Not for long, though.
Well, until Friday.
And I'm going. Well, I guess we got Surrey at home on Friday, and then I'm back here next Monday for my sins.
So we can take the breather. The players, in the meantime, though, out on the pitch. Jamie Porter is in, and that's just defended back down the pitch. Somerset 13 for 3.
I swear it's hotter than ever since that little shower went through. Absolutely baking hot here.
Lulled us into a false sense of security.
And I've got the better position as well, because I can sort of hide away in a corner and don't get the full glare of the sun, which poor Victoria has.
Yeah, I think I need
to cope with.
Fetch the factor 50 at a convenient moment as Porter is in to Dixon, and that's just pushed into the offside for no run. Some of the players still got their long sleeves on though, out in the field, prepared for all weathers. It's just Sam Cook has got his floppy sun hat on. I'm not sure if there's a couple of them. I think there's 2 out there in the Essex field.
Yeah, there's Sam Cook, yes, down at Long Leg. Yep.
Jamie Porter, sporting headband, is in to Dixon, and again he's just forward, pushing that one into the offside. Throws Kushi fields and gets it back in quickly. No run to the visitors.
Interesting, the contrast between the 2 slip formations. Somerset is sort of in echelon, with second slip quite well advanced from first slip and not much of a gap between them, whereas Essex are more or less in line and quite wide gaps between them, more between first and second than there is between second and third.
In comes Porter to Dixon. He's just up on his toes and he has to flush that one away to the third man boundary. He gets 4 runs.
Played that well, did Sean Dixon, because it bounced on him from Jamie Porter and he just got on top of the bounce and off the face of the bat down to third man.
17 for 3 for Somerset. Sean Dixon moves on to 11. See the school children were out on the outfield at lunchtime enjoying a game of quick cricket. They're now settled back in the Felsted school stand.
Good to see. Watching
the action as Porter is into Dixon. Again, just shows that one the full face of the bat. Drops into the offside for no run.
Good to see, something we don't see at Taunton often enough. Always seems to be some excuse for not allowing the public onto the playing area in the intervals, but especially for kids, it's all part of a day out of the cricket. The opportunity to go out and get your bat and ball out and have a friendly game with father or mother or brothers or sister.
Absolutely. I think there was some healthy competition going on, maybe against different class years, as Porter is into Dixon again, who's just played that one up to mid-on. Tom Wesley, the captain, fetches the ball, and that is the end of Jamie Porter's over. Somerset are 17 for 3.
Yeah, it was a good over from Jamie Porter and well played by Sean Dixon, who took the opportunity just to run that ball down to third man for a 4, and otherwise was defending in a very technically competent way with his bat and pad close together, just coming half forward. But I suppose the ideal combination between these two would be Sean Dixon to keep one end shut up and Tom Kohler-Cadmore to go for his shots at the other. Sam Cook then is there and bowls to Kohler-Cadmore, who takes a pace down the pitch and just pushes that through the offside. Allison is after it, and they will come back for a third on the throw, which is a good one, but it was quite high. And the score moves on to 20, unlike the throw from Sean Dixon.
Yes, it was deceptive, that one, I thought, because that was running. It didn't look to be running away as quickly as it was, but it took Ben Allison a while to catch up with it.
But Sean Dixon's throw, from even further away than that one, came in like an arrow, with Matt Critchley and Feroz Kushi looking for a 4th run.
Took everyone by surprise.
It's Cook in bowls, and this again is run down off an open face by Sean Dixon. I think that Ben Allison is after it and pulls it back in, and they've come back for 3 runs again. I can tell that he's pulled it back in, not because I can see him, because he's down below the Tom Pearce stand to our right. But hear from the applause of the crowd that he did well, just to pull that in a yard or 2 short of the boundary. 23 for 3. Sean Dixon on to 14. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is on strike. Sam Cook, who's got a good record against Somerset, he's in and bowls, and Kohler-Cadmore drives and misses, and it misses the outside edge. Fortunately, that's the way he plays.
Starting to see the best of Sam Cook now this season. He had a bit of a muscle injury early on at the start of the county championship and had to miss a game, but he's, well, I say, finding his stride. He's already taken 21 wickets so far this campaign.
Here he comes again to Kohler-Cadmore. Oh, it's taken on the pad. Oh, a terrific appeal, and it wouldn't have surprised me if that had been given out, but Nigel Long keeps his hands clasped together in front of his waist, mercifully for Somerset followers.
Try and watch that one back on the live stream.
Here maybe just going down. Good shout. Maybe just a little bit high.
Yeah, it looks quite high.
But he certainly beat the bat. No doubt about that at all.
Good pressure from Sam Cook.
Here he comes again. He's there, bowls, and is punched through the gap between the bowler and mid-off for 4 runs. Not a full-powered off-drive from Tom Kohler-Cadmore, but he timed it beautifully. And he moves on to 7, and the score on to 27 for 3.
Good reaction from him to have had that play and a miss, and then the LBW appeal to then just time that well to get that one away for 4 runs. Disappointing for Sam Cook because he was building some good pressure.
Sam Cook, who's played 5 times before this against Somerset, he's in and bowls to Kohler-Cadmore, who's down the pitch turning this away down to deep backward square leg. Just be the single, and that's the end of the over. 28 for 3. Yeah, Sam Cook, he's played 5 games against Somerset before this and taken 17 wickets at 20.6. So he, rather like Sir Alistair Cook, enjoys playing against Somerset.
Somerset 28 for 3. You're listening to Victoria Polly and Anthony Gibson doing commentary for BBC Essex and Somerset. Don Topley alongside us as well. I think we haven't really had a chance to get into his cricketer article, have we? There'll be more of that to come, I'm sure, later on this afternoon. There's been too much action on the pitch, with Essex declaring on 462 for 9. And in reply, 3 early wickets from Jamie Porter, with Somerset 28 for 3. Porter will continue from the River End. And it will be
We've had 9 wickets so far today.
It's been a busy day.
Only 4 in the whole of yesterday.
Kohler Cadmore is on strike. And Porter is in from the river end to Kohler Cadmore, just on the back foot. And that's gone all the way to the boundary, just nonchalant. No chance for the fielder to chase that one. He'll just jog and fetch that from beyond the rope. But lovely timed shot there from Kohler Cadmore.
Interesting that Will Buttleman has come up to the stumps, because Kohler Cadmore does like to use his feet, even to the quicker bowlers. This will keep him rooted to his crease.
He's on 12. Somerset are 32 for 3. In comes Jamie Porter to Kohler Cadmore, and that's one's driven straight back down the pitch to Jamie Porter. Talked about Sam Cook and how he'd struggled at the start of this season with a bit of injury. It's been Jamie Porter in more recent years who's not been fit. He's had niggles and frustration with injury, but having spoken to him after his winter in Australia on BBC Essex, he said he's feeling fitter than ever this season. You're certainly seeing it in his bowling as he is into Kohler Cadmore. Again, just drops into the offside for no run. Yeah,
his great season was 2018, wasn't it, when he was one of the Wisden Cricketers of the Year, which is quite a distinction for a cricketer who's, basically a workman, a bit of a workhorse in county cricket, but he did have that glorious season in 2018.
He played a massive part in the county championship win alongside Simon Harmer the season before. That's driven back to Porter by Kohler Cadmore for no run. Remains 32 for 3. Tom Wesley, the captain, talked about how he might have been feeling with his side's performance with the bat this morning and whether they should have got that other bonus point as Porter is into Kohler Cadmore, just uses the wrist to flick that one into the offside. They take the quick single and they are home safe as Kushi brings the ball in for Essex.
Good batting. Just checked his shot and saw the opportunity to steal a single and rotate the strike, which is exactly what Somerset need to do. They need to get through. How many overs have we had? We've only had 6 overs, so Somerset going along at a good rate of progress, but they need to take the shine off the new ball.
Porter in over the wicket to Dixon. He just dabs that one coming forward. No run off the final ball of the over. It remains Somerset 33 for 3.
And Somerset have got a fair bit of batting to come. James Rue, who was before the start of this round of county championship matches the second highest scorer in the first division after Tom Wesley at 10 runs fewer, and then not sure quite which order, but Casey Aldridge, Craig Overton, Josh Davey, Matt Henry and Shoaib Bashir. No Lewis Gregory in this match for Somerset. He would normally come in at number 7 as Cook is in and bowls to Kohler Cadmore, and Buttleman standing back for Sam Cook in deference to his extra pace. Not that he's that quick. Sam Cook is bowling, I suppose, low 80s, something like that. High 70s, low 80s. Concentrating on getting the ball in those famous right areas and hoping either for a batsman error or for a little bit of help from the pitch. He's in down the slope from the Hayes close end. He's there in bowls, and Kohler Cadmore again is well down the pitch as he plays a defensive shot to Critchley, who's fielding at short extra cover, the slip cordon having been thinned. It's not Critchley. Who's that under the sun hat at short extra cover?
I think it is.
It is
Critchley. He had the sun hat.
Oh, it is. Yes, yeah. It is. Yeah. It's Alistair Cook just going across to have a word with the fielder at short mid-wicket, and Kola Cadmore comes down the pitch and gets a bouncer for his pains. Good piece of bowling by Sam Cook, who saw TKC advancing on him and thought, well, take a swipe at this, mate. The cut and thrust of county cricket, the heart of the English game. As Cook is in and bowls, and Kola Cadmore again coming down the pitch to play the defensive shot. And of course it's the counties, the 18 counties who bring on all of the cricketers, nurture them through their academies, do a wonderful job in bringing on new generations of English cricketers.
Yeah, it's so nice to see, particularly for Essex in this match, to have the likes of Allison, Cushy, Buttleman. Something
that the franchises certainly do not do. As Cook is in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. Where would English cricket be without the counties? 33 for 3.
And it all starts at school and club level.
It does, but someone like James Rue, for example, has been in the Somerset age group side since the age of 10. It's Cook in and bowls, and Kola Cadmore plays this away, and I think that is, well, Allison will have hopes of pulling it in.
It's gone.
But he doesn't. It's 4 runs, 37 for 3. 4 more to Kola Cadmore, who moves on to 17. We've had 8 overs.
Well, you say that about James Rue. I've trotted out this anecdote before, but Ben Allison, back when I used to score for the North Essex under-11s during my teenage years for a little bit of pocket money, Ben Allison was playing back then, and quite a few of the Essex, well, some of the youngsters within the squad at the moment, the likes of Josh Rhyme also were similar, and I know Don will tell you the same for the likes of Reese and Ben Folkes as well.
Yeah, Ben Folkes dropped a catch yesterday. Dropped Jordan Cox when Cox had about 30 and went on to score a match-changing 100.
In comes Porter from the River End. That's left by Dixon through to Buttleman.
Surrey have been in trouble again today.
Very unlike Ben Folkes. Of course, we've got the start of the Ashes on Friday. It feels like it's crept up on me.
Well, it'll be over pretty quickly. So enjoy it while it lasts. Surrey 61 for 7.
Porter into Dixon, who again just moves the bat out of the way. It's through to Buttleman for no run. Jamie Porter was slightly later into the Essex setup. We talked about some of the players from both sides who have been through the age groups, but Porter was helped by Middlesex and found his way into the Essex ranks as he moves past the umpire to Dixon. It's just played straight back down the pitch. No run.
Yeah, sure. Bashir, who I spoke to close of play yesterday, he came up through the Surrey age groups and then had a spell at Middlesex and finished up at Berkshire, where he took a lot of wickets and seriously impressed the Somerset coach who was watching him.
Somerset 37 for 3. Jamie Porter from the River End into Dixon, again just on the back foot defending. 4 dot balls so far in this Jamie Porter over.
Yes, good accurate stuff.
Sunshine beating down now on Chelmsford. Lots of sun hats around in the crowd in front of us and away to our right hand side in the Tom Pearce upper stand. People sheltering themselves from the heat as Porter is in to Dixon this time. He is going to steal a single as he knocks that one into the offside, and it's picked up by Ben Allison.
You've got to be a hardy soul to sit out in the full sunshine here, even if you have got a sun hat. It is very, very hot. Somerset will want to keep Essex out in the heat for as long as they possibly can. Partnership's absolutely vital.
The 3 wickets to have fallen so far in this Somerset innings have been to the man bowling, Jamie Porter. And it's Kohler Cadmore on strike as Porter is in, and that's just up in the air. It drops wide of Buttleman behind the stumps. And a warning sign from Jamie Porter. Somerset 38 for 3.
Yeah, good ball. That ball, just that little bit of extra bounce there from Jamie Porter took Tom Kohler Cadmore by surprise, and fortunately the ball took bat handle or glove or something like that, or top shoulder of the bat, landed well short off the slips. So we're going to have a, no, we're not going to have a bowling change. It's going to be Sam Cook to bowl another over. 3 slips are going in for the less aggressive of the 2 batsmen, Sean Dixon, who's on 15. He only needs another 5 runs to eclipse his previous best for Somerset. Cook is in and bowls to him, and he's up on his toes defending from the crease. Nice high left elbow in the accepted fashion. And there's no run.
Going to look and see if we'd had any more emails on bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, but the sun is right on my screen.
Ian Shepherd, always look on the bright side of life, podcast says, with that single, Sean Dixon's county championship average is now in double figures. And this is played to Paul Walter at forward square leg position. He's not close in, but he's 5 yards to the left, 6 yards possibly to the left of the square leg umpire, and he's basically in a catching position there, as is Nick Brown, who's at shortish mid-wicket for the shot that Sean Dixon plays into the onside and doesn't keep down. Cook bowls, and Dixon plays a textbook forward defensive shot to that one. Has the reputation of being a very solid batsman, Sean Dixon, formerly with Kent, and then after that with Durham, born in South Africa. Has survived a couple of very close LBW shouts. Cook's in and bowls, and he thinks about playing at that and wisely decides against it. Didn't miss the off stump by very much, judging by the reaction of wicketkeeper and slips. But as we often say, there's only 2 sorts of leaves, and that was a good one. Yes, he has a UK passport.
Yes. Is it mother
Sean
or
Dixon?
grandmother?
Mother. His mother is from Kent, hence him joining Kent in 2015. Where he got a double century for Kent, and as Don Topley no doubt remembers, in I think it was 2016, he scored the little matter of 318 against Essex. Every run of which I'm sure Don Topley absolutely relished. That's defensive shot. 38 for 3, Somerset battling away after those early shocks. Lamb and being able both going without scoring. Did Bartlett get a run? I can't remember. If he did, he got 4. He's cooking and bowls, and that doesn't miss the off stump by very much either. You probably heard the expostulation from Sam Cook as that ball flew past Sean Dixon's off stump, but no harm done. It's the end of the 9th over. 38 for 3, Somerset 15 to Dixon, 17 to Kohler Cadmore.
Shane's been in touch on the emails saying about the 100 and why couldn't the money have been spent on improving the T20 blast. And John has also been in touch when you were talking about outgrounds. He says, happy pensioner here watching Essex in my garden in North Wales, the North Wales sunshine, and your discussion of Essex cricket grounds has brought back youthful memories of watching Essex play at Chalkwell and South Church Parks. I recall falling into the pond at South Church Park on my way to school in the winter and seeing the school secretary to explain my demise. No idea where the years have gone. Great commentary, says John. It's Jamie Porter to continue from the river end, and he bowls into Dixon. It's up in the air. It's a half-hearted appeal from the slips as to whether that was a catch, but it was hit into the ground and up into the hands of Will Buttleman. Yes, he used to always enjoy the festival in Colchester. I'm pretty sure I saw Essex Somerset there at least once. So in comes Porter to Cola Cadmore. And he's clipped that one into the leg side. There were shouts of catch. It bounced before it got to the fielder, who stopped it racing away to the boundary. Paul Walter is the man who's just helped back up to his feet by Nick Brown.
It's interesting that the tallest member of the Essex side has been placed at that mid-wicket catching position, which basically it is for the shot that Cola Cadmore looks to chip over the top of mid-wicket.
He stretched himself out to stop that ball going anywhere else as Porter is in to Cola Cadmore's clip round the corner, and they'll take the single. And Sean Dixon's just had his helmet off at the last couple of balls at the non-striker's end, so we'll just have to readjust.
Must be murderously hot under those helmets, mustn't it? In this baking heat.
Somerset 39-for-3. Oh, Don Topley's on the phone behind us. As Jamie Porter moves in to Dixon, and that's just defended into the onside for no run. Nice breeze coming across the commentary box now. I'm not sure how much of a breeze there is out on the pitch for the players.
Just as well. The equipment's getting a bit hot as well. Various devices. They don't much like it, laptops getting too hot.
No, sun is glaring off the screen and the scoreboard as well as Porter is in to Dixon.
Inside edge, I think.
Noise before the pads, and the umpire was unmoved as Porter went up with the appeal. One LBW to his name already this morning, well, this afternoon. That was George Bartlett who went for 4. That was the first ball after the lunch break.
Pitched it right up and invited Sean Dixon to go for the shot. Clip away through the onside, and fortunately for Dixon, he just got a feather of bat to it.
Small aircraft just making its way above us as Porter is into Dixon. This time he's forward, knocks that one into the offside for a single. And that is the end of Jamie Porter's over at Somerset 40-for-3.
And I'll just do this one over and then hand over to Don Topley and go and see if I can find myself somewhere to have a cold shower. It's absolutely baking. Yeah, it's not so bad in the back of the box, but in the commentary positions we're right by the windows, which is lovely, and it's it's a good commentary position. Okay, we're not right behind the bowler's arm, but we're not far from the field of play, and got a very good view. Just the area away to our left of the outfield, which is a little bit out of our sight, and also the area down below the Tom Pearce stand. At third man with the bowling from the Hayes Close end to a right-handed batsman, which is the situation as we have it, as Cook is in and bowls to Sean Dixon, who initially shaped to play an aggressive shot at that and then just checked himself and played a defensive shot up to Essex captain Tom Wesley at mid-on, who's giving the ball a jolly good polish. Just the 2 saving 1 on the offside, 3 slips. Mid-on, 2 catching short mid-wickets. As Cook is in and bowls, and this is pulled away by Sean Dixon. He didn't get all of that, and it will only bring him 2 runs as it's retrieved from the outfield in front of the Felsted school stand away to our left. Sounded as if it came off the splice a bit.
Yeah, Aaron Beard out there fielding, so he must be on for somebody.
And the Somerset flag is just being hoisted up the flagpole. Polly Rhodes's flag. She made it herself during the winter. In fact, she made 2. One for home matches and one for away matches. Cook is in and bowls outside the off stump. And magnificent flags they are too. I reckon they are the biggest flags on the county cricket circuit. Magnificent. The maroon and black and white with the Somerset Dragons central stage. Yes, it has taken a day and a half for it to go up the flagpole. Better late than never. And it's not flying at half mast either, not just yet anyway. 42 for 3. Dixon on 18, both batsmen on 18, and Dixon is looking for a single but it's not there, as Allison will do the fielding at extra cover.
Just looking around, I think it might be Matt Critchley who isn't on the pitch for Essex because Paul Walter has moved into the slip position.
Perhaps they're going to have sort of rotating exits from the field, temporary exits, so that the fielders can go in and have a cold shower and a rub down. Cook to Dixon, again shapes to play an aggressive shot but checks himself, it's picked up by the bowler. So we look for Cook's bowling figures. Number 24 in, this is the last ball of his 6th over. Jamie Porter 3 for 18 in his 6 overs. But I wouldn't have said that Porter's bowling has been that much better than Sam Cook.
No.
Sam Cook has bowled pretty well from that top end. He's in now to Dixon, and Dixon thinks about a single, but Allison very quickly round to his left, and they decide wisely, I think, against it. It's the end of the over. 12 overs have been bowled, 42 for 3, 18 to each of the Somerset batsmen.
Thank you very much, Anthony. He'll be back with us later here on BBC Essex and BBC Somerset. Don Topley will join us. So Somerset are 42 for 3. Sean Dixon and Tom Kohler-Cadmore digging in, both on 18. Simon Harmer is going to come on to bowl for Essex, the South African spinner. The 3 wickets to fall in the Somerset innings. Tom Lammonby was caught by Ben Allison off the bowling of Jamie Porter. Tom Abel was caught by the man about to come on to bowl, Simon Harmer, off the bowling of Porter. And George Bartlett was LBW to Jamie Porter as well. Abel scoring 2, Bartlett scoring 4. So Simon Harmer will bowl from the river end as Essex look to break the partnership of these 2 Somerset batters. Just adjusting the field, having a final word and practice with his captain Tom Wesley as Don Topley joins us back on commentary.
Good afternoon, Victoria.
Good afternoon.
Harmer moving away from us in his bowling to Kohler-Cadmore, and it's popped out onto the leg side with the spin. There is no chance of a dismissal. How do you think we've bowled since lunch?
Well, Anthony and I were just talking about the fact that Jamie Porter got the reward for the first ball, but Sam Cook's bowled perhaps just as well.
Yeah, definitely. It was an interesting, we did have an email reference the ends their bowling. Normally Porter would bowl from the Hayes Close, Cook would bowl from the River End, and they've certainly changed it today in this particular contest. Don't know if Cook has been given the choice of ends, but Harmer is in, bowls, lapped, and it's gone for 4 as it sped across the long leg side boundary up to the executive box. There's the only man back is sort of deep square leg, maybe not backward but in front of, and this has gone very much behind. So I'm going to suggest that that was a very good shot by Kohler Cadmore, I think it was. Strong man, Kohler Cadmore, formerly of Yorkshire. Facing Harmer. Oh, that's a poor ball that's turned from probably pitching on the stumps to going down the leg side. That would be a one-day wide in white ball cricket, but it wasn't a very good ball. First over for Harmer, on his way in with a slip and a bat pad. This time it's played nicely. May have been a little bit of an arm ball, maybe. Watch carefully, a little bit quicker. I'd imagine Shoaib Bashir is taking the opportunity to sit behind the arm or watch on television or certainly study Harmer bowls. This is lapped again. This is going to go for 4 again, as the man on 45 saving the 1 can't stop it, and Harmer looks a bit dispirited with the 2 laps. Kohler Cadmore bowl has played 2 good shots, but as an off spinner goes, Simon Harmer will not be unhappy with Kohler Cadmore bowling or playing the sweep shot. What you'll find is that Harmer might bowl a bit fuller. If he's going to play that shot, he's happy as a bowler to see the sweep played, but he will try to bowl a little fuller, trying to get him LBW or in fact bowled. Watch for that for the next over when he bowls to Kohler Cadmore.
Yeah, I think certainly this season in the County Championship we've seen batters take on Simon Harmer more, not afraid to attack him. Now they know what he's about, but it doesn't mean that he hasn't been able to take wickets. Jamie Porter has swapped ends, so he will replace Sam Cook at the Hayes Close end.
So we were talking about that. He's returned to his what he perceives as his favoured end.
And then he comes past the umpire to Dixon. That's just played away into the offside for no run. We were discussing the younger members of both the Essex and Somerset squads and coming up through the ranks and the age groups. Ben Allison, who was fielding there at backward point, is one of those.
You were talking about North Essex, weren't you?
I was, my scoring days.
Yes.
In comes Porter to Dixon, tries to turn that one round the corner, flicked off the pad through to the wicketkeeper for no run.
Going back to your roots like that, I remember taking, or certainly witnessing Ben Folkes, behind the stumps and Rhys Topley bowling at him in the days at Homewood House and Kelvedon and Fearing Cricket Club, and even over at Frinton, Colchester and East Essex Cricket Club. The district sides are very, very important in their development.
In comes Porter to Dixon on the back foot, just drives that one up to mid-off for no run.
And indeed your club, 8 Ash Green.
Yes, I was over there yesterday watching some Sunday cricket. It's a bit more of a development league these days.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
But it was still lovely weather to be out watching some club cricket on a weekend.
Well, you know, we talk about how much club cricket isn't played, because on the Sunday North Essex Cricket League, the NECL, there used to be about 80 teams playing on a Sunday.
Porter is in to Dixon. That's pulled away, and it will bounce for 4, and you hear the thump as it hits the advertising hoardings with some speed, and Somerset move on to 54 for 3. That
really was a good shot. He picked up the length. Porter has changed from the river end to the Hayes Close end, and he just dragged it down. It wasn't an intentional bouncer. He just dragged it, And Dixon, fairly short guy, was just waiting there, and he punched it powerfully for 4. Super shot.
In comes Porter again. That's driven up to mid-on by Dixon for no run.
Yeah, there used to be the best part of 80 teams, was it 8 divisions of 10 on a Sunday, and of course now we're down to, I think it is maybe 1 or 2 divisions of 8 on a Sunday, which is, you know, a lot of Sunday cricket is now becoming friendly, or they're not playing, sadly.
Porter moving in past the umpire to Dixon, and he drives that one up to mid-off this time for no run. Porter keeping things tight. I think we might be about to lose the scoreboard on the screen.
Are we? Why?
Because it's got a message to say that if no one touches the button, it's going to go off.
Anthony, could you touch the button,
Find the
please?
controls,
I think there is one on here, Anthony. The box is here.
That's it. That's fine. It's up. 54 for 3.
See, he's very
Somerset
tall.
at the end, if he can reach the.
He can reach it, can't he? Eh?
I'll tell you something else interesting about yesterday
At 8 Ash Green?
At 8 Ash Green is they'd agreed with the other side to do tees, and it's been a long time now in club cricket. Not everywhere does tees these days.
No.
COVID put a stop to that. In some cases before COVID, they decided to do away with the traditional cricket tee.
Yeah. Absolutely. If you do endeavour to do the tees, well done to your cricket club. Very important, very traditional, always enjoyed by the players and probably their partners. But yeah, absolutely, it became, even league cricket became the inverted, well, I use the word inverted in commas, the mill deal, didn't it?
Yes.
They used to take their own stuff along.
It was a highlight of my childhood, helping my mum make the cakes for the cricket tea.
Harmer commences a new over, the better delivery, quite full this time as he bowls at Kohler Cadmore. He's bowling a little fuller then, noticeably, because Kohler Cadmore is invested with some splendid sweep shots in Harmer's last over and was productive. They've also put the man behind back. It's a rather long boundary on the leg side. This time it's played in through the offside. They're going to take 1. They may get 2 as Tom Wesley chases at mid-off to deep extra cover, and there is 2 to Kohler Cadmore. So slightly different angle and line being bowled by Harmer, bowling a bit fuller, bit more off stump, which has been negotiated by Kohler Cadmore well. This time driven down the ground. It's a man back, Paul Water, on the river stand boundary beneath us. He will take the 1. Kohler Cadmore's off strike, and it brings Sean Dixon, who is slightly smaller and probably will play the spinner very differently to Kohler Cadmore.
Kohler Cadmore using his feet there, and we saw that, as Anthony was saying, even with the faster bowlers getting forward to them and attacking the ball.
That was quite humorous earlier in the day when he came down the wicket to a bouncer, ducked at the last minute, rightly, but it was a good bit of cricket all round. The aggressive batsman against the fast and nasty fast bowler. Harmer into the attack in the 13th over it was as he came in, and here he goes again. Right arm over the wicket past umpire Mills. This is played into the leg side. The man at 45, Jamie Porter, stops the single. That ball was a little straighter again. Nick Brown under the lid. Matt Critchley at short mid-wicket. Alistair Cook at slip. This is a little quicker. It's played out. This time square of Jamie Porter at 45 saving 1. He can't save the 1. And they rotate yet again. Dixon moves to 23.
Highest score for Somerset.
Highest score shouted out from the rear. This time he is bowling a different line to Kohler Cadmore, not bowling straight, he's bowling a little bit outside off stump because he's trying to entice the drive where the traditional off spinner will spin it back and it will go through bat and pad. That's very much the typical off spinner's dismissal against the right hander, looking to find a little bit of purchase and maybe a foothold or something like that. But noticeably for me, Simon Harmer is bowling very differently to these 2 Somerset batsmen. Somerset are 58 for 3.
Yeah, they trail by 404 runs. Jamie Porter is going to continue bowling from the Hayes close end. It will be Dixon on strike. In the sunshine at Chelmsford, Porter into Dixon. He tries to flick that one. It's fetched by Will Buttleman, rolling away to his left-hand side. He appealed for the catch. I don't think Dixon got anything on it.
It was a great take, diving, rolling, one-handed to his left-hand side as it goes down the leg side. Great take, but I'm afraid nobody was interested in anything on that. Hot now in the box here, Victoria.
It is melting slightly in the sunshine. As Porter is into Dixon, he just defends that one back down the pitch to the Essex bowler, who has 3 wickets.
He has,
58
yeah.
for 3.
Bowled nicely up the hill, got the 3. Cook has got none, but he just bowled as well. Ben Allison just loosening up at point. Be interesting to see if he comes on, or you know, do you give Cook another burst? Because Porter's going to have a spell from that Hayes close end.
Porter into Dixon again, front foot, pushing into the offside for no run. Talking of club cricket, I spoke to former Essex and South Africa bowler Andre Now on BBC Essex's Around the Wicket last week, because he is turning out for Chelmsford's 2s in the Essex Premier League.
That's right, at Chelmer Park.
Cricket League, I beg your pardon, yes.
Yeah, he is. I listened to a little bit of that. He's also been selected for England over 40s.
Yes, he's been coaching them, and he's now going to play a bit of that alongside the likes of Darren Stevens.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think who they're
Porter
playing.
is into Dixon. He clips that one into the leg side. It's through the hands of Nick Brown at mid-wicket, and it will be fetched on the boundary by Sam Cook.
And another former professional bowler, I might add, which is more remarkable. These bowlers who are still playing, still turning out, the body must hurt. If I'm anything to go by, it will hurt. 50 partnership for the 2 Somerset boys. They were at 10 for 2, now 10 for 3, 60 for 3. But Graham Wagg, there's a name from the past, is playing for England over 40s, the left armour who played at Derbyshire and Glamorgan.
Porter is into Dixon again, turns that one round the corner. Just take a single this time, fielded by Feroz Kushi. 61 for 3 now. Brought some stability to this Somerset innings.
Well, Sean Dixon is very much like that. They're 2 very different cricketers, 2 different artistes really, with the way they play the willow. Harmer needs a wicket here.
Porter could do with another one to his name as well. Dixon on 26, Cola Cadmore on 29. Porter is in to Cola Cadmore, who was moving down the wicket. It's hit uppishly but safe, and he steals the single.
He marched down the wicket then, didn't he, to the seamer. To be honest, Cook is a little bit quicker than Porter. Cook is probably similar to somebody like Jamie Overton, not quite as tall, but a similar type of bowler. Overton has a little bit of pace, not ultra pace, where someone like Matt Henry does have a bit more pace, has that quick, fast twitch, muscles where he has a quick arm action. Porter, perhaps Cook, are just below them in pace. But what they do, and I think Anthony would agree, is that when you face Porter and Cook, you don't leave many because they just aim at the timbers. Simon Harmer to commence his over, which I think is his 3rd as he bowls, and it's played by Cola Cadmore into the offside again, bowling just outside off stump, turning it back is Harmer. In he comes, past the umpire, bowls, a little slower, that just possibly bounced, may have just gripped a little bit, which hits him on the inside of the thigh, and no chance of being given out for an LBW appeal. Slip in a bat pad. quicker ball played into the offside. Good looking defensive shot into the offside off the back foot, played it on length. Sensible batting, 1 run, the score rotates, and it's now 63 for 3. What did you have for lunch?
I had chicken tikka masala.
Ah, I didn't have a curry today, as Harmer is driven all the way to pool water, slightly fuller. Good shot by Dixon, who collects a single at long on.
It's not particularly curry weather, but it felt like the healthier option.
Yes. As Harmer comes in again, little quicker that is. He could see the gentleman, Kohler Cadmore, come down the wicket, and he bowled it a lot quicker. Have to say it was played under, well, a lot of control there, as he just tickled it round the corner. It goes down to deep square leg, where there is a fielder in place for Kohler Cadmore, but it comes up for the single at 45, top edge for Dixon. Oh, that may have turned. We'll have a look at the umpire. I think it may have come off the thigh pad. It did. But as the keeper, Buttleman, dived down the leg side, it must have just ricocheted off the batsman's thigh pad. It just missed the wicket keeper because he'd already advanced down the wicket, and there could have been a dismissal. But he got something on. He got probably his buttock or butt or thigh pad as they get a leg by. End of the over, 66 for 3.
It's a bit more typical of how we've seen Tom Kohler Cadmore playing, with the couple of steps down the wicket. Sean Dixon looking to attack Simon Harmer that time. We're going to have Ben Allison bowling now from the River End. He was loosening up to come on.
Certainly agree with what you said. The 2 Somerset batsmen are not just getting in a bunker and allowing Harmer to bowl. They're trying to be a little proactive, which is the right way to play, which we've seen, as you highlighted, a lot more cricketers be proactive in attacking Harmer.
Ben Allison bowling from the Hayes Close end into Dixon, who just pushes that one into the leg side for no run.
Allison hasn't played too much championship cricket.
No, although he did finish with career best figures at the end of the 2022 season, and he with bat and the ball actually, having made 59 not out and a maiden 5 wicket haul. I beg your pardon, not career best in terms of as he's into Dixon, who just pushes back up off the pitch. Yeah, that was against Northamptonshire in the final championship game of last season, and we started to see how handy he can be with the bat and the ball. Unfortunate for him, coming in as the night watchman for Essex in their innings in this match, making just 4 before being bowled by Overton, the first wicket to fall this morning. It's 2 dot balls so far in this over, as Allison is in past the umpire to Dixon, again just defending up the pitch.
Had many emails in?
Let's have a check. We heard from John and his memories of Chalkwell and South Church Park, and Shane talking about the conversation over the 100 and the money going into it, back to Henry's dissertation. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get involved, as Allison is into Dixon, who takes a swipe at that one. It's missed and through to Buttleman.
Interesting, just going back to that contribution, you know, somebody's going to read and mark his dissertation, and what's interesting to me is how much they will appreciate the arguments and the discussions and his points against the 100 points and whatever. It'd be interesting.
I don't think we actually found out what the subject was, did we, that the dissertation related to? Presumably it's something to do with
profit of the 100.
Well, it's either to do with sport or business, or maybe both, as Allison is into Dixon, who just turns the wrists, the ball drops into the offside for no run, and that is 5 dot balls so far in the Ben Allison over.
Ian Johnson contributes. He said, Aka Jono, Lord Frinton out at Frinton Cricket Club. Sorry to be... I'm not, but how Somerset bat won't stop the surface deteriorating? Well, I don't know if I entirely agree, because you have traffic on a cricket strip and there will be a lot of traffic by day 4, so it does affect it.
Allison into Dixon, and he will take a boundary off the final ball of the over. It was clipped away into the leg side and ran all the way towards the Felsted school stand, and that is the only runs off of Ben Allison's over as Somerset move to 70 for 3.
For instance, Mr. Johnson of Frinton, if Cola Cadmore keeps marching down the wicket,
he'll be told off by the umpire.
It might be told off by the umpire, but the point is, you're only told off by the umpire after you've done the guilty bit. And if he actually keeps running down the wicket, he will create more spots around off stump or maybe middle stump. So, look, when we talk about a 4-day wicket, there is an immense amount of traffic over the 4 days that happens over it, whether it's follow-throughs, whether it's people walking across, whether it's people running down the wicket, whether a seamer runs down the wicket where he shouldn't. Harmer into the attack, and this is played by Cola Cadmore. It was a little bit quicker there at Cola Cadmore, didn't allow him to advance down the wicket. We always talk about it in the professional game as the traffic that has a consequence on the wicket. This time this is a bit of a spin. He does try to turn, it's in the air, and he's been caught at deep mid-wicket. It's a huge boundary. It's as big as the MCG on the right-hand side, the leg side when you bowl from the river end. And the man's been put out there. He's about 8 yards in.
Ben Allison.
Ben Allison has collected that, and he's dived on the floor and he's caught a good catch. I have to say, Cola Cadmore's played very nicely, very positively, but I don't want to say it, but I'll leave it to Anthony Gibson. That might be a bit daft. Anthony doesn't look happy. It's a huge boundary. It's not as if he's going to have a little gamble and think he can get the 6. Honestly, it's a huge boundary on the leg side, the pavilion side here at Chelmsford for this 4-day game. The other side, well, it's about 2/3 of what it is. It's a short boundary. There's applause as he goes off. Somerset, well, Essex needed that. Somerset didn't, and the score now moves to 70 for 4. It was a very healthy 4th wicket partnership that was worth 60, but unfortunately Cola Cadmore has perished for 32.
Yeah, caught by Ben Allison at deep mid-wicket off the bowling of Simon Harmer. So the partnership of 60 runs between Cola Cadmore and Dixon is broken. James Rue, the new batter at the crease.
Well, he scored a lot of runs, James Rue, for a young fella, and I'm very interested to see how he plays here. He's going to be tested because, well, Somerset have allowed, dare I say this, Somerset have allowed Harmer to get his first wicket. And it was probably an underwhelming soft dismissal, perhaps. And Harmer's got his man caught 10 yards in on the boundary. Very ambitious with that long boundary. Harmer is now bowling to Rue, the left-hander. It wouldn't surprise me, we haven't got a gully, we've got a very deep gully, but I think that's Critchley under the hat,
yeah,
which I think is going to be asked to come in. I would have a gully for Rue. We've got Cook at slip, and we've got a bat pad Nick Brown under the lid on the leg side. Critchley hasn't been invited to come in. I think that's in the middle of nowhere. In comes Harmer, round the wicket, bowls a slightly quicker ball, and Rue gets back and across and plays it with a straight bat, no run. Interesting position that, Victoria. Yeah. He's neither sort of catching nor saving one. He's in the middle of either. This time it cuts. It's a bit short. Harmer's not bowled a good ball there. It's just bowled short of a length. He wants to drag the left-handed wicket-keeper onto the front foot. If he stays on the back foot, Rue will be happy. Harmer won't be. Harmer in again. This time he comes forward, bowls the right length, and he smothers it on the front foot. Well played, Rue. James Rue, wicket keeper. Enjoyed a good season with Somerset so far. In he comes. Harmer bowls a little bit quicker on the back foot. Just when we say on the back foot, he's playing on the back foot, and many good players have. If you can afford to play the ball late and play it on the back foot, that's fine. Keith Fletcher was a master at that. But in this situation, Harmer's bowling reasonably quick. You want him to come forward wherever possible. You've got more chance of getting a dismissal with the batsman, left-handed batsman, coming forward to the right-handed off-spinner. That is Simon Harmer. At the end of that over, it's 70 for 4, and Sean Dixon really is the glue or the anchor, and he's made 31 and playing nicely.
Yes, so Somerset trail by 392 runs. Ben Allison to bowl from the Hayes Close end. Mick has been in touch on the emails, which we'll get to in a second. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. You're listening to Victoria Polly and Don Topley. Anthony Gibson will be back on commentary after this over. Allison to bowl to Dixon, who has a lovely drive through the covers and it's going to run away all the way to the boundary. It's being chased by Critchley, but he won't get there, and that'll be 4 runs off the first ball of the over. Moves Somerset on to 74 for 4. Mick says, why don't Essex and Southend advertise the second 11 games? The last couple of weeks I've watched some great games at Garrans Park with a maximum audience of 10 people. If it was advertised, I think it would get a good audience.
That's an interesting one. I think that comes down not to the ECB, but in particular Essex County Cricket Club.
As Allison is into Dixon, who just leaves that one through to the wicket-keeper for no run.
Your contributor then might be able to tell us. I do believe all second team fixtures are free. I don't know. Perhaps, who was that wrote in? Mick, please reply. Are they free? I do not know that. I think majority of them are free. I do see some Essex members at Suffolk games. The national counters have been playing. Suffolk beat Cambridgeshire only last Sunday.
Allison into Dixon. Oh, and that's hit into the ground, and diving away to his right-hand side was Simon Harmer at slip to stop the ball going any further.
Yeah, good stop by Harmer. Only 2 slips in there. He's the widest of the slips. Cook at first, Harmer at second, and he dived almost to third slip. It was no chance of a catch as he played. Dixon played it with soft hands, which was very sensible in the situation.
Dixon is on 35 as Allison is in. He drives that one up to mid-on, and they're scurrying for the single. It's in quickly from the field of Jamie Porter, but not quick enough. They get home safe. 75 for 4.
Not giving him any stick. Porter was on his heels then. He basically didn't think they would take him on, and Dixon, having been sensible and smart, and his cricket awareness was very good, like his run out earlier in the day. His cricket awareness was really good because he could see Porter was on his heels, and he took him on and got in. Well batted, well run, good call.
He moves on to 36. James Rue on strike. He's faced 4 balls yet to score as Allison is in round the wicket, and it's flicked through to Will Buttleman behind the stumps, and that is the... We've got one more ball of Ben Allison's over. Umpire just coming down to check the wicket. Chris in Ipswich, Massachusetts has been in touch on the email, so it's still morning there. He says, I'm curious to see if an intriguing World Test Championship final and then a calendar condensed Ashes series might achieve the perhaps unintentional consequence of bringing red ball cricket back into the limelight in a way stretching everything out might have, as Allison is in and forward is Rue, just defending that one back up the pitch. And what might happen if that's so when people start looking around in August for some of the same? I will leave that thought with you, Don Topley, on the calendar condensed Ashes and red ball cricket we've got coming up. And Anthony Gibson will be back on commentary.
Thanks, Victoria. End of the over, 75 for 4. We've had, I'm trying to look actually, is it 19 or 20 overs? 20 overs, I think, now with this Essex new ball. Harmer continues with this harder ball. It's going to be a great opportunity to bat a little later. From now on, just gets a little softer. It's probably quite an abrasive wicket out there now. With a day and a half on this surface, the grass will have dried out. When I say abrasive, you try and shine the ball, and if you land the ball on the shiny side, it just abrases it with the leather, and it's hard to shine up. Harmer is in, played into the leg side. Man at 45 stops the single, no run. So yeah, it really is abrasive now. Sometimes you can bowl with a new ball, and after 20 overs here at Chelmsford, I'm afraid it looks as if the dogs had it, and very abrasive wickets are here. He comes down the wicket and cannons into his pads, into the offside, doesn't retrieve the ball, allows Nick Brown to go and get the ball.
Do you get a reverse swing here?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Somerset bat long enough, that might come into the equation.
As Harmer bowls again, this is down the leg side, which the keeper stops. It turns, but it turns from straight and goes down the leg side. It was well taken by Buttleman, but not particularly straight. Harmer. Right arm over the wicket, going to bowl a decent spell from this river end. Little bit slower, little bit more on off stump. Turns back, but is smothered well by Sean Dixon. Playing well, 36 not out. Pleased with Sean Dixon?
Yep.
Fighting hard.
Yep. I'll come back to Sean Dixon in just a moment at the end of this over.
He's facing. It's given a bit of air. Plays into the leg side. There is no run. It's warm now here at Chelmsford, eh?
Certainly is.
My legs. As Harmer. Decent delivery, forced into the leg side with the spin, and there is no run. I think that was a maiden.
It was.
So 75 for 4 of 21 overs. Anthony.
Yeah, I think before lunch I said that Sean Dixon had scored 318 against Essex. It wasn't against Essex, it was against Northants. I'm surprised nobody's picked me up on that on Twitter. Sean Dixon's highest score against Essex before today was 19 in 4 games. And he's now on 36, which is his highest score in first-class cricket for Somerset since he joined the county at the beginning of the season.
Well, when you mentioned it, I was thinking to myself...
You were racking your brains.
I was. I mean, bowlers have quite good memories. They really do, about dismissals.
Not such good memories as batsmen, though, when it comes to centuries and big scores.
Yeah, but they're not so often. Do you know what? Batsmen never remember their very brief knock for 0 or 1. Do you know that?
Yeah, I do. Here comes Allison then, bowling around the wicket to the left-handed James Rue, who scored his maiden century on this ground last July. He scored 101 not out in Somerset, 605 for 6 wickets declared. Then they had, if you remember, Don, they just had a brief go at Essex in the second innings. They got Nick Brown out early on, caught in the slips by Matt Renshaw off his fellow Aussie Peter Siddle for 0, but then Walter and Wesley closed out the game, and it was in the end rather a dull draw. As Allison is in and bowls, and Rue is off the mark as that runs down to Paul Walter, who emerges from beneath the Tom Pearce stand to our right. Score moves on to 76 for 77 for 4. No, I guess 76 for 4. It's difficult even to see the little scoreboard that we've got in our commentary box because of the glare of the sun.
You've experienced all the challenges of commentating at Chelmsford, actually. The heat, eh?
Yeah.
The tight space, the difficulty of the 2 scoreboards, the replay camera.
Absolutely. tell you the biggest challenge of commentating at
Oh,
Chelmsford
hang on.
in just a moment.
Hang on.
This is defended by Sean Dixon. It's for
Play
a
nicely.
A floodlight T20 match. It's a no ball, so 2 more runs. A floodlight T20 match with me and 3 Radio Essex commentators sharing the box. A lone voice.
Listen.
For Somerset.
Listen, we brought you puddings each day.
I must thank you. It was very, very nice strawberry tart with creme pâtissière.
Oh, I didn't
Very
know what
nice
that
indeed.
was.
Here's Allison going over the wicket to... No, over the wicket to Sean Dixon, who I think is feeling the heat a bit. It was noticeable when he was batting with Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He had his helmet off when he wasn't on strike.
Well, listen.
He was holding it even when he was running between the wickets.
Rightly, absolutely right. Do you know what? Us two here, with our cans or the earmuffs, listen, mine, I'm sweating in them here.
Yeah.
Oh, imagine wearing a full-blown helmet out there.
Here's Allison in the balls to Dixon, a long way outside the off stump. Dixon wisely.
He played.
It's nothing to do with it.
Do you know he played club cricket round here? Sean Dixon.
Did he?
When he first came over, before he had trials with Kent, he played off the A14. We were talking about motorways yesterday and roads, weren't we, with Dick? The A14 runs it's a huge road, runs from Felixstowe to Birmingham, and he played for Woolpit Cricket Club.
Allison bowls, and Dixon plays that a little bit suspiciously, as if he's expecting it to bounce on him, but it doesn't. There's no run.
Woolpit Cricket Club is a delightful place, just off the A14, half a mile off the A14, and in between Ipswich and Bury St Edmunds, and they have a fantastic club there. Play a bit of Suffolk cricket there, but they're playing Surrey in the National Counties game? Who are Somerset playing?
Pass, I don't know.
Is it the 30th of July?
Honestly, don't know. That's defended into the offside by Sean Dixon. Somerset have got a very good second 11.
Yeah.
There's so many players who can't get in the first team.
Which is probably against, well, that's how it used to be, wasn't it? It's not probably so much with the other counties today. But Woolpit Cricket Club are a tremendous amateur cricket club who, they don't play pros, end of. They don't. Very traditional like that. They're probably not a senior East Anglian Premier side. They have once played in the Premier League, but didn't do so well. They're probably viewed as a junior, but a very good club with a great catchment area. And when you talk about junior cricket, they do it really, really well. If you've ever heard of Woolpit Cricket Club, just off the A14, Harmer in and left alone, just turns against the left-hander. He's watchful and allows it to go through to the keeper, Butterman, no run.
He's going to find it more difficult than his batting partner James Rue because of the rough outside the left-handers off stump that Simon Harmer will be targeting.
Here he goes, and it does, it turns, but it goes down. To give him credit, he played with soft hands. He gets a 4 as it goes very low beside the keeper, and indeed first slip. First slip is possibly a little wider because the keeper is standing up. I'm quite surprised we haven't had a gully. We've had a man, he's sort of catching, sort of in between saving one and catching right close to the stumps, which is Critchley. I think we should have a gully in. Harmer, quicker, shorter, played into the leg side. Not a good delivery. And Rue rightly says, come, Mr. Right-hander Dixon, you come and take Harmer. I'll come down the other end, and he collects 1. So he's got 5 off this over.
James Rue in 10 innings has scored 564 runs at 62.6 so far this season.
100 he did, didn't he?
He's had 300s.
There you go. This is clipped. The right-hander comes down the wicket, plays with the spin sensibly into the leg side. Dixon will collect a single as the fielder is out at deep square leg, the long deep square leg.
One of them, his 118, should have 2 asterisks against it. One to signify it was not out, second to signify it was against non-bowlers.
Lancashire.
Yeah.
Harmer I knew there was something about Rue and 100. Harmer bowls a little quicker. Rue plays into the leg side. Doesn't play against the spin. He just watchfully plays it into the leg side.
To his credit, he didn't celebrate the 100 in any way at all.
No. Yeah, no. In a strange way, the less said about that, really. Declaration bowling, or this turns and he plays on the front foot. He bowls a fantastic length for his last ball of the over and his best ball of the over as it turns and goes past the outside edge.
Well, that illustrates the problem that James Rue has got, which I mentioned earlier on in the over. Facing up to the off spinner, bowling into the rough outside his off stump. He nicked one just past slip, playing with soft hands, so as it didn't carry to first slip, and that last ball really bit and lifted and turned and taken shoulder high by Will Buttleman. It's going to be tough for James Rue. He had in his very first championship match against Lancashire at Southport, Jack Morley was another left armour.
Jack
Morley.
Okay.
Lancashire slow left armour. This is driven by Dixon and very well stopped by Feroz Kouchi in the covers. They've taken a single, but he saved his side a couple of runs there. 85.
I've never heard of him.
He hasn't played many times, but he was...
Jack Morley.
Yeah. And he was bowling into the rough. It's slow left armour, so he's spinning the ball the other way.
Yeah.
But even so, there was a lot of rough outside the left-handers off stump. And James Rue was batting with Lewis Goldsworthy, a right-hander. And James Rue got himself stuck at the end to which Jack Morley was bowling. And he survived, but only with great difficulty. Here's Allison in and bowls to him and plays around his front pad.
For those that haven't seen much of Ben Allison, he bowls, I'm not suggesting he's got the same talent, but he bowls a little bit over the perpendicular, a bit like Ben Stokes, where he's at sort of not 12 o'clock, maybe 11:30, if you know what I mean. And you have to be careful with the way you play him, because he plays with the angle with you, so just be a little careful where he bowls from.
Bowling around the wicket, and it's caught, he's gone, he's got the outside edge. That's the end of James Rue. Just getting that one to go away off the seam, with Rue playing a defensive shot. No reflection on the batsman. A good ball from Allison, and that's the 5th Somerset wicket to go down. James Rue caught Buttleman, bowled Allison for 6. It's now 85 for 5. Somerset and Essex are through. Somerset's frontline batsmen, only the all-rounders and the bowlers to come.
Well bowled. He's picked up a wicket, very important, and he's a decent player, James Rue, but he's gone. And I just talked to you about bowling over the perpendicular, and in particular left-handers just from around the wicket. You know, he bowls marginally closer to that around the wicket to the stumps.
He had to play it. It was on off stump, and it just did enough.
Just did enough. It was a good delivery. He may not have the penetration of the Matt Henry or Craig Overton, but listen, he's got himself a decent wicket, and it will give him a boost of confidence. As Somerset now, 85 for 5. They keep losing a wicket from Essex's point of view just at the right time. They get together, they start a fight back, and then they nip someone out. Probably for me, and I know he's an adventurous kind of cricketer and a positive batsman, but Kohler Cadmore for me, that I just, from a Somerset point of view, I just don't think that was a sensible dismissal at the time.
You're not alone in that opinion. Tony Hardwick on Twitter says stupid shot, having batted gentle rotation of the strike to build a basis for recovery.
He's taken on the aerial route on the biggest boundary.
He would just say that's the way I play. He lived by the sword, he died by the sword sometimes.
We used to have a great England batsman that used to do that, didn't they? Hey?
Which one?
It's the way I played, Peterson.
Yeah.
I do...
I don't regard him as English.
Oh, right. Okay. No, I'm not going to argue. He'd have played for anyone. Mars, Jupiter.
Mostly for himself.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Here we are. Somerset played Devon on 30th of July.
There you go.
Tracy and Cornwall on the 1st of August. That's in warm-up games for the
yes,
for the 50 over.
Suffolk play Surrey, eh?
Well,
Woolpit Cricket Club, beautiful little place there, great cricket ground.
So Allison to the new batsman Casey Aldridge, who's coming in at number 7. On the strength of some good batting performances for Somerset this season. He's turned himself into an all-rounder. 5 innings, 243 runs, and if you discount the 101 not out against Lancashire, then he's still done pretty well. He's averaging 81 at the moment. But that, I think, considerably overstates his batting ability.
Somerset need him.
He can bat. Allison is in and bowls, and Aldridge gets a drive off the toe of his bat up the onside of the pitch.
He was driving at that.
Well, he got a good reach. He's 6'5" tall. Casey Aldridge filled out quite a lot over the winter.
Great name. Hey?
Casey.
Yeah.
Kasey. It's spelt. Bristol boy. Went to school at Millfield. So that's played defensively into the offside. He went to finishing school at Millfield, really, cricket finishing school.
Scholarship for
sixth form.
Sixth form, did he? Hey, you've got a lot of boys that have come through Millfield over the years.
Certainly have.
Hey?
Many of them coached by my favourite summariser, Mark Davis.
I was just about to mention him, seriously, because let me tell you...
You must have played with him.
I played against him lots, got on very, very well. If he's listening, good afternoon, Mark. But listen, ask him when you're next together. I am sure I have sampled his homemade cider.
No, he doesn't make cider.
He did back in the day. I am 100% sure he did, because I wasn't quite sure what I was drinking. Seriously. Ask him. I'm sure he made his homemade cider.
Well, it wouldn't have been very sweet. It would have probably been quite sharp. It would be what we commonly know as scrumpy.
Harmer in, bowls played nicely just outside and to the offside. Sensibly good line from Harmer this against Dixon. He's been bowling quite straight at Dixon, making him play with the spin into the leg side, trying to involve short mid wicket and bat pad on the leg side. This time bat and pad nicely together, and there is no run. Often with DRS or the review or whatever it's called, you often find that these days playing the off spinner you normally play out in front of your pad. This is down the wicket. This may have turned into his pad, ballooned into the offside as he advances down the wicket, looking to go and try and hit over Paul Walter, who is just quietly backpedaling just now at mid-on.
Strange shot, that one.
It was
out of character, just a rush of blood.
He was, yeah, absolutely. This time down the leg side. Poor delivery, no run. Yeah, that's interesting. Paul Walter sort of slowly backpedaling then. Harmer will be happy with the rush of blood. He's played really well for his 38. This time he comes and plays the ball onto the offside with a little bit of width. And he
didn't time it.
No, but he takes a single because there is a slip, but obviously the two men on the offside, apart from the slip, are backward point, saving one, and indeed mid-off, which is Tom Wesley. They're the only two sort of in the outfield on the offside. So he's got a 6-3 field, but one of those is slip. 6 on the leg side, 3 on the offside. Harmer bowls, this bounces, it goes in to the leg side, does bounce from the tall off spinner, which balloons, but balloons away from Nick Brown under the lid, and that concludes the end of an over, which is applauded by the Essex faithful here at the Cloud County Ground. Chelmsford 86 for 5.
Well, the position they're in, Essex can afford, in the person of Simon Harmer, to try and buy a couple of wickets, tossing the ball up, inviting the batsman to to play big shots. I don't think, certainly with Casey Aldridge, the invitation won't be turned down. Two batsmen having a good chat in mid-pitch at the moment, comparing notes, no doubt.
Gentleman has just gone from in front of us. He's sat specifically there to listen to you. Do you know that? He has. He's enjoyed the commentary.
I'm sure he was actually listening to you.
He's put his head in and said something to Victoria. He's loved sitting in front of us. Huh?
Well, I'm sure it was referring to Victoria and Darwin, not to me. This is driven into the offside. Nice shot from Dixon, but straight to the big man, Paul Walter.
I think he had a polo shirt that said North Curry Cricket Club. Am I being naughty?
It's a nice little ground at North Curry.
It is. I've been there.
Quite a slope on it, mind.
When I come down to Taunton, I always stay through generous kindness from an old mate of mine, David Franks, who did once play for Somerset over 50s.
Yeah. Allison bowls, and this is in the air. It lands a couple of yards short of Feroz Kushi, who makes a good stop. He couldn't dive forward to take that. It came too quickly off the bat, but he got everything behind it.
And you would know the pub. But North Curry, there, I think there are two pubs. What's the pub nearest his house? We always go for food.
Two of the pubs in North Curry have closed. The Bell and the King William IV are both closed, so the only one left now is the Firehouse,
right,
which is the one on several floors. This is run down to third man, short and wide from Allison, and nicely put away by Sean Dixon. Brings in 4 runs, takes him into the 40s, 43.
Yeah, good shot that, Anthony. I mean, you talk about the power of Cola Cadmore, but that was just finesse. That's old-fashioned batting. He's on 43. Allison has just bowled a ball, not particularly quick, just had a bit of width on it. There's no one down at fine leg, and he just opens the face and runs it down. Probably one of the oldest shots in the book, and there was just no risk associated with that. Good batting, sensible stuff.
Allison, 1 for 17, is in his 5th over, and that's nicked over the top of first slip. That was not such a good shot. That was another rush of blood. He went after that full-blooded cut shot, and fortunately for him, he got enough on that for it to soar over the outstretched arms of Alistair Cook at first slip for 4 runs. 47 he moves on to.
Complete contrast, absolutely. There was risk associated with that. Don't you wish you had a little radio beacon that goes into his helmet saying, "Oi, calm down. What did you do that for?
Well,
calm down."
It's the nature of the beast in Sean Dixon. Allison is in and bowls to him. He drives nicely through the offside. It's going to be cut. It's not cut off. That's a poor piece of work by the Essex skipper Tom Wesley, and he'll pick up the ball just inside the ropes where it had almost stopped. And that is Sean Dixon's 50, his first 50 for Somerset. It's occupied 86 deliveries with 7 fours, and well batted, given that 5 wickets have fallen around him while he's been compiling that 50.
Yeah, well played. Absolutely right. He's been your glue, your anchor. He's had 1 rush of blood. Otherwise, he's played exceptionally responsibly.
Allison to Aldridge, who comes quietly forward. Plays that into the offside. It's the end of the over, the 26th over of the innings. And Somerset 97 for 5. Somerset's target has got to be 313, which would save the follow-on. If they're made to follow on, which looks odds on at the moment, it's going to be very, very tough to save the game.
Yeah, just at this moment, it all depends how Essex bowlers feel. You, as a captain, you always go up to your bowlers and say, "How do you feel, chaps?" But sometimes you just have to follow on rather than bat again, because if you end up batting again, you give Somerset a chance to come back into the game.
I don't think that. Well, we'll see.
Yeah, but
I think Somerset would be very happy if Essex decided to bat again.
Yes, this time driven into the offside. Good shot out to mid-off. Wesley this time stops it, and there is no run. I agree. We haven't seen Critchley. Critchley might bowl nicely on this, you know.
Yeah.
I talked to him last night after interview, and I said, you've done one of your jobs really, really well with his century. This time Harmer bowls a decent ball, slightly slower, played into the leg side, no run.
Wouldn't Sir Alistair give you an interview then?
No. Critchley, no.
Did you ask for Sir Alistair?
Sir Alistair's done enough. I don't get a choice. Always like to interview Sir Alistair. This is played into the leg side, no run. But Critchley, I said to him, you're going to have to bowl a few overs, you are. You could contribute as a genuine all-rounder here. And he said, can't wait.
Well, there is a bit of bounce in this pitch, isn't
Correct.
there? Which is what leg spinners like.
Yes. Harmer in, little quicker. Decent ball on a length, comes forward quite late, does Dixon, but he smothers the spin and there is no run. Well bowled, noticeable quicker ball there, still just the two men round the bat pad on the leg side and slip. This time it does turn, it turns into the pad. Only the keeper's interested in that, Harmer wasn't. There was a brief, half-hearted LBW shout by Buttleman, but the umpire's not interested. Harmer, right arm over again. This time he goes for a shout. Yeah, a little bit more encouraging there, Anthony.
Bit high.
Okay, well bowled.
Bit high.
Were you watching that one on the screen?
No, I wasn't. But just to the naked eye, as it were, it just struck me. It bounced and turned, and I think it was the bounce that saved Sean Dixon, and he might just have got his pad outside off stump as well, and he was playing a shot. So
Harmer,
shout, but
Harmer's had a few injuries. He's been playing 12 months a year because he plays a bit of franchise cricket. He plays state cricket in South Africa. He played for South Africa, and he has had a sore back, and he has had shoulder issues. But he's a gutsy South African, and he just is happy to play. Good, honest cricketer. He's been great since he's been involved with Essex County Cricket Club.
Here comes Allison again. He's in and bowls to Aldridge, who drives nicely.
Fielded.
Well cut off by. It's not. It's Sam Cook who's bowling, because it was Allison who cut that off in the covers very nicely.
Still wicketless, isn't he?
The scoreboard we were relying on still has Allison.
Has Cook got a wicket? No.
No, he's. It's been slightly unbalanced, the wicket taking, with Jamie Porter getting 3 and Sam Cook not getting 1. I would have thought maybe 2-1 Porter to Cook would have been a fairer reflection of the way they've bowled, as Aldridge plays this to Nick Brown. Short extra cover. Lots of discussion on Twitter about the possibility of rain. Some slightly heavier cloud away to our left. Tony Hardwick is doing a rain dance. And Stephen at Berkhamsted says it's pouring with rain here. Berkhamsted's not that far away, is it?
Hertfordshire?
Hertfordshire, yeah.
Yeah, the other side of
west
Hertfordshire. Yeah.
As Cook is in and bowls, and Aldridge was yet to score. That was his 9th delivery.
So I'm joining you on Saturday morning. Is this right?
This is right, for the Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast.
Lovely. Shall I join you with a glass of cider in my hand?
Well, it's a bit early, 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning.
9 o'clock? There's only one 9 o'clock in a day. That's in the evening, 9 o'clock.
I must say, I thought that as well. Especially as we've got a home match against Surrey the evening before, so that's outside the off stump, going through to Buttleman. No shot from Aldridge, so I shan't be getting home much before 11 on Friday night.
And then you have the great privilege
of coming back here on Monday.
And guess who's on duty on Monday?
Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
I'll bring you a pudding in, don't worry. I'll look after you, Anthony.
Well, the strawberry tart was excellent, I must say. Very grateful for them. Here's Cook, bowls to Aldridge, who plays a carbon copy of his previous forward defensive shot. He's obviously been well coached, Casey Aldridge, as indeed all of the Millfield cricketers are.
Well, they all bat like Mark Davis.
Mark Davis, I would say, is one of the most sought-after coaches in the west of England.
Yeah.
He's
No, don't doubt it.
Now. He does a lot of work with Kings Bruton. He does some with Blundells. Some with Queens.
Very able left arm seamer, swung it.
He's quick too. It takes Aldridge on the pad, but a bit of inside edge saved him there. The appeal dying in the throat of the slip fielders and the bowler. Sam Cook, end of the over, maiden over. Sam Cook, 7 overs for 24 runs.
Still in touch with people like Hallam Mosley, but...
we see Hallam occasionally down at Taunton.
Lovely man. I was on the ground staff and he used to do a bit of coaching at Lords with Don Wilson, Horton, John Hampshire, Peter Rochford. There you go. From back in the day, back at Lords for the Christmas and Easter courses. Hallam used to attend most often. But when I played against Mark Davis, there was Trevor Gard, wasn't there?
Yep. Oh, it's great. It was a very, very good Somerset side.
It was.
Ian Botham, Richards.
Made my first Sunday League game was against Somerset. And this time Harmer round the wicket, changes his line, coming around the wicket, bowling onto the stump line, and then turning back towards the stump. So he's thinking about his tactics here. And Sean Dixon has to think about it as well. Comes down the wicket. This has gone in the air. This could be a great catch. No, it just goes over the head of the moving Paul Walter. And I'm not sure Paul picked that up.
I was just going to say, I thought he misjudged that.
If he came in.
He moved in the wrong direction initially. And I don't think, as you say, I don't think he picked it up. Should have been a catch, really. Got away with that, has Sean Dixon.
He might have, yeah, absolutely. Dixon's off strike now as he gets, did he get 3?
Yep.
The 100 is up. There's a bit of an applause. This, I think, I'm interested, is this a nick? No, it might be legs, but it's come off the body perhaps. We're looking at umpire Milnes.
Signal leg by it. No, it's a bye.
Well, it's bounced, gone through Casey Aldridge and gone through the keeper as 45 has to go and retrieve the ball for 1 bye. 101 for 5. Harmer round the wicket to Dixon. Dixon just pushes it with the spin into the leg side and hits Critchley, and there is no chance of a run.
It was strange that, because Aldridge didn't play a shot at it. It didn't turn, but it did bounce and just eluded Buttleman.
Harmer again, a little quicker, played into the leg side, of which Feroz Kuchi stops it at square leg, who moves in front of square to mid-wicket and prevents the single. I'm going to tell you, I think I've told you before, but for the listeners I'll mention it again. As Harmer comes in, bowls, and this is slowly bowled, off spinner into the pads of Nick Brown at bat pad. There is no run, end of the over, 101 for 5. My first Sunday League game was at Taunton, and Dredge, Garner, Botham, Roebuck. Gosh, I'd have to think about it. But anyway,
Richards.
Oh yeah, I got him out. Viv, I got out. Am I to come off? Right, I'll just quickly.
Yeah,
I got Viv Richards out.
Oh, did you?
I did. Yeah. Ian Botham.
How many had you scored at the time?
Not that many. Inside edge on, bowled. IVA Richards that was, and I must tell you that Ian Botham beat Arthur Wellard's 6s that season. 1985. He got his 99th and 100th off me, and they still haven't found the ball.
Cooks in and bowls outside the off stump. Yes, the great Arthur Wellard. But Botham's 6s would have been in the Sunday League as well as in the County Championship, whereas all of Arthur Wellard's were in the County Championship. Magnificent hitter of a cricket ball. Before my time, I hasten to say, but he's a legendary figure in Somerset cricket. Here it is 101 for 5 with Sam Cook bowling to the tall Casey Aldridge. 2 slips in attendance. He's there, bowls and peel for LBW, but it was high. I think he's taken him on the inside of the thigh, Casey Aldridge. He just hops away towards the square leg umpire, doing his best to disguise the pain he is undoubtedly feeling. I think that just caught the inside of his right thigh, and he's still, yes, he's just flexing his right leg at the moment. That hurt. It bounced and nipped back into him. Wasn't a particularly good LBW shout, but here comes Cook again. Pitch playing a few more tricks than it did yesterday. Using that, bowls a long way outside off stump, and there's no run. Welcome back, Victoria.
How are you doing? How are you coping in the heat?
I'm coping all right. It's not quite as hot as it was just after lunch. I think that's when it was almost steamy because of the that shower of rain we'd had at 5 to 1.
It was nice and cool at the back of the commentary box.
Yes, it's not too bad. But some absorbing cricket to watch. As Cook is into Aldridge, who drives this nicely away through the onside and will pick up just 1 run. It eludes Nick Brown, but Jamie Porter retrieves it, and Aldridge doubles his score, moves on to 203 for 5.
Good fielding there by Jamie Porter. Jeff on the emails says, I'm sad to say that the sun looks brighter in Chelmsford than it is in Madeira. However, the cricket is cheering me up after the only Madeiran football team in the Portuguese Premier League lost a relegation playoff final on penalties last night.
Yeah.
Commiserations, Jeff.
There's Cook in and bowls to Dixon, who seems to shape to play an aggressive shot and then checks himself and just plays a quiet defensive shot. But he gets himself in a good position if the ball is there for a drive.
He is the man that Essex need to remove, the anchor of this Somerset innings.
Yeah, and I think he's already done enough, Sean Dixon, to be my interviewee of the day. And it'll be the first time I've had the privilege of interviewing him, because he hasn't done very much so far this season. Cook is in and bowls, and he plays this into the offside, although he did get 42 in the 20-over game against Essex last weekend, and that was a very important contribution in a low-scoring match. 102 for 5, Dixon on 53, Aldridge on 1. That was another, no, it wasn't a maiden over, there was the 1 run from it, from Sam Cook, who's bowled 8 overs for 25 runs, bowling very well.
Jeff says, to make matters worse, by the time I got back, the local bars were shut. So poor Jeff didn't have a very good evening last night, but
Madeira, but it's not very nice in Madeira, does he say?
Madeira, yes. Yeah. And to add to his misery with the football and the relegation playoff. So hopefully we can cheer you up with the cricket from Chelmsford, Jeff. Simon Harmer is going to continue bowling from the River End into Aldridge. Straight back at Harmer, caught and bowled, diving away to his left-hand side. Aldridge tips his head back in disappointment, and Somerset have lost another wicket.
Well, I did say that Essex could afford to buy a couple of wickets, and that was tossed right up to Casey Aldridge, inviting the drive, but he wasn't really in aggressive mode, and he played a shot at it which was slightly half-hearted and a straightforward caught and bowled. Decent catch, but Simon Harmer doesn't miss those, and disappointing for Casey Aldridge, who will his average will take a big knock, and it will bring, I think, Craig Overton to the crease. It is indeed Big Craig at number 8, and not much batting to come for Somerset. Yep.
Confirmation then that Casey Aldridge caught and bowled by Harmer for 1. Craig Overton will join Sean Dixon at the crease.
He's not having a great season with the bat, Craig Overton. 7 innings, 94 runs, highest of 35, going at 15.6. And, well, he's better than that. But he didn't have a great season last year either with the bat, unlike with the ball, when he was outstanding. His batting just seems to have gone off the boil. I think that would be the best way of putting it.
So Simon Harmer gets a wicket with his first ball of the over. His second in this Somerset innings. And Craig Overton will face the second ball from the River End. Somerset 102 for 6, trailing by 360 runs. Harmer into Overton, just pushes forward along the pitch. Sun has gone behind the clouds here at Chelmsford. It's just a gentle breeze, which has got the Essex and Somerset flags billowing by the Dug in Soul Pavilion. And usually Simon Harmer gets through things quite quickly, but taking his time for the third ball of the over from the River End. Harmer over the wicket to Overton on the back foot, just turns that one round the corner, no run there, fielded efficiently by Feroz Kushi.
Do you think Essex are going to enforce the follow-on?
With all possibility, yes. They've shown that they can take the early wicket, so why not? As Harmer is in, and it's off the pads. Overton was on the back foot. A few yelps, but just Harmer getting some turn.
Well, I think Somerset need to keep Essex out there for as long as possible, because the longer they're out there, the less likely it becomes that they'll enforce the follow-on. And Somerset's best hope of escaping as that turn around the corner is if Essex bat again, and Somerset can then bat out the remainder of tomorrow and all of the last day.
Harmer into Overton, who just pushes forward again, defending, and a round of applause at the end of the over. A wicket maiden for Simon Harmer. Somerset 102 for 6.
Yes, Somerset have got Josh Davey, Matt Henry and Shoaib Bashir still to come. Not sure about Shoaib Bashir's batting credentials. Not sure that I presume Josh Davey's going to come in next, because he certainly regards himself as an all-rounder. He scored, how many runs did he score? 128 in 4 innings with 1 not out. So he's averaging over 42, Josh Davey. But it's Sean Dixon who's on strike, is the man on whom Somerset's hopes of staving off the follow-on most depend. I think it's fairly implausible that Somerset will get the 313 they need to avoid the follow-on, but if they can keep Essex out in the field for another couple of hours, that might just influence Tom Wesley's decision.
I think Essex will back themselves with the ball, if that option is there.
Don Topley is just drawing my attention to the scorecard of that match he was talking about against Somerset against Essex back in the 1980s. As this is through to Buttleman with Richards bowled Topley 5 and Essex actually winning. They didn't win very much in those days against.
Won Sunday League that year. Won that game.
But, yeah, there were some good battles. Remember the semi-final at in the Gillette Cup. It was a good win for Somerset. Brian Rose captaining Somerset then, as this is played into the offside by Sean Dixon. There's no run. 102
For 6, Cook is in his 9th over, none for 25, going at just under 3 runs and over. Simon Harmer, 2 for 25. The Essex bowling has just had an edge to it that Somerset's bowling, with the possible exception of Craig Overton and Matt Henry first thing yesterday morning, lacked. Cook's in and bowls, and Dixon dead bats this down into the pitch.
Jeff's been back on. He says, amazing. No sooner, as you said, we hope the cricket cheers you up. Harmer gets caught and bowled.
Yeah. Groans from all the Somerset supporters watching and listening. It's been a very disappointing batting performance, this, from Somerset. It's not 102 for 6 pitch, this. It has been offering the bowlers a bit more today than yesterday, as that goes past the outside edge. We've had, what have we had, 12 wickets so far today, and only 4 fell in the whole of yesterday. Let's have a look to see what the Essex over rate is. Let's have a look how long. It's just over 2 hours. And they've bowled they're pretty much up to it, yeah, just about an over short. 124 minutes. Sean Dixon has been batting from the start. Cook in and bowls, and nice drive from Dixon, and they steal the single as Wesley has ground to make to his left to do the fielding. And is that the end of the over? It is the end of the over. 103 for 6. Dixon with that single on to 54. Overton yet to score.
Dixon will keep the strike as well. And Simon Harmer will continue from the river end. Somerset trailing by 359 runs as we approach tea. And that earlier short, sharp rain shower almost seems like a bit of a dream, because we've hardly seen any grey sky since, as Harmer is into Dixon on the back foot, just dabs it down into the onside for no run. So Alistair Cook, the lone slip for the bowling of Harmer around the wicket. Oh, and Dixon takes a swipe at that one, moving away from his stumps, and doesn't catch it.
You really shouldn't try and play that shot with the ball spinning into you as a right-handed batsman. It's just asking for trouble.
He's back composed, and Harmer is in. And again, just defended by Dixon. It's a more sensible shot. Somerset 103 for 6. Dixon on 54. In comes Harmer. A couple of steps from Dixon, and he swipes that one away for 4 runs.
That was tossed up by Harmer, not dissimilar to the ball that got Casey Aldridge, but Dixon really went after it hard and hit it all along the ground, away between extra cover and mid-off. Handsome shot for 4 runs.
Yeah, attacking the bowling of Simon Harmer.
He's bowling in his shades. Is it
trademark shades?
Yeah.
Yes.
Blonde hair, shades. Could be playing cricket in California.
In comes Harmer to Dixon. Just dabs that one down for no run.
Yeah, just
aside from the long sleeve shirt, maybe.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Dixon on strike as Harmer moves in. A couple of steps again. That'll be fielded by Paul Walter, moving in from long on for the single. It's 108 for 6.
Good batting. It means that Dixon, the man in possession, will keep the strike on 59, which is 40 better than his previous highest score for Somerset. County which joined at the start of the season after stints at Kent, and then up at Durham, and he joined Somerset because he and wanted to move south to be a bit nearer other members of his family in the south of England. And he's impressed with his character and his fielding at Somerset, because it's the first time he's got significant runs against the red ball. This is a bouncer from Cook, but it was much too short, and Dixon ducks underneath it. He's not a short man, Sean Dixon. He's about 6 foot tall, and Craig Overton taller still at 6'5" at the other end. He's a neat batsman. He always dresses neatly, Sean Dixon. He plays a very neat looking forward defensive shot as well. As Cook, his quite long approach, accelerating down the hill. He's there and bowls, and this is turned away into the onside, and there'll just be the single as big Paul Walter comes in from the deep square leg boundary to do the fielding. Dixon on to 60. 109 for 6 means that Craig Overton will face the next delivery, and I think Overton will feel a lot more comfortable against the seam up of Sam Cook than against the wiles of Simon Harmer on a pitch that's beginning to take a little bit of spin, especially out of the bowler's footmarks. Cook turns at the end of his run and is in now to Overton, who lets that go through to the wicketkeeper. How many overs more have we got in the day? Does it
37.3.
37.3. So we've got my mind's 96, 70, 64 overs, isn't it? Well, at tea. So just got a few more overs. I still can't do the calculation. It's the heat that's getting to me. This is played off the back foot by Overton out into the covers, and Cushy does the fielding. Yes, tea is taken it after 64 overs. And how many did you say we'd had?
We've had almost 34.
34, and how many this morning? It must have been about 32, about 24. Not far away from the tea interval anyway. As Cook is into Overton full length, which is not driven at full power by Craig Overton. So plays it back at half power to the bowler, who fields. Walks back. Of course, there are two overs for the change of innings as well.
Yeah, I think we had about 20 this morning.
37. We need to have 32. So there's
Wouldn't do
another
very well on
5
countdown,
overs.
would we, Anthony?
There's another 5 overs to go before tea. That's the answer. Or 4 overs after this one, as that's played into the onside, and no, it's 5 overs remaining after that last ball of that over, which leaves Somerset on 109 for 6. Still a little matter of 353 runs behind, and well, they need to score another 204 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on, and with only 4 wickets in hand, that's a fairly tall order.
Simon Harmer will continue from the River End. Elsewhere in the County Championship, Kent are 15 without loss in their second innings. They lead Surrey by 171 runs. Lancashire and Hampshire, as Harmer is in to Dixon, who turns that one round the corner, and they'll get at least a single. Well, I'll come back for 2 as Ben Allison fields in the deep. Lancashire lead Hampshire by 229 runs. They're 371 for 9. Hampshire were 142 all out in their first innings. And Nottinghamshire are 53 for 2. They trail Warwickshire by 518 runs. Harmer is in to Dixon, who slaps that one along the ground up to mid-on for a single. Moves Somerset on to 112 for 6. flurry of activity in the field. Harmer having a quick word with his captain, Tom Wesley. And he's into Overton, who's on the front foot, drives that one. And Paul Walter comes in off the long on boundary to field for the single.
Dave from Cork not impressed with Somerset's batting. Formerly Grumpy Git.
Now Harmer into Dixon, who just shows that one the bat and clips it into the onside for no run.
And he's in distinctly grumpy mood. Only 2 of our specialist batters scored double figures. Their bowlers have been more economical too, thoroughly outplayed so far.
Harmer into Dixon, and that's caught at short leg by Nick Brown. Nothing has been given by the umpire.
No bat.
Well,
Quite clearly just came off the pad. Although the Essex close fielders don't think so.
Nick Brown under the helmet was reaching for it, but it looped up as we watch the replay from Simon Harmer's delivery. Forward came the foot, off it comes the pad, loops up into the arms of Nick Brown. So excitement levels return to normal as Harmer is into Dixon, who this time just defends for no run. That is the end of Simon Harmer's over. So Somerset are 113 for 6, Dixon on 63, Overton on 1. They trail by 349.
Yeah, and Dave is suggesting that we, in the Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast on Saturday, discuss the reasons for this ongoing debacle. I think debacle is putting it a little bit strongly. They haven't batted very well here today, but in the last game they beat Middlesex by an innings. And they have scored, Somerset, more batting points than any other side in the First Division. Prior to this game, it doesn't look as if they're going to get many batting points in this innings. They picked up 2 bowling points. Essex got 3 batting points, should have had 4. Cook is going to bowl to the tall figure of Craig Overton, who is taken on the pad, and Nigel Long says not out. Straight away, you could see him mouthing it. And good appeal. It certainly hit Craig Overton quite low down. There's no question about height on that one. Yeah, it's going down the leg side. Not by much, but enough. And a very emphatic decision from Nigel Long, which indicates that certainly in his mind there wasn't much doubt. 2 slips as Cook is in and bowls, and Craig Overton has a go at that without timing it. Comes off the toe of the bat up to mid-on. He's only got 1 run from 12 deliveries, Craig Overton. He's a caged tiger out there at the moment, pacing up and down, wanting to feel ball on bat. He's not going to restrain himself indefinitely, but he'll also be feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders as Cook is in and bowls, and he turns this into the onside, and Paul Walter picks it up at that forward square leg position. He's a little bit deeper than he has been, Paul Walter. It's more of a fielding position than a catching position. Nick Brown is the one in catching mid-wicket, which again, the fact that we got a fielder there suggests that maybe the odd ball is stopping in the pitch a little bit, or a little bit of extra bounce. As Cook is in again to Overton, who pulls this and pulls it down to long leg for 4 as Matt Critchley came around the boundary. Was it Matt Critchley or was it Feroz Kushi?
I think it's Matt Critchley out there with the sun hat on.
Yeah, because Feroz he's wearing a cap at backward point. 4 runs, and Overton will feel better for that. Moves on to 517 for 6. Sean Dixon's got his helmet off at the non-striker's end. Indicates he's feeling the heat out there. Cook bowls, and Overton again turns this down, but this time almost straight to Critchley at long leg. And it'll just be a single, 118 for 6. He moves on to 6. 3 overs will remain after this next delivery from Sam Cook before the tea interval, which will be taken 20 minutes or so late. Somerset weren't quite so expeditious in bowling their overs this morning as they were yesterday, as Dixon defends into the offside. End of that over, 118 for 6. Essex have been reasonably brisk with their over rate as well, and Nick Brown takes his cap off. He's going to go in with the fielding pads on at forward square leg for the next over from Simon Harmer.
Somerset 118 for 6. As we approach that tea interval, with Craig Overton on strike, and got Nick Brown at short leg with the helmet on. Critchley also with the helmet on, as that's played just back down the pitch by Overton for no run. He's faced 16 deliveries, 6 runs off of them. As Harmer is in, a fuller delivery that time, clipped away by Craig Overton for a single. He moves to 7, 119 for 6. The noises of the city going on around the county ground. As Harmer is into Dixon, just bounces back off him. No run, well, we've had 2 dots and a single so far off of this over. Harmer into Dixon, and took a couple of steps down the wickets. It's up to mid-on, fielded for the single.
Well, 2 of the top 3 in Division 1 having a tough time of it at the moment. Surrey bowled out for 145 and Hampshire bowled out for 142 against Kent and Lancashire respectively.
Harmer to Overton, who's coming forward for that one. And bounces up, and it's...
got his pad well outside the off stump.
120 for 6, 2 singles off this Simon Harmer over so far. Overton on strike, this time on the back foot, plays it back down the pitch to Harmer for no run. And then we're going to have 2 more overs, I think, before tea.
Yep.
But I am going to have to shoot off, so Don Topley is going to have to come and join. Well, he doesn't have to, but he's going to come and join you. And I will be back with you a little bit later on.
I will miss
Play
you.
Play nicely while I'm gone.
I will miss you, Victoria. More than you can possibly realise. Well, it's going to be... Who's going to bowl the penultimate over? Are we going to see some leg spin? I think we are. I think Matt Critchley is going to bowl an over from the Hayes close end. Some leg breaks and googlies. Which is, this will be interesting. He's bowling to Sean Dixon, who's got 64. He's been the mainstay, just about the only stay of this Somerset innings. Other batsmen, Lammonby 0, Abel 0, Bartlett 4, Coda Cadmore lively 32. As Critchley is in and bowls, and Dixon is forward. James Ruger 6, Casey Aldridge 1. So it's not been a batting day for Somerset to cherish. Critchley bowls and Dixon's half forward, playing that into the offside. Cushy does the fielding. sort of a season has Matt Critchley been having with the ball? We'll have a look in just a minute. Dixon lays back and cuts this away, but there's a man sweeping Ben Allison on the cover boundary, so it's just a single.
He's done okay as a second spinner.
He's top of the bowling averages. He's only taken 5 wickets, but they've only cost him 12.6. Oh, and this goes past the outside edge. I thought for a moment he'd actually got an edge. Craig Overton, as he stretched forward, good length ball, just fractionally outside his off stump. He had to play it, unless, of course, he's picking Matt Critchley's googly, which I think is unlikely. He's back on his stumps this time, and that's well fielded by Feroz Kuchi. It bounced very nicely for him. It was a spectator piece of fielding, that, which is warmly appreciated by the Essex crowd. Critchley to Overton, who's beaten again on the outside edge. Decent over that, and he was bowling at a nice pace as well. Not too slow, Matt Critchley, but getting that through. We'll just watch the replay, see how much it turned. Not much. Overton just, I think, playing inside it. 1 over to go before tea, and a deeply depressing afternoon session for Somerset, which they've lost a further 3 wickets. They lost 3 before lunch and in the space of 20 minutes.
Harmer in down the leg side. There's a nick. It goes very fine. Porter dives at 45. He stops a boundary. The bowler's down and picks himself up, and good bit of fielding. Probably not the best ball. 1 more run to Somerset. Anthony, I'm going to be quite honest actually. I think you lost an invaluable toss, end of, and you've batted when it's got a little bit harder on this track, and it will continue to do so. Harmer bowls this played on the front foot and well bowled, no run. So I don't think you've had the best. You bowled well in the first hour, didn't get any rewards. I'm not going to say you're unlucky. I'm just going to say, look, Essex have been fortunate to win a very valuable toss and bat well. This is cannoned off the pad into the offside. There is no chance for an LB. I think if the boot had been on the other foot, I think it would have been exactly the other way round. Well, I do. It's a different surface to last year.
I don't think Somerset have made the best of what, as you suggest, is a bad job. They could have batted better, particularly to be 10 for 3.
We haven't mentioned this yesterday or this morning. Harmer is in, played off the back foot carefully, watchfully, no run. We've actually got a bat pad on the offside now. He's moved across. Your medium pacers yesterday, you missed Peter Siddle.
Yeah, very much so.
Very much so for me. They bowled okay in patches, but they weren't.
Josh Davey isn't himself
correct.
This season. Casey Aldridge, I think, was trying to bowl a little bit too fast and lost his accuracy as a result.
Yep. It was a reasonably flat deck yesterday. Didn't respond too much. The 2 openers bowled nicely, but you missed Peter Siddle. This is nicked inside edge down to deep square leg or fine leg, where there is a single against Harmer for Overton. He moves to 823 for 6. It's challenging, and it will continue to be so. And Essex have been allowed to apply pressure with many men around the bat.
Yep.
And Harmer's bowled only 14 overs, 2 for 38. He's in, bowls. This is turned, and they're not looking for a single because it bounces into the hand of Nick Brown. He shines the ball up and is about to give it to Monsieur Lelong, and the umpires have called tea, and the players move in different areas now. Essex and the 2 batters have moved towards the marquee and the pavilion, where the 2 umpires move to the lower ground floor of the river stand here at Chelmsford. So tea is taken. And in reply to Essex's decent total earlier in the day, which was 462 for 9 declared. Good declaration, because it gave them 2 bites of the cherry just before lunch and just after lunch, and they reduced Somerset to 10 for 3. And then there was a healthy partnership with Kohler, Cadmore and Dixon, but Kohler Cadmore probably would be best described as gave his wicket away, and Essex have applied pressure there. Somerset go to tea on 123 for 6, and we look forward to welcoming you all back in just 20 minutes time.
Well, welcome back to the Cloud County Ground here at Chelmsford in hot sunshine. The Essex fielders just emerging from the pavilion away to our right, to be followed shortly by the not-out Somerset batsman Sean Dixon. Finally getting some runs for Somerset in first-class cricket. Not out 66, Craig Overton on 8. Somerset replying to Essex's 462 for 9 declared, struggling on 123 for 6. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, and I'm joined now by Don Topley, formerly Essex all-rounder.
Oh, thank you.
From BBC Radio Essex. Well, yes. I think you described yourself as an all-rounder, didn't you?
Oh, only my mother. These days I'm an all-rounder. My mother used to think I could bat. That was about it, really. But beautiful day. Gosh, it's warm here.
It's got warmer since before tea, I think.
Yeah, listen, we had a hazy morning. Sun came out after lunch. There's a bit of wind. That rather large Somerset flag is fluttering, but
it dwarfs the Essex flag, which is flying from the other end of the rather strange pavilion that we've got here at Chelmsford.
Anthony, you know what they say about big feet, big flags.
Well, it is a magnificent Somerset flag, that one.
You could wrap yourself and sleep in it. But back to the cricket. Do you want to take this first over
I'll
after tea?
I'll take the first over after tea.
It's going to be a seamer. It's going to be Jamie Porter,
who's bowled his previous 8 overs. No, he has bowled from that end, hasn't he?
He
started from this river end,
and then followed Cooking.
Yeah, I think that's right. He's going to be bowling to the tall figure of Craig Overton, who is on 8. He's been very restrained thus far, has Craig Overton. Jamie Porter coming down the hill is there and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Overton. Good crowd in here at the Cloud County Ground, and the lower deck of the Tom Pearce stand to our right is absolutely full. There was hardly a seat to be had.
Because it's in the shade.
Because it's in the shade.
No. We're really blessed today. Good weather now. I mean, if we'd have had a swimming pool at tea time, I think I might have gone in it. It's hazy, muggy.
For test matches in the West Indies sometimes,
they do. That's lovely.
Porter is in and bowls, and this is nicely played away by Overton. It'll be cut off just behind the square leg umpire by Paul Walter. But Overton and Somerset underway after tea, 124 for 6.
You've got a nice swimming pool at home? I'd imagine you have.
No.
You know?
No.
You've surprised
We've got a river at the bottom of the garden.
Have you?
We have, and people, it does flood, and people swim in it now these days. They didn't used to. You wouldn't used to, but
because of
I've been swimming it myself. Well,
back in the day,
it used to carry rather a lot of sewage outfalls, but a lot of those have been improved.
Yes.
And here's Porter in and bowls, and Dixon plays this firmly back to the bowler. So there's been an explosion in water-based recreation on the River Parrot as it goes through Langport, which has transformed the town.
I'm trying to think what you call it. Is it bodyboarding?
No, paddleboarding.
Yeah, they do that a lot on the River Stour, on the Essex Dedham River Stour.
They do that. You get dozens.
Yes.
On a fine day, particularly at the weekend, dozens and dozens going up and down the river. This is punched to Feroz Koushi. He was in the air for a time, but lands well short of him, well fielded by Koushi.
Did I call it bodyboarding?
Paddleboarding.
And I think
bodyboarding is a form of surfing.
And a lot of women are interested in doing that as well. You know, going along the river on a Saturday morning.
Yes. It's a very pleasant way of spending a few hours.
The Deben,
and then they go into town and spend their money buying cups of coffee or go to the local pub.
Yes.
This is turned away through the onside, very well fielded, and Dixon has to retreat. Nick Brown there at short mid-wicket, down quickly to his right. Dixon was fairly sure that was going to go past him away towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, but he pounced on it, belying his he's not fat, he's just well built, is Nick Brown. Good pair of shoulders on him, good pair of hips.
Second row, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Porter again to Dixon, who defends out into the offside. End of the first over after tea. 1 run has been added. It's 124 for 6. Dixon on 66 and Overton on 9.
I would have thought there were 1 or 2 good rugby players in the Essex side. Maybe Brown, maybe Harmer, clearly. And Alistair Cook must have played some rugby at Bedford School.
Bedford, yeah, no doubt.
Dan Lawrence, I think, would have. I mean, Paul Waters got the physique, but I think he played a bit of football in the winter, not rugby.
What's happening to Surrey then?
Oh, go on, they've been bowled out, eh?
145 all out, and Kent in their second innings. They could have enforced the follow on, but didn't. 37 without loss, so they're 193 runs ahead of Kent.
Harmer in. This is forced into the leg side. He went right back towards his stumps and played into the onside and takes a single, as there is a man placed at sort of deep mid wicket for Craig Overton's, but he collects the single and the score moves to 125 for 6. Patiently Essex are sort of waiting for these wickets to happen. Dixon is still there, having faced 130 deliveries, and he's got 66 not out and facing. He's facing, and he plays into the leg side with a spin, no run.
Yeah, he's batted very well. He survived that close LBW appeal early on in his innings, but since then he's batted very sensibly.
Just 1 rush of blood, wasn't there, over the slips. Comes down the wicket, drives out to Wesley, who takes a single, and he shies, but he's thrown at the wrong end. For my judgment there, he's thrown to the keeper rather than the bowler's end.
Overton just apologising there. I think Overton was slow in taking off.
He was ball watching.
Yeah.
He was. He wouldn't take him on, and Dixon's running.
Yeah, it was Dixon's call.
Yep.
And he was running to the danger end as well. So
Harmer in, right arm over the wicket, gives it a real tweak, gives it some airs. Overton plays with a on the front foot and smothers the spin.
Just a nice little bit of dip at the end of the flight of that ball.
In he comes. Look for the quicker one. Dip again. This has gone down the ground. Mid-off is up in the inner circle, really. And this, well, that's a big hit. That's gone for 12. Over the sight screen. It may have gone onto the dual carriageway. The umpires are not overly concerned. There is some fir trees right at the back of the ground as you would get onto the motorway, or the dual carriageway. But we do think the ball will be returned. There's quite a few. There's a Anne's Pantry down there, which offers burgers, teas and beers.
They ran out of hot dogs at lunchtime.
Oh, is that what you were going to have? Your option?
It was. I had a bratwurst instead.
Ooh.
The trouble is, I had a hot dog yesterday, and they come in rolls that sort of disintegrate, which makes it extremely difficult to eat. You've got a great big sausage with bits of bread sort of attached to it. It's being stuck on by tomato ketchup. Not an elegant thing to eat. You wouldn't want to be filmed eating one of those, I tell you.
Oh dear.
The ball has been retrieved.
It has. Umpires are checking it now. Has it got a bit of tarmac in it, or glass? Is it covered in beer? Tomato ketchup?
It could be. If it's gone into the
Anne's Pantry.
David Milnes is satisfied with it.
He bowls. Harmer bowls on a length, played off the back foot. It's quite slow. He's judged the length and happy to play on the back foot. If you're playing against the spinner and you're happy to play on the back foot, well, the bowler shouldn't be happy because you want him to come forward. It's more dangerous if he comes forward. And to be fair to Overton, he's played that over nicely. 132 for 6. So Surrey are struggling down. Is it in Canterbury?
Pass.
It is, yes,
I think it is,
yeah. And give us a couple of other scores on the doors.
I will.
Lancashire are at Southport. They're playing Hampshire, who they bowled out and then went past their score overnight, I think. Nottinghamshire weren't having it their own way yesterday at Birmingham, as Jamie Porter's on his way in.
And this is run down to third man. I think that'll go run away for 4, or Feroz Kushi might just pull it in. He does pull it in, and they're going to come back for a third run. Good piece of fielding and good running from the two batsmen. 135 for 6. Yeah, Hampshire in trouble against Lancashire. Bowled out for 142, replying to Lancashire's 374.
Okay.
13 without loss in their second innings, and Notts 58 for 3, replying to Warwickshire's mammoth 571 for 9 declared. So
Hayne got another 100, didn't he?
yeah, here's Porter in and bowls and goes past Overton's outside edge, although I think Overton would say he drew his bat inside.
Have you seen much
the
of
line.
Hayne?
Rather too much. But he's a real Jekyll and Hyde character, though. You know, split personality, because he's so stodgy in red ball cricket and so effective as well as a run accumulator, and then he just completely changes character for white ball cricket and smashes it all over the place. He's a very, very good batsman.
Correct.
Here's Porter in and bowls. Overton's beaten this time on the outside edge, just pushing forward at that ball that just did enough to beat the outside edge.
For me, Anthony, Hayne, I think, will get recognition, but possibly after the World Cup, 50 over World Cup in India in October, November. And then England go and play 6 matches in the West Indies. And I'm going to make a gamble and a guess now that I think Sam Hayne will be selected for that West Indies tours.
This is driven by Overton up to Wesley at mid-on.
There's Barbados and Antigua. I think there's 2 T20s in Barbados, 2 in Antigua. Then I'll go to Barbados for 1 T20 and an ODI, and then they go off to Grenada and indeed Trinidad. And I think there'll be a new white ball side emanating for that West Indies series.
Could well be. This is driven by Overton, and he'll pick up just a single, as that's well fielded by Wesley at wide-ish mid-off. It's just the single. 136 for 6. Overton on to 17. Yeah, he's got to be given his chance sooner or later.
Competing with the likes of Dan Lawrence, obviously Brooks, you know, in the pound seats at the moment. But there's a lot of good middle order young batters. Livingston.
This is defensive shot from Sean Dixon to Nick Brown at mid-wicket. End of the over. 136 for 6, 70 to Dixon and 17 to Craig Overton.
There's another decent batter that I've seen, and he looks to have the time, the temperament. There's a chap called Matthew Montgomery. Now, he actually has played first-class cricket in South Africa, I think. He's a South African. He's not really English, but he qualifies. You know, we know how many South Africans can, but anyway, he grew up in South Africa, played representative cricket out there. Harmer played on the front foot, just tickled into the leg side, no chance of a run nor a dismissal, but I really think he's quite a good player. Matthew Montgomery of Nottinghamshire. I'm interested how they stumbled across him. Good cricketer. Harmer in again, bowls, gives it a lot of air, played off the back foot. Is interesting. Will Overton continue to play off the back foot, which he's comfortable in doing, playing the ball on its length? It's been given a bit of in the air as well. Just be aware there could be a quicker one looming. Harmer will be looking for an LBW. Slower ball again, just given a bit of air on the front foot, no run. Have you come across Matthew Montgomery?
He didn't. He wasn't in the Nottinghamshire side when we played them second game of the season up at Trent Bridge, and they beat Somerset quite comfortably. So no,
I remember that.
I've seen him in white ball cricket, I think, but not in red ball.
There's the quicker ball. It's gone in the air. It's gone over the infield, and it's gone just in to the boundary for 6. Not quite as big as the previous one, but he's picked the right ball. He's sort of come down the wicket. It is a quicker ball from Harmer, the one we suggested he might be looking to bowl, but he's made sure he's got it enough on the bat, good connection, and it's sailed for 6. So Harmer in a way, he'll be happy that he's playing shots. Harmer, what's he going to bowl now? He comes in, bowls, gives it a bit of air, and Overton comes forward, rock solid, plays a forward defence into the offside, no run.
If I was Simon Harmer, I'd keep tossing the ball up to Craig Overton. He'll take the bait, and sooner or later he'll be hooked.
In he comes, past umpire Mills, a little bit quicker, a bit shorter, and they're saying it's out. I think it was out. Overton's not moving. They're going to have a chat now. I'm having a guess here. I think it's ballooned off his foot back into his hands. I don't know. We'll look at the replay, but I just got that impression. Overton hasn't moved. The umpires are together. Did this come off Nick Brown's foot? Anthony, your thoughts?
I don't know. I honestly couldn't see.
Essex are adamant that they've got him out, he's been given. I think I was right then. It's come off Brown's boot. Overton is just questioning it, but he's going to have to go. The umpires are speaking to Dixon, and Overton has gone.
Well, very, very unlucky. Whatever the precise details, it was a fluke wicket. Just one of those things that can happen when your luck's out. It's out, and credit to Overton. He didn't hang around. Once he was given out, he walked off.
Played really well for 23.
Yeah,
he did. He was looking comfortable.
You see that we're finally going to see the replay. He's hit it. Oh, I don't.
Off his boot.
Whether it hit the ground at the same time as his boot, I'm not sure. But
I think it may have hit his heel and gone in the air. It must have hurt either way.
Well.
Yep. Fortunate dismissal.
Very unlucky.
Yeah, he was adamant, and he would have felt that ball on his boot, on his ankle, has ballooned up. Hasn't gone down, it's gone up, and to be fair, Nick Brown had the awareness to ensure that he could catch the ricochet.
Well, it wasn't too challenging, it just went straight up in the air.
I can think of a few fielders who would have died on the floor having been hit at bat pad. Well. Essex have got their man. Overton is out. Sean Dixon is still there. Manfully, they're playing the anchor role, 70 not out in the best part of 134 balls, I think it is. Played with total responsibility for his side's cause. 142 for 7. So we've got the rabbits and the ferrets to come. What can you offer us, Josh Davey? He is a genuine all-rounder.
Well.
No, he can bat.
Yeah.
Who's after him then?
Well, it'll either be
debutant
Matt Henry or
of course.
Shoaib Bashir. Yeah. I'm not sure who.
Well,
interested in opinions from those of you out there on Twitter. @AntGib is my Twitter handle. Here's Porter in and bowls to Dixon, who plays that to mid-off and sets off quickly. It's Tom Wesley quite deep at mid-off, so it's a comfortable single. He moves on to 71, I think it is.
If you were a stubborn opening batsman, and wouldn't surprise me to find out that you might have been once in your life.
You must be joking.
Anthony, what would you do? You'd be 142 for 7, you're 70 not out.
No, I think.
Are you looking for personal pride and batting through the innings?
No, I think he'll just bat normally. Certainly as long as Josh Davey is in there. Josh Davey has got a good eye and decent technique. His trouble is shot selection. He'll bat very sensibly for a time and then go for a big hit and miscue it. Porter is in and bowls and goes past his outside edge. That was a good ball from Jamie Porter. But if those of you who can study the yes, here we go. Stephen Jewell, unlucky Craig Overton. That hit the ground. Clearly see it on the first replay. That was my impression as well. I thought it hit him on the half volley. It certainly hit the boot, but I think it hit the ground at the same time. But then I'm looking through Somerset tinted spectacles and Don Topley's looking through Essex tinted spectacles, which is why we'd be interested for opinions from those of you who can watch the replay time after time after time on YouTube, as this is away for 4 runs. And Josh Davey is underway with a nice cover drive. Takes the score on 247 for 7. Nice flowing cover drive from Josh Davey. He's having a good season with the bat. Probably a better season with the bat than with the ball, as is the case with Casey Aldridge as well, his fellow change bowler. Is Porter in bowls to Peel for LBW. My instinct is that that was going down. Certainly Josh Davey thought it was going down from the shot that he played. It took him on the pad as he looked to turn it into the onside, but they do come across their stumps, batsmen these days, with these fashionable off-stump guards that they take. 148 for 7.
We've had an email in for you, Mr. Gibson, sir.
Yes, I did get in. I know it's all right. I did get in a terrible tangle about the. Ooh, that comes off a leading edge and straight to Wesley, who shapes to shy at the stumps because Davey was backing up. The heat was affecting my brain. I was trying to work out how many overs there were to tee.
Gordon Avery offers advice, but I reckon Gordon may have been a schoolmaster back in his day. He's on the Essex Riviera. Thank you for your contribution, Gordon.
My mental arithmetic's usually pretty good from all the darts I've played over the years.
Oh, really? Yeah. Right.
This is pushed into the offside by Sean Dixon. There won't be a run. It's the end of the over. 148 for 7. Dixon on 71, playing almost a lone hand for Somerset, and Josh Davey on 4.
Kevin Menhinnick says, enjoyed the commentary as usual from the back garden in Surrey, sunny Horringer, which is just outside Bury St Edmunds, and he was talking about the Suffolk versus Surrey game on Sunday, July the 30th at Walport. He hopes to go to watch it, and yesterday he watched Suffolk beat Cambridgeshire in a very good one-day match, and he's quite impressed with young Alex Oxley, the young Suffolk cricketer who first played for Suffolk when he was age 16. He has played for Warwickshire. He's a traditional old-fashioned batsman. He plays for Copdock and Old Ipswichians in the East Anglian Premier League. Well, Harmer's in. He bowls. This is played out to Wesley at mid-off where there is no runs. And finally, I totally agree with Anthony regarding county cricket. In terms of
the heart of the English game.
Yeah, as Harmer bowls in the air, I'm not sure it came off the bat, may have come off the pad, but it splits, leg slip and bat pad, and it's the man at 45 who stops the leg by.
Good comment from Steve, from somebody else on Twitter. I'm not going to comment about whether that hit the ground as well as the boot, because whatever the truth of the matter, it's been given out, and that's that.
Harmer in bowls very full. Davey does come forward, but not with a great stride. He gets enough forward to smother the spin and the ball. There is no run. Still warm at Chelmsford. Still plenty of people in. As Harmer bowls, gives it a bit of air. It's down the ground. He goes over Paul Walter at mid-on, saving the 1, but it's deep mid-wicket. Ben Allison, who comes all the way round to the Tom Pearce stand to prevent the boundary, but Somerset collect 2 more. And that is the 150 runs in the 45th over for Team Somerset. Look, I don't want to say it's hard work. It's hard work for the bowlers as well, but Essex are in the ascendancy, but Somerset, and in particular Sean Dixon, are fighting as this is driven into the leg side with the spin, and Feroz Kushi at mid-wicket does the fielding. Harmer turns, holding the ball, gives it a lot of air. This spins back, cannons off the front pad into the offside. There is no run. That concludes the 45th over of this Somerset innings, and they have moved slowly to 150 for 7.
The consensus on Twitter
yes
is that it hit the ground. Jacob Lunn never should have been given out as the umpire isn't sure as the batter gets the benefit of the doubt. Unbelievable. Simon Thurston looked like it clearly hit the ground first, hitting the fielder's ankle on the half volley and looping up. Andrew Thompson, the umpires have had a shocker there, hit the ground and then upwards of his foot. Mark Woolley, very unfortunate for Craig. Replay clearly shows ball hit the ground before bouncing onto foot and up to fielder. No way was that out from Andy Maidment, and Lance Turner watched it, the Overton dismissal, numerous times as Porter is in to bowl to Dixon, who won't get a run. It's not a good piece of fielding by Nick Brown at short mid-wicket. Simon Cavaciuti, ball bounces 6 inches in front of Nick Brown. But on the other hand, Darius Plumden says, as a Somerset fan, watched the catch multiple times and I think it was out.
There you go.
So that's 1 against.
And he's from Bridgewater, is he?
No, I don't know where he's from. There's 1 out of about 15.
I can sense that could be a question tonight for you, Mr. Gibson.
Here's Porter in and bowls, and this is pushed into the offside. I must say I was surprised the umpires gave it out, because as one of our Twitter correspondents points out, where there is doubt, it should be given to the batsman, and there certainly was doubt as to whether that hit Nick Brown's ankle or heel on the half volley or not. Anyway, it's all academic because the decision has been given, and doubtless very disappointed, to put it mildly. Craig Overton is back in the pavilion, cursing his luck. As Porter bowls to Dixon, who turns this away down to fine leg. Critchley is coming around quickly to do the fielding.
Can I just logistically say something?
It's Sam Cook doing the fielding. Yeah.
Logistically, just looking back to what I saw initially, the umpires got together, but square leg would have been possibly blinded by Nick Brown.
He couldn't possibly see.
He would have been blinded because he was behind Nick Brown.
Yeah.
So I don't know what square leg could contribute.
No, quite. Here's Porter in and bowls, and Josh Davey gets in behind a defensive shot. That single took Dixon on to 72. Score, someone said, a crept past 151 for 7 in years gone by. That would have been a batting point.
Yeah, I don't mind them extending. In fact, we got an email late last night saying, why isn't the bonus points the same, i.e. 5 for batting and 5 for bowling or whatever? I'll come on to it.
Porter in and bowls. And well played by Josh Davey, adjusting quickly to that ball that it's maybe moved a little bit away from him off the seam.
I can't remember the gentleman's name, but he wrote in and saying, why can't there be fair, the same amount of points for batting and bowling? We've got to also understand that it's easier to get bowling points in April. Yeah. It's harder to get batting bonus points in April. Might be easier about now, but over the course of the season you want the similar amount of points.
Porter bowls, and this is turned away nicely through the onside. It'll just be a single as Walter is quickly onto it from the deep mid-wicket boundary. End of that over, 152 for 7, 72 to Dixon and 7 to David. I mean, presumably the ECB have done it to encourage more attacking batting.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to have had the effect because so few sides have batted quickly enough to pick up 5 batting points. They've just gone along as Essex did in their innings at their standard rate. I mean, in Essex's case, it wasn't bad. 3.88 runs an over.
How do you encourage Sir Alistair Cook to open his shoulders? That's not his game. Bazball isn't one of his names. Harmer's in. This is played on the front foot. He is no run. He is so reliable.
Yeah, he's a bit of a special case, though. Well, and as we were saying yesterday, there is, you know, I go on about what a wonderful competition the county championship is, but there are some deadly dull county championship matches played on poor wickets.
Dare you say that, Mr. Gibson?
Well, I'll give you a very good example, which is the game that these two sides played here last year, when Essex made 500, Somerset made 600, and Essex had about 10 overs in their second innings, and that was that. you know,
Yeah.
that was a poor pitch. That was.
Yeah. Harmer. Right arm over. Quicker ball. There's your quicker ball. Where he was on the back foot was Josh Davey. He of Suffolk and Scotland. And
I think he just got his pad outside his.
He did.
His off stump. That's what saved him. It might very well have bowled him if he hadn't got his pad in the way.
Exactly what Simon Harmer's trying to do, with a bit of guile. It's lovely to watch people like Leach, Harmer, decent spinners ply their trade. This time has played it into the floor, gone onto the leg side, no run.
Bit of turn again there, though.
Yeah, and this ball is nearly getting on for 47 overs old. So it's a great time to bat against this ball. Harmer bowls, clipped into the leg side, but he finds mid-wicket. There is no run. Kushi does the fielding. Still good sunshine. The shadow's just starting to lengthen as the sun falls to the western side of Chelmsford. Harmer. Just a little slower, played into the floor. Brown does the fielding. End of the over, 153 for 7, and we've had 47 overs here at Chelmsford. Harmer, 18 overs, 3 for 54.
Let's see what else is happening on
Derbyshire, are they getting beaten up?
Derbyshire. I will tell you when I can find the.
They got bowled out for, was it
relevant-
111? Not many more.
relevant bit of.
They're playing at Chesterfield.
They were 111 all out. Yorkshire made 353, but Derbyshire making a better fist of it in their second innings, 172 for 4 as this goes past. Josh Davies outside edge from Jamie Porter, 3 pigeons. We haven't had much ornithological activity. Just the occasional pigeon. We haven't seen any ducks going across the ground. And not many gulls either.
Well, the only ducks we've seen. Sorry. The Somerset ones earlier in the day.
That would be an able. Yeah.
Sorry.
Here's Porter in and bowls, and Davey plays a solid forward defensive shot. Back up the pitch.
God, I'm going to be hated tonight on Somerset Facebook site.
I don't know why you bother with it. I never look at it.
It's humorous. If I've had a bad day, I just go on there and I
think
realise
every county's supporters, though, they're sort of innately pessimistic. It's a defence mechanism against disappointment. Yeah.
But they often row with each other.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, I don't see that anywhere else.
Porter's in and bowls, and Davey just plays this quietly into the offside.
I have so much admiration for the Taunton ground, for their fervent supporters, but
and it is.
Nobody's died.
No.
That's what I always feel. Nobody's died. They've played you've lost the toss here, which was hugely important.
Yep.
And you've had to chase the game since then, really. You bowled well in the first hour, missing Peter Siddle.
Here's Porter in and bowls. As that's pushed into the offside. Somebody on Twitter was asking about the seriousness of Peter Siddle's injury, and the honest answer is I don't know. But it looked nasty. He split the webbing on his right hand, taking a fierce return, making a fierce return stop down at the Aegeus.
Bowling hand?
Bowling hand, yeah.
That's the key, isn't it? If it was his non-bowling hand,
he's only with Somerset until the end of July, and my questioner on Twitter wondered whether he's going to be fit before the end of July, and I wouldn't count on it, as that's played into the onside. Good stop again by Nick Brown, with the corollary that if he's not going to be fit before the end of July, ought Somerset to sign another overseas player. But
they're hard to get.
Exactly, that's just what I was going to say, and particularly hard to get overseas bowlers.
Quality ones.
Because their governing bodies don't like bowlers, especially fast bowlers.
Yes. Agreed.
If they're in Test match or one-day international contention, to be over-bowled.
Correct.
And they very often come with conditions.
Yep.
As Porter is in and bowls, and a good solid defensive shot from Josh Davey. That was a maiden over from Jamie Porter. 3 for 38 he has from 13 overs. It's 153 for 7. Dixon on 72 and Davey on 7.
Talking about Peter Siddle, obviously he was of this parish and a very popular contributor. But not just with Essex County Cricket Club. He used to come on commentary with me periodically, and it was great because I was never an international bowler, but I used to ask him questions, pick his brains, and it was just nice to talk bowling with him. Does he come on comms with you occasionally?
Yes, occasionally. Yep, as you say, he's very, very good company.
Yes.
And he's played so much cricket and got lots
Captained.
of. Yeah.
Harmer in, driven down all the way to Paul Water at the river stand. He's about 5 yards in, so they take the single, and that moves them to 154 for 7. And listen, 74 for Sean Dixon. Is that right? You're showing me a picture. There's a select picture of a possible dismissal. This goes in the air. And he's been given out, he's edged it onto his pad, it's gone ballooned in the air well above the head of Nick Brown, and he's caught it, and Josh Davey has to go. Essex have got the 8th wicket, caught Brown bowled Harmer, similar, identical to the previous wicket, but at 8 down now, Somerset are on 154.
It wasn't remotely identical to the previous. There was no
caught Brown bowled Harmer.
Bat pad that was. There was no intervention of the ground or anybody's heel.
You're splitting hairs, Mr. Gibson.
Well, we just watched the replay. Oh no, that's not the replay.
No, it's not. It was caught Brown at bat pad off the bowling of Harmer.
It was. That is the only
common denominator.
Yeah. We're now going to watch the replay. Yeah, I think that did take the inside edge onto his. It almost hit inside edge and pad simultaneously, I think.
Ballooned very high.
Can't complain about that decision, but it's the 8th Somerset wicket, and you need to keep Essex out there a bit longer, I fancy. I think if they get bowled out in the next half an hour, which there's every possibility of that happening, it could get bowled out in the next 5 minutes. Matt Henry is the new batsman.
Tell me, would you enforce the follow-on if it was the other way round?
Yeah, I would.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
I would. It's a hard call for the bowlers, really is. You know, going back years when we had 3 days and 4 days, when 4 days first came in, gosh, you know, if you're going to win the championship or you're going to do well in the championship, you're in the field all the time because you're a good bowling side, because you have to take 20 wickets. Going back years, going back many, many years, you know, if you weren't such a good side, you find yourself batting all the time. But Somerset are a good side, all right? They are a good side, but they're in a spot of trouble. Harmer in to Henry. Henry has a whack first ball. Oh my word, it's going to be caught and bowled by Harmer. Harmer gets another wicket. Would you believe it? Well, he obviously had a little look as he came out to the crease, and he's gone first ball. Harmer's on a hat trick, and there is 9 down. That wasn't the greatest shot I've seen from an international batsman batting at 10.
That's the way he plays. What I was about to say before that really dreadful mow by Matt Henry is that the Essex quicks haven't exactly been over bowled. Jamie Porter's bowled 13 overs, but Sam Cook 11.
Yep.
Ben Allison 5.
Yep.
You know, so they should have plenty of petrol in the tank, even though it is a hot day. And well, I could be heading back to Somerset by this time tomorrow, the way things are going.
No, you lot.
Every cloud has. Well, there aren't many clouds, but
I thought you
every
liked
cloud
Chelmsford.
has a. No, I don't dislike. Chelmsford is it's not the most exciting city in the world. Chelmsford.
New city.
I know.
Eh?
And I'm not even staying in Chelmsford. I'm staying at Braintree.
There's a big shopping complex out there.
Yeah, I haven't. Well, I'm not really into shopping. It's not my bag.
Go home with a present for your wife. She's doing the watering. Don't forget.
She is. Well, She certainly is. Although it's not quite so necessary in Somerset because we have had a little bit of rain, not much, but some.
Up the road in Bristol has.
Now this is a big day for.
It is.
Or big moment rather for Shoaib Bashir. His first innings in first-class cricket, and he's facing his fellow off-spinner with rather more experience than Shoaib Bashir, Simon Harmer.
I'm going to guess he's going to bowl a quick off-spinner. Very full here, very full. 3 men round the bat, leg slip, bat pad and a conventional slip. He comes forward, he drives him into the offside.
Good stride.
Yes, he did. He's a tall man and got that front dog well down the wicket, didn't he?
He did.
Now I'm hoping, and I genuinely mean this, good luck to the lad on his debut. A great education. Will he have been watching Simon Harmer bowl from somewhere quiet? Well, he's got a chance to impress Mr. Gibson. And he does, with a decent forward.
He's off the mark.
And he gets a run into the covers. Well done.
Now, this will be interesting now to see how Sean Dixon plays.
Well,
How much faith he has. I've no idea as to whether
I want him to show pride and B, not out and carry his bat.
Yeah.
That for me is the personal pride which is important to Somerset and Sean Dixon.
But
so
he may feel that his
Don't.
responsibility is to score as many runs as he can and farm the strike as he plays this. Sorry,
go on. Carry on.
Well, I was just going to say, farm the strike as much as he can.
Yeah.
But I suspect he will just play his natural game and accumulate runs in the normal way and have faith in the abilities of Shoaib Bashir.
You've learned a little bit about me this trip, because if you were fielding at bat pad, I wouldn't, as a batsman, be picking up the ball for you. And you know, in a professional contest, this is. I always used to say to Reese and my charges at school, hey, if you're going to get beat, not a problem, as long as we've tried our best. But if you're going to get beat, I want to make sure that the opposition say, hey, that batsman Gibson, didn't like him, but actually he could play. And I like to see a bit of personal pride in this game, in this professional game, because it should be a real fighting contest out there. And I am willing both your number 11 to look good, but I want Sean Dixon to stay not out and carry his bat, because that means a lot. Am I horrible?
I just think it's important the game's played in the right spirit. It's a sporting contest. Play it hard, but play it fair.
What? In other words, if I bowl a bouncer at you, you say, well bowled, Mr. Topley.
No, you just duck underneath it. You don't need to say anything. Here comes Matt Critchley in and bowls to Shoaib Bashir, who plays that out into the onside. More stuff. Sure, the ball bounced from Robert Blackwell. This comes off the outside edge. Look for yourself. Lots and lots of stuff. Yeah. Stuart Ware, who's got divided loyalties. Essex supporter, as this is driven on the bounce back to the bowler. Craigo dismissal definitely hit Brown's boot on the half volley. I have every sympathy as the same thing happened to me in a recent club game. Great coverage. Thank you, Stuart. And this is turned again into the onside, but only as far as Nick Brown. Nick Brown, Mike Cole's not sure how the umpire could give that decision when Dixon was blocking his view. No, I won't say that, but no, there seems to be a pretty strong consensus. We haven't had many Essex tweeters saying that it was definitely out, as that's played back up the pitch.
I'm sure we'll see.
So I think we can conclude that it was a strange decision for it to be given out when, as you yourself, Don, said the square leg umpire couldn't have a clue whether it hit the ground at the same time as Nick Brown's boot. End of the over, as that's played defensively into the offside. Maiden over, but well played by Shoaib Bashir, who looks as if he can bat.
Yep, absolutely. Probably never seen such a dry wicket. No, he's looked okay. He's may not have to bowl much in the second innings. We shall see, because we're not 100% sure, but both Gibson and Topley would enforce the follow-on.
I'm sure they will, as I said, because the Quicks haven't bowled that many overs. And what have we got? How many overs have we got remaining in today? 21, -2 for the change of innings. It'll be 20 after the first ball of this innings, so 18 overs tonight. Just over an hour's bowling, ideal really. They could, Essex might want Somerset to hang on for a little bit longer out there, so that they get maybe, I don't know, 10 overs tonight, 10 or 12, 3/4 of an hour's batting. And then
Palmer
still a new ball tomorrow.
gives it a lot of air. It's driven by Dixon into the offside. Well, Bashir's going to have to play well if Dixon is going to get 100 here. He's on 73. He's facing 2 men around the bat, slip and bat pad, and he reversely sweeps. Well, we haven't seen that. That's a shot that we've been seeing perhaps in the T20. Anthony Gibson is...
Matt Critchley played one yesterday, very effectively.
But he's been in your T20 side, hasn't he?
Oh, he has, yeah.
So have you seen that in the T20 for Somerset?
Yeah, he's played the reverse sweep. He's not a natural T20 batsman, Sean Dixon, but he makes the best of what he's got, and he got a very valuable 42 against Essex last Sunday.
Super shot, backward pointer's gone out to the boundary to stop that again. This time he plays conventionally with a spin into the leg side. There is no run. It was a super shot. I suddenly looked, I could see Sean Dixon change his sort of wrist positions as he played the reverse sweep. Harmer in again, gives it a bit of air from around the wicket. Dixon plays it back to the bowler now. Is going to be looking for a single here somewhere. He could go on the offside because the man is back on the boundary at backward point. Into the square leg, there's a 1, and mid-on is a 1. This is going to get a quicker delivery, eh?
Yeah, it's when he puts that little bit of extra tweak on it, and which means it's going through the air faster. It just seems to bite a little bit more.
It does. Well, they've all come in for the single here because they want to bowl at Bashir just in a moment. And bat pad on the leg side. Nick Brown has gone out to short mid wicket.
Temptation will be to try and hit over the
top. Yeah, he could hit towards us. Walter is halfway between the boundary and the square. He bowls a quicker delivery, played into the offside. End of the over. Bashir. Well, he's got confidence as Dixon in Bashir, and rightly so, as the young man is batting with him. Much taller than Dixon. He's going to go on the front foot, I'm sure, to Critchley. And the score then 159 for 9.
I haven't heard Tractor this afternoon, Mike Salis.
He was in your company last night, wasn't he?
No, he wasn't. They weren't in that pub. I know which other pub they probably were in, but I'll try that this evening. But they'll probably go to the pub this evening that I was in last night. But I wonder if he's suffering from heat stroke or just can't bear to watch. This is outside the off stump from Critchley. That was a leg break, but no need for Bashir to play a shot at that. He's got 1 run to his name in his first innings in first-class cricket. Critchley bowls and he's forward. Ball was in the air for a time. If there'd been a silly mid-off, he might have been interested, but there isn't. We've got forward short leg and a slip. I don't think Alistair Cook has actually had anything to do in the field at all today. I don't think he's fielded it once. Bashir lets that go through. A little bit of bounce, a little bit of turn, but too wide of the off stump. The only part he played was when he tried to catch a nick at Sean Dixon, I think it was.
That's right.
Just nicked it over the top of slips.
That was the rush of blood, wasn't it?
Yeah. Critchley, we've got a silly mid-off now, and this is a full toss, which is driven back to the bowler. And I think that's a more sensible position than a forward short leg. Haven't seen Critchley turn his googly yet. He's there and tosses this one up, and that's dug out by Bashir. Bash, as I think he's known.
Is that his nickname?
I think so.
Basharat Hussain was called that, wasn't he?
Well, he was just Basher, wasn't he? Oh, and this is outside the off stump. And
do you remember this?
End of the over. It was a maiden. Well batted, Shoaib Bashir.
Basharat Hussain played for England. I think he comes from Kenya originally.
Yeah, that's right.
But he opened the batting for Nottinghamshire, and there was Trent Bridge where he was called up to be an acting, temporary England 12th man. Yeah. And his nickname was Bash. And he was so proud to put an England shirt on and go and field for England that day as 12th man.
He was very unorthodox, as I remember.
Was, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, opened the batting. Was it the year of White, Knocker White, Pasty Harris? As Harmer bowls, played into the leg side, good shot, but he turns down the single as it goes all the way to Ben Allison, a deep square leg, but they're not running. He's hogging the strike.
Well, I think he's decided that he'd better take Simon Harmer and leave Bashir to take Matt Critchley.
Harmer slowly bowls it, and it goes into
Played
the
that
pocket.
well, did Dixon, just turning his wrists
Played it late.
on it to keep it, playing it late, playing it down.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, he's played really well. 78. He's 100 too far away. Harmer, he reverse sweeps again, but there's a man back, and he turns down the single. It's beneath the floodlight, a sort of deep third man, really. There's a man waiting for that reverse sweep. No run. In he comes. Dixon quite upright. This is cut, bottom edge. Cook has to get involved. There you go. There you go. Mr. Cook has been involved now as he had to run the best part of 5 metres and try to pick up the ball one-handed. No run. Yeah, he hasn't been involved much today. No catches. Cook is going out now to stop the single. Gosh, he doesn't know where he is. He'll need his sheep, won't he? As he deep backward point on the reverse sweepers move squarer to accommodate Cook, short third man, and this he comes down the wicket and with bat and pad smothers it. No chance of an LBW, but you're not getting through Mr. Dixon's bat, and there is no run.
Bit of a stalemate this though, isn't it, with Sean Dixon not going on the attack to Simon Harmer, just keeping him out, and
everyone's in
Bashir trying to keep his end up against Matt Critchley.
That's right. Essex are happy. Quicker ball driven out to short mid-wicket. There is no run. End of the over. 159 for 9. And it's going to be Bashir versus Critchley. Have we had many tweets this afternoon?
Most of them on the subject of the
catch.
The catch. Just not cricket. I don't think you can blame Essex. It's the umpire's decision. It's not. You can't blame Essex for appealing for it. And Nick Brown wouldn't know whether it had hit the ground before it hit his boot.
I'm not arguing. I'd like to see it tonight. I will study it somehow, somewhere.
Here we got Critchley to Bashir outside the off stump. No shot from Bashir.
If you ask the Essex fans,
well, they've had every opportunity.
Earlier, they would have said they got stuffed by an LBW that was out, that wasn't given.
Yeah, quite. But LBWs are one thing. Giving a batsman out when you can't really see yourself, and when your other umpires certainly can't see it, when the convention is that batsmen be given the benefit of the doubt, just seems a little bit strange.
Appreciate that very much.
As Critchley bowls to Bashir outside the off stump, gets himself into a position to play a shot. He needs just to target the stumps, I think, Matt Critchley. Must get the number 11 playing. He's only too happy to let leg breaks go through outside the leg stump. He's there and bowls a full length. Is driven back on the bounce to the bowler. He looks a perfectly competent batsman, Shoaib Bashir. Yeah, I think the other thing that Essex might do would be to bring Sam Cook back into the attack. This Bashir drives, and that's going to bring him probably 2 runs as Allison is in pursuit out towards the cover boundary, and they do indeed come back for 2 runs. He moves on to 3, and the score on to 160.
163 for 9.
Is John Hayes known to you?
Only via Twitter.
Because he's rather noisy with some regular tweets.
This is pushed into the offside end of an over, safely negotiated by Shoaib Bashir. We've got 17 overs remaining today, so it'll be one ball. That will make it 16 then. So Essex would have 14 overs to bowl at Somerset if a wicket falls in the next over, which would be probably just about what they would like. 14 overs tonight, and then a nearly new ball first thing tomorrow morning.
John Hayes is sort of, first he says just Essex cheating again.
As I just said, it's nothing to do with Essex.
Yeah.
It's
are the umpires fit for purpose? Look, they can only see what they give. And I mentioned to you there was an LBW that was probably pretty close. Is the pitch fit for purpose?
Yeah.
As Harmer bowls, this is driven into the offside. He could have taken a single, he doesn't. Harmer does the fielding. There's nothing wrong with the pitch. No. It was an important toss. And he talks then, John Hayes talks about the coin toss wins the game, does it? This time it's played back to...
I think if Somerset had a bit more luck in the first hour yesterday morning, in the matter of ball taking the edge rather than passing it, it could have been a different story. But that's the way cricket goes.
Driven this time, given a bit of air, driven back to, well, mis-executed really, as Dixon tries to play in the offside, but he drags it back to Harmer, the bowler, no run.
You can't blame the pitch for the dismissals of Tom Lammonby, George Bartlett and Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who all got themselves out.
Played bat and pad together into the offside, no run. Most batting points, he says, John Hayes in Division 1, so I don't know much. I think we applauded that yesterday for your bowling and your batting bonus points. But I think, Anthony, you've hit the nail on the head. You've missed Peter Siddle, to be honest, as one of your spare seamers. And the batting today, you've caused a few around dismissals, which have, Kohler-Cadmore's, when I think of that, Lammonby's, first up this morning before lunch.
First over, going for a big pull.
Yeah, just, that contributes to where you are. I always think of the phrase, look in the mirror, don't look for excuses. This is driven into the onside, no run, end of the over. Pretty uninspirational over, really, in many respects, but Sean Dixon is still there on 77, with him the number 11 on debut, Shoaib Bashir on 3.
Well, looking on the positive side, Sean Dixon has certainly inked his name into the opening batting spot. The question now remains, will he be opening with Tom Lammonby, or will it be somebody else? Might it be Tom Banton? Could be Lewis Goldsworthy, Tom Abel, who might just as well be opening the innings at the moment, as he's coming in the first half dozen or so overs in game after game. But Sean Dixon, whose place was in doubt, in fact he was dropped for the last game, and Stephen Davis was picked instead. Stephen Davis sadly didn't get any runs, that was against Middlesex. But I suppose it could be Dixon and Davis.
Listen,
left-hand, right-hand combination.
We have seen Bazball. We're advertising Bazball for the Ashes. I'm not quite as excited as that, but here we are. All right, Sean Dixon, 77 not out. Brilliant knock. In the first innings, we saw Sir Alistair Cook, proper batsman, playing proper batting shots.
Alison bowls a Yorker, which is well dug out by Shoaib Bashir.
And we should remember that in this new phenomenon of Bazball.
Yeah, I still
favour.
I still
proper
admire
batting.
the mindset of
proper
Brendan
cricket.
McCullum and Ben Stokes. An interesting piece in the Times this morning by Mike Brearley about how both Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum have suffered from depression in the past, as this is outside the off stump and no shot from Bashir. And this, Mike Brearley thinks, maybe a sort of conscious effort to be positive, to not to allow yourself to get sucked into the the doldrums, to go out there and really enjoy the game. And that is, it's certainly a spirit that's got through to the rest of the side as well.
It has, but I just don't know if county cricket is good enough. You have to be good enough to play that elite cricket of Bazball.
This is outside the off stump to Bashir, but I don't see why counties shouldn't aspire to playing cricket with a smile on your face. You know, not being.
That's something different.
It's the trouble is, you know, promotion and relegation is part of the trouble, because you know the penalties, financial, for going down into the second division are very substantial. So first division counties are petrified of being relegated, which means that they will try and play risk-free cricket, as that's outside the off stump, and no shot from Bashir. Their first priority is not to get beaten.
Yeah, that's right. Well,
you know, which
David
is
Gower's Test match captaincy was often about that.
Yeah, and you know, it's not the right mindset. England's approach, they say, and I've by the way they play, I have no reason to doubt it, is it doesn't matter really what the result is, as long as we enjoy ourselves and express ourselves on the cricket field with a smile on our faces. This is nicely played. Ball that was just short of a length and bounced on. Bashir got on top of the bounce and just ran it down to backward point.
I'm very happy to hear the positiveness, the smiles on the faces, and all of that. Very happy with that. But unless you're good enough to execute it, then I'm afraid if you're not good enough, it's going to be failure. And when you perpetually fail, it's not going to happen. So county cricket, I'm just not sure can play.
This is a bouncer from Allison. Even the 6'3", 6'4" inches tall, sure, Bashir has no difficulty ducking underneath. It's the end of another maiden over. As I said, we've got a bit of a stalemate at the moment. Maiden after maiden. 77 to Dixon, 3 to Bashir, 161 for 9. 15 overs remain in the day. -2 for the change of innings is 13. -1 for the first ball of this over will make it 12. Is the most overs that Somerset will have to negotiate this evening, assuming that Essex enforce the follow-on.
There is so much cricket left in this game over 2 days, and there's not going to be much rain around, and Essex will be just quite happy that this wicket gets baked and there's more traffic over it, because it will make it harder to bat on days 3 and 4. Harmer is in, bowls a decent off spin, which is driven into the leg side and finds Feroz Kushi at short mid wicket. There's plenty of cricket left in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a test of Somerset's mental strength if they are made to follow on.
This time, not much foot movement. Dixon tickles round the corner to the man at 45. Critchley, who stops the single.
I don't see much point in hogging the strike if you're not going to score any runs.
Well, I'm okay. I'm a bit of a dinosaur, old-fashioned. I'm not happy with not taking the singles where they're offered.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, forced into the off leg side where Kushi stops the single. They've turned down singles. I mean, we've turned down enough singles that your young opener could have been on 80 something by now.
And he hasn't been going for the big shots. Hasn't been looking to hit boundaries.
And Harmer bowls a quicker delivery, just bounces. Dixon plays on the front foot, no run.
Apart from the reverse sweep, and they've got the man out for the reverse sweep, so, why not come down the pitch and hit him back over the top?
And listen, by taking those singles, walking down the wicket to Bashir and say, hey pal, play for me, get stuck in. Give him some responsibility, as this is driven simply into the leg side and finds Feroz Kushi again. And that's how you make Bashir learn to become a more responsible batsman. Not just number 11, make him a number 10, number 9. Learning how to play in the context of the game. Driven into the offside, but fielded by Wesley at mid-off. And that is the end of another Harmer over. Bowling many maidens at the moment. He's bowled 23 overs, 8 maidens, 5 for 60.
Yes, this game's going nowhere at the moment. Just having a look at one, two, three. The last scoring shot was in the 54th over when Bashir made 2. So that's 3.5 overs ago, and before that, 1, 2 overs. So we've had best part of 7 overs with just 2 scoring shots. As Allison is into Bashir, who strokes this pleasantly into the onside. Well, I don't see how anyone can accuse Essex of cheating. I don't see that Nick Brown could have known that the ball had hit the. It isn't as if it was a catch with his hand was down.
He's turned his head away.
Yeah. So anyway, it's water under the bridge as Allison bowls, and Bashir again plays that nicely into the onside. There might have been a single there, but I think Sean Dixon has decided that he's going to take Simon Harmer, and Bashir is going to take Ben Allison, and Somerset are putting their faith in thunderstorms.
Oh dear. Not Gloucestershire, Derbyshire at Chesterfield, the cracking festival ground. They've had a reunion day over the last 2 days.
This is Bashir running this down towards third man. There'll certainly be 2 in here in this, as no, in fact, well, there should have been 2 in it.
Yeah, could have been.
As Kushi did well, but he threw when he was almost, he slipped as he picked the ball up, so he was almost flat on his face when he threw the ball in, with the result it was nowhere near wicket-keeper Buttleman, and they would have had plenty of time to come back for a second run, all of which means that the batsmen have changed ends for the first time in about 9 overs. And Bashir, unless Dixon can pick up a single, will have to face Harmer, as Allison is in a bowls outside the off stump, and Dixon plays no shot.
Leaves it well there.
Yeah, but why leave it?
Yeah, he could have run it down, But just going back to Derbyshire, they've had a players' reunion. The likes of Mike Page, the ebullient, charismatic Mike Page, David Steele, Jeff Miller, John Wright, Adrian Rollins, Chaz Taylor, Bernie Mayer. Do you remember Bob Taylor behind the sticks? Harold Rhodes, what a great man he was.
Dodgy action.
Yes. He was.
You play against him?
No. Cheeky, you cheeky.
Well, I can't remember.
I'm only 59.
Yeah.
I had a hard paper round.
That ball last delivery was played into the onside.
Do you have a reunion day?
Yes, indeed. It was during the Northamptonshire game.
And go on, give us some of the names that attended. Can you remember?
Yeah, Graham Burgess was there.
Oh, Budgie Burgess, yeah.
Mark Davis was there. Brian Rose.
Yes.
And Vic Marks, of course. That's played back to the bowler. And there's no run, so it's showing Bashir that we'll have to face Simon Harmer's music.
Asking diplomatically, obviously there was an issue some years ago with Viv, Beefy and indeed Joel. Has that been smoothed out now? Do they attend Somerset?
Beefy, not so much.
Not so much. Shame.
Joel, certainly. Yeah. He's got a pair of gates named after him.
Yes.
But Viv, haven't seen him for a long time, but he doesn't have the. I was going to say ill feeling that he doesn't still hold a grudge against Somerset in the way that I think Ian Botham probably does. But Ian Botham, to be fair to him, he did turn up at Brian Rose's book launch back in 2018.
Yeah.
He was a bit late, but on good form.
Harmer in from the river end, driven, slightly mis-executed by the tall Bashir. He drives it inside edge back to the bowler, no run. 3 men round the bat. Cook is at slip, leg slip is, I think it's Critchley and bat pad Nick Brown, who this time watches as Bashir plays into the offside. A decent ball from Harmer, but no run. He's coming on the front foot, certainly traditionally looking quite secure at the moment, the Somerset number 11. A lot of air driven, and there's a play and a miss as he tries to play through the offside.
He's drawn into that, wasn't he?
Against the spin,
Yeah,
eh?
drawn into that. It was good bowling from Harmer.
Yep.
Giving it plenty of air, saying, have a drive at this. I think it was the arm ball.
Yes.
So it went straight on, and Bashir playing for a little bit of turn.
This time he gets very far forward, smothers the spin, push drives it back to the bowler, no run. Shadows lengthening. As Harmer turns, ball in hand, bowls, gives it a bit of air, and he push drives this time with the spin into the leg side. Little bit slower, so he just turned it into the leg side, and there is no run. You've got a day off tomorrow, you know. I'm not here.
I reckon I might have a day off on Wednesday.
Down the wicket this time, as Bashir yorks himself into the leg side. Brown has a look at trying to run him out. He gets back into the crease. No run. End of the over. 162 for 9. I'm going to London tonight to see Reese have a quiet evening. I must say, these 2 hot days at Chelmsford, I did the watering when I got home, and I fell asleep in the chair.
Dear, well, you are getting on a bit.
I was tired last night, and I think when I get to South London tonight, I'll be a little tired.
Well, it's a long day, isn't it? In the heat. And
I'll be listening tomorrow, Anthony.
well,
Might not be watching, I'll be listening, following the scores.
Allison then is going to bowl another over from the Hayes Close end down the leg side, and Sean Dixon looks to help it down to fine leg, but gets nothing on it. Sam Cook is down at he's more at long leg than fine leg, but this game going nowhere fast at the moment.
Essex are quite happy because Somerset the pitch is just getting more and more worn. That's fine. There's enough time in this game still to go. 2 full days.
Allison in bowls to Dixon, who will take a single as he just drops this into the offside. Ironic cheers.
Is that your friend? Was that your friend cheering?
No.
Tractor?
Tractor, yes. No, he wouldn't.
Is he a legend?
He doesn't go in, he is a legend. He doesn't go in for ironic cheering, not when Somerset are concerned. He might do it for the opposition. How many overs are we in? What number? We're in the 60th over. What's the score?
11 left.
After 50 overs, I'll have a look. As Allison is in from the Hayes Close end, he's there in bowls, and nicely played by Bashir. At the end of the 50th over, Somerset were 155 for 9, so they have scored 8 runs in the last 10 overs, or to be more accurate, in the last 9.3 overs. But which isn't, as I'm saying, it's not taking them anywhere. Here's Allison to Bashir, who dead bats that out into the offside. We've got a forward short leg, about 5 yards from the bat. Nick Brown there in his fielding pads. Unusual fielding position. He's not at conventional bat pad. And the 2 slips. Come on, Bashy. I don't know who that was. I don't think that was Tractor. But I'm sure it wasn't. I think I can see Tractor. This is bouncer, and Bashir plays it really well, just sways out of the way.
From an Essex angle, not from a Somerset angle, Anthony, I think if we if a wicket did fall, Essex would be quite happy, because to take a new ball with 7 overs, that's going to be an uncomfortable 7 overs for your opening batsman, who, you know, had an uncomfortable quarter of an hour this morning.
Yep.
Ideal now for Essex to take the wicket.
Allison to Bashir, takes him on the pad. It was a bit high, just on the top of the very top of the pads, and there was a sort of yelp from Allison. No appeal as such. End of the over. 60th over of the innings. Dixon on 78. Bashir on 4. And that means that the lead has gone below 300. It's now 299 that Somerset are in arrears, but they've only got 1 wicket left.
You're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Radio Somerset. Anthony Gibson, Don Topley and Victoria Polly have been on duty. We hope you've enjoyed the action. It's a little bit quiet just at the moment, but this morning was Somerset fought back nicely. They bowled and fielded, in particular fielded well. Splendid run out by Sean Dixon, who is still at the crease on 78 not out, and he was responsible for the run out of Matt Critchley on a decent 100 earlier today. Harmer bowls played back to the bowler from Sean Dixon, who looks in pretty good nick. There's a man back at, well, Alistair Cook isn't at slip, he's at short third. There's a man back at backward point for the reverse sweep. This is tickled in to the leg side, and again he turns down the single. Honestly, he's turned down, I'm going to say 6 or 7 singles, so that would bring him to about 85, and it also makes Shoaib Bashir play responsibly for him in this last wicket partnership. Harmer in. This is cut nicely, and it's 4 runs. Hooray. And it goes across the netting area on the short boundary, square on the offside, and he collects another boundary. He moves to 82. So if it had taken these singles, he would have been somewhere about 88.
But he would say that Somerset might have been all out, because Shoaib Bashir might have succumbed to Simon Harmer.
No. Make him play responsibly this time. An immaculate forward defensive back to the bowler, and there is no run. 167 for 9. We're in the 61st over. All the outer fielders on the boundary are coming in tighter for the single, apart from deep mid-wicket and deep fine leg. This is played off the face of the bat. Excellent forward defensive. What's he batted for? 179 balls?
Yeah, 227 minutes.
I don't think I ever batted that in my career, total together. Harmer bowls. This is clipped into the leg side, hits Brown, and it's the end of the over. 167 for 9. The opening batsman, who's carrying his bat so far, he's on 82, and with him Shoaib Bashir, about to face on 4.
And a positive tweet, a positive thought from Simon Thurston. He says, as a side note, amidst the Catchgate controversy, isn't it great to see Sean Dixon's confidence growing in recent weeks, and with it his performances have improved, both in T20 and now this match. Much needed for him and us as we seek stability in the top order. I'll just do this over and then I'll hand over to Victoria, who has returned.
I think that's absolutely true, and a lot of confidence for Dixon.
Yeah.
Because when you change county, and I have a bit of experience this from my offspring, when you change county, emotionally everything changes and you're not sure, and you can sometimes lack confidence.
Here is Allison in to bowl to Bashir. Let's hope the wicket doesn't fall in this over and deny Victoria her return to the microphone. No, we're fine. We're still speaking to each other.
We are. We're playing nicely.
There was a BBC Radio Bristol and BBC Somerset commentator who so took against one of his fellow commentators he wouldn't actually speak to him in the commentary box.
Yeah. How long ago was that?
About 10 years ago. Oh, there's an edge and he's gone. There we are. Alistair Cook takes the catch at first slip. And it's the end of Shoaib Bashir, and it's the end of Somerset. Bowled out for 167. Shoaib Bashir caught Cook. Bowled Cook, in fact. I think I said it was Allison. That was because the scoreboard had it as Allison, but it was indeed Sam Cook. And Somerset, well, not a great effort, to put it mildly. All out for 167. There are 9.5 overs remain, so that would be 9 minus 2. So Somerset have got 7 overs to get through this evening. And Victoria will take you through them alongside Don Topley.
Well, Anthony, thank you for that long stint. Listen, I said to Anthony earlier, this would be the ideal time to pick up the 10th and final wicket, and they have. And we think there are 7 overs left. This is going to be another tricky 7 overs for Somerset. They haven't had it their way today, including a dismissal, that of Craig Overton. They really haven't had it their way. It's been, you know, you make your own luck, and they haven't had much in this 2 days at Chelmsford. And the bowling figures then, if we go quickly to the scorecard, well, just going back quickly, Lammonby was the first to go before lunch. He was caught. Allison bowled Porter for naught. Abel went before lunch as well for naught. Those are the 2 Somerset ducks that I saw. Bartlett made 4. Kohler Cadmore made 32, played nicely until he gave his wicket away. Rue made 6, Aldridge 1. Craig Overton batted really well for 23. There is some debate about his dismissal. Davies 7, Henry 0, first ball. Bashir was the last man out. Cook bowled Sam Cook for 4, leaving Sean Dixon. Listen, I can only give him a huge amount of credit. He carried his bat brilliantly. He had 1 rush of blood. He got away with it, but he batted really very well. He played superbly for 82 not out of an all-out score of 167. In the bowling stocks, well, Porter 13 overs, hadn't had a massive day, 3 for 38. Sam Cook less, 11 overs, 1 for 32. Then we got Allison, 8 overs, 1 for 26. Critchley's only bowled 4 overs for 3 runs, no wickets. He will bowl a lot more tomorrow. But the man of the moment, as ever, Simon Harmer, 25 overs, 9 maidens, 5 for 64. And I am sure, we haven't heard it, I am sure Essex are going to ask Somerset to follow on.
Well, you say that. I was just trying to look who'd come out to warm up. Yeah, and it looks, yes,
really?
The Somerset bowlers are stretching off.
Well, Anthony Gibson and me, both as captains, would have insisted that Somerset have a bat again. And do you know what? If Somerset bat all day tomorrow and got themselves 350, 400...
Yeah, confirmation. Essex will now bat again after not enforcing the follow-on.
Well, the seamers haven't bowled a lot of overs. I am surprised. I'm just going to take you back to a game a few years ago with Kevin Hand, Middlesex at Lords. Essex were in the Sturm. They were struggling, and Middlesex didn't enforce the follow-on, and Essex got out of it. If Somerset bat well and learn from today and bat very well tomorrow and get themselves 350, 400, and then Essex have to chase a slight small total, and this wicket starts to go up and down, anything in the game of cricket could happen. I'm not sure, and you know, I never played for England like Sir Alistair Cook, Tom Wesley, but believe me, I am surprised we haven't insisted they follow on.
That would be interesting to see what happens now then. But I think for Essex, they've brushed off that disappointment this morning of not getting that next batting point, because they have done their work with the ball, and perhaps they feel confident that what they've been able to do in this Somerset first innings, if they can just increase that lead more, that they could do that again tomorrow.
Well, they will. The lead is currently 290, is it 6? 95?
295.
Yeah, so, well, what do they need? I can't believe they're going to need 200. So Essex will only look to bat. Well, if they're going to bat, they're going to try and kill off Somerset of any chance of a win. And what would that mean? Probably lunchtime tomorrow, the best part of 150 runs. Will they play positively in trying to get as many runs before lunch? In other words, possibly declare and have 2 bites at the new ball either side of lunch? Well, it's going to be interesting. I am really surprised. But listen, Tom Wesley and Anthony McGrath will know more than me.
Well, we'll wait for Sir Alistair Cook and Nick Brown then to be out on the pitch.
Wow. Yeah, I remember this fixture at Lord's, Middlesex, Essex, and I can't remember what year it was, to be honest. Middlesex dominated Essex, and they should have and could have asked Essex to follow on, and they didn't at Lord's. Finn was playing, and Essex got out of jail. They couldn't. They should have enforced the follow on back. I think it was about 2012 or 13. Might have been 14. No, it wasn't 14. If you can remember those Essex fans, both I and Kevin Hand were adamant that Middlesex would enforce the follow on. They didn't, and Essex came away with a draw and got out of jail. I know coaches and captains are very aware of bowlers in these circumstances, not getting injured, not bowling too many overs. They've been bowling 4 overs in the Essex T20 Eagles side, and then when you increase the load, it puts pressure on the body and you can break down, and I know they're very conscious of that, into the extent that Essex's makeup of their bowling unit, some say, is a batsman short and they should play 1 less seamer. I appreciate that and understand that, and they are looking after the bowlers. People who say the makeup of the side is wrong are traditionally just going back over old ground and not entertaining looking after the bowlers. So it is a very different mentality today. We don't see the following on too often in county cricket, and Somerset are marching out there under the leadership of Tom Abel. The umpires are out there, and Essex have called on the light roller for the 7-minute period.
Still a nice crowd around Chelmsford as well. I've just had a walk into the city centre, off on other official duty. A few Essex fans milling around there as well. I don't know why you wouldn't have been wanting to watch the action here, but nice to enjoy the late sunshine here at Chelmsford as Sir Alistair Cook and Nick Brown make their way out to the middle.
Matt Henry from the River End, would you like to take the first over?
I would like that. Thank you very much, Don. Are you okay? I've realised I've left you in the lurch for an hour or so. Are you all right?
We're fine.
Good.
Anthony was incredibly nice. We played nicely.
Good.
We had a controversy with an alleged catch. I'll study it tonight.
Would you like to know where I was?
Oh, go on then.
I was interviewing McFly.
As in?
The band.
One of them likes cricket.
He does.
One of them came to my festival.
Yes, Harry Judd. I've just been talking to him about cricket.
Did you?
I said, I've come from the cricket. He said, is Cook still batting? He got 100, didn't he? I said, we did yesterday. And they're doing an album signing in Chelmsford, but I did invite them to come and watch.
Well,
as we get underway, Matt Henry from the River End to Nick Brown just dabs that one into the offside for no run.
Here we go. At the age of 11 or 12, Harry Judd was playing county cricket for Suffolk.
That's
Do you
right.
know what? He wouldn't be that. How old? I'm looking across at Anthony. How old would Josh Davey be? Ish. How old's Harry Judd?
Probably similar, maybe a little bit older.
Well,
maybe
there
nearer
you go.
35,
You know what I'm going to
as
be saying.
That one's left by Nick Brown through to the wicketkeeper. I think he's probably 35-ish.
Oh, right.
Maybe a little bit older.
Okay.
Yeah, he went to
Colford?
school in Saffron Walden for a little while, Felsted, I think, and then was at prep school in Suffolk. So,
yes.
But very into his cricket, and he was asking me how things were going down at the county.
Oh, he came to played for Suffolk, came to the Minor Counties Cricket Festival at the Royal Hospital School, and I remember, their coach celebrates.
Third ball of the over is late cut by Nick Brown, straight to the fielder for no run.
Last night, not Harry Judd, but last night, Lionel Richie was at the Taunton Cooper Associates cricket ground, and I'm looking across. They weren't just dancing on the ceiling, but he was there. Wait for this. He was there all night long. Anthony Gibson's chuckling.
Henry is left by Nick Brown. Should we get some McFly songs in to do a bit of songs into commentary?
Oh, it's been not a dull half hour, but it was a quiet half hour.
I'm glad I didn't miss too much and I got to go and interview my favourite band.
Yes. Oh, favourite band.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Wasn't turning down that opportunity as Henry is in to Brown and he shapes the bat through to Slips for no run.
Shall I drop another one in? Was it, are you ready for this? Was it an easy, one of Lionel Richie's, was it an easy interview with Harry Judd?
They were very lovely. It's always a worry, isn't it, when you interview...
wait for this one. Was there endless love with Harry Judd?
Matt Henry is in, and that one just drops into the offside for no run. Maiden over to start the Essex second innings. We're only 6 balls in, and we've already had endless Don Topley puns. Sorry, we gotta laugh. We'll sail on. There's another one. We'll sail on here at Chelmsford. Lionel Richie, for me, he was my hero. So Harry Judd was yours growing up. Lionel Richie was my hero. Lady, do you remember that? 3 times a lady with the Commodores. He's performed in Essex. I saw him at the Culture United Stadium, Lionel Richie,
really?
about 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, I think he was at Cambridge the other night. Back to the cricket. Essex are 0 for 0 off the 1 over, and it's going to be the big fella, Craig Overton, with his injured ankle, showing a lot of bottle and heart. He's on his way in, right arm over. This ball bounces in towards the thigh pad of Sir Alistair Cook, and there is no run. It's interesting how Essex approach this. There is so much time. We're not even at the halfway stage in this 4-day encounter. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Somerset, Victoria Polly, Don Topley and Anthony Gibson. Craig Overton, he's on the way in, bowls, driven back to here, back past him, beside the stumps. It goes for 1, 2, and it's gone for 4. Super shot, a check drive, great shot from the coaching angle annual there, where Cook just push drives the ball back past Craig Overton on his follow through and collects 4. Super looking shot that. 4 without loss. Overton on his way down the slope. Hayes close end bowls, clipped off his legs. Cook looks for 2. It's going to be well fielded. No, he's not going to get 2. Well fielded by Matt Henry, who Matt Henry's, while he's a New Zealander, he came over on a scholarship, played at St Joseph's College, Ipswich.
Played for Halstead, didn't he?
And Halstead, he did. I think it was the one season Halstead were in the top of the East Anglian Premier. He played in the summer holidays while he was on a scholarship. This time there's a nick, and he's being given Brown has gone. We heard a noise. Brown didn't look up. It's been caught behind by, I think it's James Rue, and that was a good piece of bowling. Brown has gone. Essex are 5 for 1. Brown has gone caught behind off the bowling of Craig Overton for naught.
Yeah, disappointing for Nick Brown. Looking to find his form. And it's another early exit for him. I'm just watching the replay.
Oh, is
yeah,
he?
I think the appeal was for the LBW on the pad.
Really? There was a noise, definitely a noise. Right, we're looking. Just confirmation. Normally the scorer advertises the mode of dismissal.
It's gone down as LBW.
There we go. I stand corrected. There was a nick, and we're blinded because he's left-handed. We're at deep, fine leg, high in the gods. And we couldn't technically see the nick or indeed the pad. We just heard a noise as it carried through to the keeper. Brown was LBW Overton for naught. He made 33, I think, in the first innings. I think he did. And he sadly gave it away. So batting in the second and the third and the fourth innings is just going to get more difficult. He didn't negotiate the new ball, but in the first innings he was caught Coda Cadmore bowled Davey at mid-off. Wesley gets a bouncer and Overton follows through down the wicket. And Wesley ducks out of that at the last minute. Well bowled. So, have you seen McFly in the flesh?
Well,
apart from today?
Yes, I have been to 15 McFly concerts.
Oh my word.
But I didn't want to lead in with that.
2 slips in a gully, outside off stump through to the keeper. Decent carry from Overton, good endeavour here. Well bowled. 15 concerts.
Yes, tractor.
Oh, tractor. Yep. Anthony's chuffed. He was a bit concerned he hadn't heard him, and he was a bit concerned he might have disappeared.
He's just at the right-hand end of the Taco Bell stand with a red hat on.
What shirt has he got on?
Probably got one T-shirt on
Black?
that says caution wide load on the back of it.
He won't be listening to us, will he?
Not unless they've got
Yeah, I don't think we have that. You have that at the Oval.
As Henry is in to Cook, who is forward defending with that one.
Both Anthony and myself were really shocked. I think I'm on interview tonight, aren't I? So the kind of that's going to be one of the leading questions. It might be Harmer put up for interview with his fifer or the coach, the bowling coach.
As Henry is into Cook, just down the track, pushing into the leg side for no run.
And Anthony, who have you requested tonight?
give you one guess.
Sean Dixon, I reckon.
Good. Oh, I'm interested. Well, I think we're all like to congratulate him for carrying his bat. How many times has he done that?
2 dot balls to start us over as Henry is in to Cook, up on his toes, back down the pitch to mid-on for no run. It reminded me going to interview McFly, there was lots of people queuing for the album signing, and it reminded me of when I was 15 and I pretended I had a dentist appointment and left school to go to a Sir Alistair Cook book signing before he was Sir Alistair, obviously. As Henry is into Cook, he's shaped the bat, it's through to the keeper.
Is this going to sound a strange question? When you've seen McFly 15 times,
Yes.
was the very first concert the best one? Or how do you compare 15 of the same
yeah, it's
concerts?
true. I bet you see them in different places, different venues, bigger venues, smaller venues. So as Henry is into Cook. It's driven up to mid-off for no run. I think, yeah, the first time, obviously, it's amazing. Never seen them before. Big fan, but I've seen them at the Royal Albert Hall. Saw them at Thetford Forest once.
Oh, right.
So yeah, you get the different feel, the different atmosphere at different venues can make a difference. But I've never come away from a show thinking, oh, that wasn't, wish I hadn't gone. As Henry is into Cook, turns that one off the hips, and it's away for 4 runs into the leg side.
Just aired a little bit leg side, and that really was a top shot. It raced across. This boundary or outfield will get quicker in the next 2 days as well. This will be like lightning on Friday. Are you on duty Friday?
Yes,
you
with
are.
Nick Leadhill.
And who's the visitors?
It is Glamorgan.
Wow, well, dangerous side for me. I know they got a lot of injuries, but Colin Ingram, who I think is a fine player, overseas South African. In comes Craig Overton. He bowls a short ball that carries 2 slips and a gully with the ring on the offside, and just deep square leg, deep fine leg, and a conventional mid on the onside. 9 for 1. The loss of Nick Brown. Yeah, so I do like Colin Ingram. Chris Cook is a dangerous player.
Yeah, but Essex did the business on Friday night in the away fixture.
Overton, 2 slips and a gully waiting. This is a decent ball, little straight, which Wesley, as you've seen him score through the mid-wicket area so often. He is a class player when he plays with determination through the onside. Good looking shot, nicely timed, and he collects 4. Score 13 for 1. Yeah, and then we welcome back Anthony and Somerset on Monday.
That's after the trip to Lords on Sunday, yes.
Gosh, 3 important games for Essex. Overton in, plays off the back foot, slightly shorter. Wesley stands tall, plays off the splice back to mid on, no run. So, has it? So, so Essex have got Glamorgan at home, Middlesex at Lords. Middlesex have been playing poorly. They're T20. What have they played? 8 and lost 8, or is it 9 in the T20? And then a huge game against Somerset as Overton's in, outside off stump through to the keeper, no run. And why I say that's a huge game, because Somerset, like Surrey, are towards the top. Hampshire are up there as well. They're at the top, yeah. But it's important, Essex, if they've got any aspirations, they have to beat the likes, not just Middlesex, but they have to beat Somerset and indeed Surrey. That's looming at the end of the month.
Middlesex played 8, lost 8.
Yeah. I mean, some might say they're due a victory. Overton is in. This is nipped back, inside edge, goes down to fine leg. Decent ball, did deviate back from Overton, and it's gone down to fine leg, and that brings 1 more run. 14 for 1. Did they put... I thought it was close to 17. Did it go up to 17 and then come back down? 14 for 1 now.
Not sure.
Overton to Cook, left-handed. Oh, dead bat. Wi-Fi's back up, so we'll just check that in a minute. 14 for 1, end of the over. Cook blocks it out. Tom Abel has run down to our area, fine leg, where he collects the glasses and indeed the cap, the maroon Somerset cap, gives it to the umpire, and Matt Henry is nearly ready to commence his next over.
Yeah, Essex 14 for 1, Cook on 9, Wesley on 5. We've got 3 remaining. In the late afternoon sunshine at Chelmsford. A little bit cooler out there now as Henry moves in past the umpire, bowling to the right-handed Wesley. Hits the pads. Umpire unmoved. There was a quite a loud sound, so a bit of bat on that maybe. Watch the replay. Waiting for umpire Don to come in there and give his thoughts.
Sorry, I was just reading a few sort of messages and stuff. Somerset fan, Mr. Daisy Adams, a good coach himself. It was good to see Dixon bat like that. He's a really, really nice guy.
Henry into Wesley, leaves that one through to the wicket keeper.
He spent quite a lot of time talking to Sean Dixon when he was with Somerset recently. He was brought in. He's one of the Royal Navy coaches. Very tall man, decent bowler in himself back in his day. Daisy Keith Adams, and he's really pleased for Sean Dixon to bat like he did today.
Matt Henry just moving the field around. Essex 14 for 1. Got an email from Thomas listening in North Carolina to bring you in a second. As Henry is into Wesley, up on his toes, back down the pitch to the bowler. Thomas says, just a quick hello to the team, providing the excellent commentary and entertaining me while I work. I'm spending a week at Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina with my family, but I'm working on Monday. I'm watching Essex from afar, having an entertaining season. And thanks to the excellent TV coverage, I'm able to watch them in all formats. I do find the chunks of formats bewildering. More from Thomas in a moment. This Henry is into Wesley, and he looks to play that one, but it's through to the wicket keeper. He says, I'm starting to get really into the blast, and then suddenly we have a championship game. Still, I'm not complaining when we have so much established and new talent. Thanks for being one of my sounds of the summer.
Well, thank you. What was his name?
That was Thomas.
Thomas. Well, Thomas, I trust you're going to be excited by the, what do they call it, Major League Cricket that's going to be happening in the United States of America later in the summer, in between the blast and indeed the 100.
Henry into Wesley, moves the bat out of the way through to the keeper for no run. Phil and Sheila been on as well on the email. They say enjoying the commentary and watching the live stream in our hotel room in Toronto in Canada. It's very wet here today, which is good news as far as wildfires and air quality is concerned. Not sure about not enforcing the follow-on. We'll be at the match on Friday to watch the Eagles against Glamorgan, but we've followed the live commentary over the past 2 weeks while we've been on holiday, as Henry is into Wesley, and it's played back towards the bowler along the ground. Thank you, Phil and Sheila, for your message.
Well, it would be lovely to... Phil and Sheila, are you on duty Friday?
I am, yes.
Come and meet you and just show them where the magic happens up here at, well, on the River Stand. So if you are coming across, there will be, well, you'll have a designated seat somewhere in the ground, a named seat, a numbered seat, but I'm sure if you came to the steward and introduced yourselves at the bottom of the stairs and said Phil and Sheila, I'm sure we will be able to welcome you up here and just to say hello before the game starts. It's really important things like that, I believe. Craig Overton, he's on his way in. He bowls outside off stump. Sir Alistair Cook leaves it alone through to the keeper. No run. Always nice to meet, you know, we often see people who listen to us home and away at the ground, but if you're in Arizona and you don't have the opportunity to come to Chelmsford too often, it's always nice to put a face to a name. We're very appreciative. We've had a good number of emails today.
Yeah, nice to hear from people in different places as well.
Overton round the wicket to the left-handed Cook. Cook plays and misses. Good ball from Overton. He looks rather sort of forlorn at Cook as he turns about and marches back to his mark at the Hayes end.
14 for 1. 5.2 overs gone.
Henry in front of us, just beneath the Tom Pearce stand. Overton in, left alone as the ball just comes back. I've got to say that's good bowling. And the way the keeper, Rue, has taken it, it's come round the wicket to the left-handed Cook. He's allowed it to go, being watchful as he does, but Rue has taken it to his right, meaning the ball has come back. Whether that's by seam movement or swing, nonetheless it's come back, and that can only be classified as good bowling, as the England bowling coach, Neil Colleen, is in the house. Overton bowls, and this is respectfully played back by Sir Alistair back to the bowler, who picks the ball up and rolls it towards Cook's stumps, but there is no chance of being out. Neil Colleen, England's bowling coach, looks after all the fast bowlers, as he did mention to me. He's come to look at Craig Overton, Sam Cook in particular. They're on the England radar. Overton is in. Oh, this is leading edge into the offside, I believe, but he negotiates it. Decent over this from Craig Overton. Good to hear as well that Jamie Overton has started to bowl again. A lot of walkthroughs, just slowly building himself up. I think it's going to be a few weeks before he's back bowling, certainly in match overs, but he's suffered a stress fracture and a few injuries, and wishing him well. This time on the front foot, Cook concludes the end of an over with another dot ball, 14 for 1. We've had 6 overs here on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Somerset.
So the lead is 309. Matt Henry to bowl from the River End in what will be the final over of the day.
So on duty tomorrow will be
me, Anthony and Dick Davis.
There we go. The A-team. And ball by ball will be available from 5 to 11.
As Henry is into Wesley on the front foot, pushes it back into the offside for no run.
And you know how the day pans out tomorrow. Well, everyone will go to sleep tonight. I'm sure Essex are slightly tired. Somerset know that they're going to be set something, and they have a chance. They do have a chance of saving this game now, having not been asked to follow on.
It's clipped off the toes by Wesley into the leg side for no run.
The question will be tomorrow morning, Dick, yourself and Anthony will be looking and saying, right, what do Essex want? They will want 400, I suppose. 450? Yeah, 450.
Henry into Wesley, turns that one round the corner, straight to the fielder though, so there will be no score to add for Essex, remain on 14 for 1. 3 balls of Matt Henry's over gone.
And the question both to Victoria and Anthony is, Essex don't need 500. I mean, that's, you know, you're just eating into the time of the game. I don't know where they're going to declare. Maybe they'll look at 2 bites of the cherry like they did at lunchtime today, declare just before lunch.
Henry into Wesley on the back foot. It would scurry through for the single.
I can only assume that they want more traffic by batting on today, batting in the 3rd innings. They want more traffic to happen on the wicket, and they want to give the bowlers just a bit more of a rest. And you don't want injuries. As I said to you, Essex are playing an extra seamer in many respects, because Harmer is batting at 7 where he used to bat at 8, giving him responsibility and ensuring the overs are shared more.
Henry round the wicket to Cook. It's edged but safe and drops for no run. 15 for 1 Essex. Cook on 9, Wesley on 6. Final ball of Matt Henry's over to come.
It is.
The final ball of day 2 at Chelmsford. Matt Henry bowling to Alistair Cook, forward and back towards the bowler, so no run off that final ball, and the players will leave the pitch. Essex 15 for 1 in their 2nd innings, lead by 310 runs. Alistair Cook on 9, Tom Wesley the captain on 6. Don Topley will sum up for you and bring Anthony Gibson back in just to give his thoughts on day 2 from a Somerset point of view.
Thank you, Victoria. Well, it's been a good day's cricket for the traditional 4-day fans. It really has. There's been one or two surprises, a bit of controversy, but it's been most enjoyable as we quickly look back at the scorecard. Well, Essex eventually got, well, they didn't get bowled out. They declared on 462 for 9. And we've got to remember the century from Alistair Cook, 128, with Critchley, who ran himself out earlier today, this morning on 121. And not forgetting Kushi played nicely for his 56 not out. And that was in the team's total of 462 for 9, having opted to bat first. The wickets were shared around. Davey got 3, Aldridge got 2, Overton got 2. Henry didn't get any, but Henry and Overton bowled nicely and were very impressive. And Bashir bowled 35 overs, 1 for 124. Somerset then had the opportunity before lunch to see off quarter of an hour. They struggled. There was Lammonby on 0, Abel on 0, and Dixon was the main threat against Essex as he carried his bat for 82. Kohler Cadmore and Dixon batted well together, with Kohler Cadmore making 32. Before being honest, it was a soft dismissal for him. Rood made 6, Aldridge 1. Craig Overton batted well and was dismissed by Simon Harmer. Air of controversy there, that there was a suggestion that it did bounce before it was caught. Davey 7, Henry 0 first ball. Bashir was the last man to go for 4 for 167 all out. Porter with 3 wickets and 1 for Cook, 1 for Allison, but 5 for Simon Harmer, 5 for 64 off 25. They didn't request the follow-on. Essex decided to go and bat and lost Brown very quickly for 0. He was LBW Overton. Cook and Wesley saw the evening out for 15 for 1 off 7 overs. Anthony, your thoughts of the day?
Well, it wasn't a very good day for Somerset, apart from Sean Dixon's 82 not out, Tom Kohler Cadmore's 32, Craig Overton's 23. It was a pretty dismal batting performance, but Somerset have been given some hope by this bizarre decision from Essex not to enforce the follow-on. They've already got a lead of 410. Essex. I mean, how many more do they want? But the longer Essex bat on tomorrow, the happier Somerset will be, because it will minimise the time that they have to survive in their second innings. I think the odds on an Essex victory are still very heavily odds on. But Somerset have got just a glimmer of hope, and I'm very, very pleased for Sean Dixon that after all of his travails so far in the County Championship this season, he has finally demonstrated what a fundamentally good player he is.
I'm very pleased for him as well. To carry his bat, Anthony, superb. Right, well, that concludes the commentary here from Chelmsford. I'd like to thank Anthony Gibson, because this is technically I might not be here on Wednesday, we'll have to wait and see. But thank you for your company, Anthony, and to Victoria, and to Dick, and ladies and gentlemen, at 15 for 1 with a mighty lead of over 400 runs, we wish you all a very good evening.